early Vamp Scepter. He has like what looks like a freeze right now. If he wants to break the freeze, set up a slow push. When that wave crashes, you now enter Mumu's blue side jungle with the backup of the Renekton. Try and take at least one camp away. And then in your downtime when this is not happening, you're fast clearing your own camps, and that is how you would do it. Because Hecarim doesn't have the tools in his kit to force plays, right? Until he gets ulti at least. But if you're going to get first strike here and not fall behind in jungle farm, that's a win in itself. And it looks like York University are off to like a pressure lead, a Drake lead, and they seem to be fairly calm in this game so far. And it's a slow start. Try. You know what I want? Not only 2 game 3s, I want this game to go the limit. I want it to be a 45-minute slugfest banger.
Double check with Larry.
Pentakills.
Sorry, Diddy, I kind of missed what you
plays.
said there. I had to address something in the studio.
Don't worry, I was just buying time.
Perfect. That's why we're the dynamic duo.
And yeah, both junglers just farming relatively close. Just a 1 camp lead for Hecarim, but I think he has more camps up to go grab. Do we see the activity around the Renekton? Now that he has 6, see what he's doing in his wave here. This is going to push into Sion now. And with that push, does Renekton look to move with his Hecarim at all? It wouldn't be a good time to invade the Mumu. Obviously, we have full vision. We know that Mumu just took his topside camp, so the window is not now. But is there going to be a setup for perhaps the Herald that's up at 8 minutes with that really strong Renekton that you have?
I think there is going to be, but what we need to take into account is Amumu is going to be hitting 6 soon, and potentially with, mid jungle support, like, could they, contest that Herald? Do they just let it go? Like, what do you do here? So if you're the Sion Amumu, do you contest Herald, Renekton, Hecarim?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either, but what about now? What if you throw the mid lane into the mix?
I still don't think Victor really wants to skirmish in the river with Echo that has electrocute. I think Echo's better fit in the river. And we see Renekton right over Echo.
No, they're looking for Kenny here.
That will be flash at most. Kenny flashes. We just saw it go down over on the side.
We know he survived.
Here's the Amumu play. It's a 2-man ulti for the Samira to follow up, and that's first blood going over to the delivery man. It's answered by a TP. Here's the big Renekton. He's not as big as he was last game. Can he have the same effect? The double dive,
the flash,
the backline,
the double flash,
the flash, the Empower Q, saving light will take down
TP.
Star Poner. The Renekton answer is there. It's kill for kill. Can they get out now? It's Moosinator on the Scion, but it's also Guno Maria here on the Echo. I think numbers are even. The trade is even.
Yeah, I think they take that Echo TP and they call it a day because, so that was only a 1 for 0, but they did get TPs out of it.
I think it was a 1-for-1 with both ADs going down.
Did Jin go down there?
Yeah.
Okay, my bad. Yeah, so a 1-for-1.
Wait, so Mumu kills Jin, I think, and then Leona kills Samira, right?
Okay, yeah. Yep.
I think.
So that's good for them, the kill to go over to Leona instead of Renekton. I think they're in a scenario where, they need to be aware of, like, okay, we know what happened last game with Renekton. Like, play it cool. Don't be, trying to go too far with a play like what just happened there. If they tried to get more out of that, potentially Renekton's picking up some kills there. Most likely he is. So, and they know that, so they're backing off.
That's an interesting thing, Trey. I kind of want to bring that up. Could the effect of the Renekton last game have some
like lasting?
I want to use the word effect again, but I just used it. I can't think of it. Could the dominance of Renekton in the last game have an effect on the mentalities and the decision-making of the Kent State players in this game? And what is that effect, and how do they play around?
I think so, because the fact that they didn't ban it means that they they had to have thought to themselves, like amongst the team, all right, this is how we play this differently. Let them have the Renekton, but we know what to do to not let him get out of control this time.
And I will
or
say,
is it just the fact that he's not worth a ban because other things are more important?
I think this is just my opinion, and we don't know the prep or what the coaches would thought for Kent State. I just don't think Renekton is ban-worthy for the first phase. I think Kent State would have banned him second phase. But York University wisely picked him third because Renekton is a champion that you can pick blind, especially when you have two bans going in for some counter matchups. But if you look at Musinator's champ pool, as we have a Leona engaged, followed up by the Jhin, there's the ulti.
Oh,
That's guaranteed.
Yeah.
There's the onslaught of shadows. MCH81 with a kill for himself here in the bot lane for York University.
Since
And
I
it
got
starts
let's
with the
use it.
reliability of the Leona. If you play that back, when Leona lands E, you can guarantee enough CC for the Hecarim to be there. Look, Hecarim is in the river, but when Leona goes into stun, into root, into another stun, that is unreal. Nowhere Star Opponent can go. No cleanse at that moment.
Yeah, that's a tough scenario to be in. It's really hard with that matchup of Jhin Leona. It's just too easy to set up.
And that's one of the big reasons why I really love this confident arc. We see a 4v4 here emerging as the Rel charges forward with some CC. That's good for Kent State.
Nice.
And the Scion will also pick up.
Yeah, we saw the Scion
Leona.
train coming down and just choo-choo, boys. Setting it
Choo-choo.
up. It's a, what is that, a 0 for 2, but York taking the dragon, so next Drake is going to be Fire Drake, so, or Infernal, sorry. So it's going to be a Infernal Soul. Definitely don't want to let York University get that because, yeah, it is spicy. That's the first one we've seen today.
I know, isn't it feel like it's always Cloud?
Yeah, because Cloud sucks.
No, but yeah, great play by Kent State. We got to see what their comp looks like when they can get their hands on you. It's the Rel and Mumu, right? The combo, we kind of talked about that. If those two are in tandem, you can lock down multiple members for a significant period of time. Exactly what Samira wants in a setup. Samira was not there at that particular time, but we still saw a nice ending result. Couple kills going over to Kent State. They are now ahead in gold, down in Drakes.
We've said it before, and I'll say it again, that these Drakes don't necessarily mean too much. We've seen it before. A team is on soul point, and it just turns off of a fight, and, you know, a team will take the win. We've seen it where it's soul point. The team without any of the Drakes will take the dragon and the fight and end the game right off that one play.
Yep. Seen it too often. And I want to also touch on the lack of utilization of Herald. I don't think Herald has been used by either team in this series to the degree that I have seen in some
the
higher
other
level.
teams. Yeah, like to get that, we're about to hit that 14-minute mark. We're gonna see the plates dropping, and you know, you're right. We haven't. It looks like they're on Herald now, but it's too late.
It's too late. And I'll take that back. It was actually York that used it well, but we do see the curtain call from Jhin coming out, shooting a couple shots. Not sure. I thought it was going to be to set something up, but maybe just some warning shots, you know.
Did they utilize it last game?
Yes, it was York University getting plates on the Renekton women.
Top, yeah.
And just accelerated his Bork. And when you have a Bork top laner, getting him those plates.
And here it is again, but it's not going to get the plates, I don't think.
Three,
it's too late, is it?
2, 1. Oh, no.
Oh, it was literally 1 second too late. That is so unfortunate for York University. But this is still setting them up for a nice kill.
He's perma CC'd, he ults, but he can't get away. The CC is there, and this Renekton has fallen, finally. It feels like last game Renekton finally just died. That's what it feels like in
And I had it mixed up. I thought at first glance when I was thinking of the Herald play, I thought that was a...
Rel goes in, there's the Rel ulti.
Oh,
here's the TP. This is going to be a good look for Samira if she can stack up her passive. Oh, and
the TP was... Wait.
It was Leona with the spellbook. Or no. What?
Well, I am so confused here.
Leona ulti will go down, gets a few members, but that's Kenny on the board.
Oh, it was Kenny.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Kenny, great job with the TP coming in, getting his first kill. Mumu's there to cover his lane. All is good and well for Victor, and that is going to be a bit quicker on his own Lee Andrews. I believe that's what he's building. I think you can maybe go... Oh, no, you could easily go Lumos out of Codex. Yeah, I think they actually have the same build path, so he could go one of both. It doesn't matter. Kenny's on the board, and remember when Kent State won Game 1, it was off the back of an insane performance from Kenny. And they are going to need that in Game 3. Yeah.
That Corki was bonkers.
Okay, so it is Lee Andrews here. A bit of burn
And we
Ooh.
see his farm here again, 147 at 15 minutes. He could be pushing a game again where he has an insane amount of farm. We'll see as we kind of like, I think we'll kind of see where his farm is going in the next 5 minutes. But he could be pushing that point where he's going to be hard to stop because he just has so much gold
Dude,
off of his consistent CS.
he's at 9 a minute, and when you break 10 a minute, it's not until right around this time that
Yeah,
you can
because
get.
you need like the wave. You need the waves. You're grabbing farm from jungle. You're grabbing more than just your lane,
Right.
and it's pretty difficult to do that in the early phases of the game because you're stuck to your spot.
I feel like Kenny has improved in this farming. Like
I
we
think
watched
so,
him
too.
for a full season.
Yeah,
of LSS.
he was playing like we saw him on
Diana,
Kennen a couple times.
Sandra.
Yeah, he has. Kudos to you, Kenny. I agree with Diddy here. I think the gameplay we've seen in this series alone has shown a lot of improvements from season 1.
Yeah, and that's scary as a local competitor, by the way.
Yeah, definitely.
So why don't you get worse? All right, it's a Drake setup. It's Kent State is here first. That's all 5 members. It does not look like a contest. Members are not even in position, and that is going to be Drake number 3, the first for Kent State, going over their way. I think York University has no problem giving that up, but it kind of goes to show who can take control of the river when they want it at this stage of the game. But Gold here is dead even as we approach the 17-minute mark.
Yeah, I'm liking where this game is heading. I think it's gonna be one of those ones where it comes down to an insane fight because it's so close. It's 5 kills to 2, but 2 Drakes for York University, and like you just said, Gold is even. We're about to see something break out right now.
The Rel will engage onto Leona. She gets bopped up. There's the follow-up. Here's a couple people in the Rel. They'll instantly drop. That's Kent State, and now they're fishing for who is this member TPing. That's Renekton. He will almost instantly fall.
Wow,
Take
the
that back. He's
damage for
burning.
Kent State University there, just absolutely deleting Hecarim and Leona there.
Rel Amumu,
Wow.
guys. Mark it down in your books, coaches out there, analysts. It's Rel and Amumu. When those two champions are together,
Damn,
they have the exact same goals, don't they?
Yeah, if you get the Amumu stun off his ulti, then you get the free setup for the Rel ulti, and you're pulling them all in. I mean, and then the Wombo is just there. That Wombo, oh my god,
Yeah.
it's clicking with me right now as I think about that play. I'm just picturing the setup: Amumu ult into the Rel ult into the Samira and Kenny ult.
Right.
It's like there's just so much damage right on top of you when they're all pulled in by the Rel ulti.
That's right. You can
Man.
see the common theme, and it starts with the Rel and Mumu here. And who better than Samira when your goal is to AoE CC and burst champions
Yeah.
down than to go in and clean that up. So what I tell my AD sometimes is you're not there to make every player, to check everybody or to do that. You're waiting for your window. And I think for Star Poner, he just needs to find his window, and he could easily just penta-kill this game. And I always go as far as to say penta when I'm talking about Kaisa and Samira, especially because it's just what those champs are built to do.
Yeah.
And now who do we turn from York University?
Oh, that damage. Oh, no. Okay, he gets the speed off the heal. Otherwise, he was definitely going down
With
there.
the re-engage.
Oh, he needs to be careful. There's going to be 4 members of York University diving here. Oh, they're going to definitely get Kenny here. But will he take one of them down with him? He needs to watch out.
Kenny
Oh.
playing it fairly well. He's still alive somehow.
Oh,
and
my
that
God.
is just so many tower shots.
I cannot believe he doesn't get any members, but Star Poner looking like he might. Oh, is this kill going to go
This
over?
could go to Kenny.
Yeah.
Okay,
does.
so he does get one.
Wow. I thought he was going to get more than that with the length at which that play or how long it went. I really thought he was going to get more off that dive. Really well played by Kenny. He survived for a while there, but ultimately going down to that dive, once we were seeing the rest of the members come in there, it was looking real grim.
And that kind of showcases a bit of York's playmaking potential, right? It's not the same. Kent wants to, everybody in one meatball, and then they just one-shot your team. But what York University's comp has strength is Hecarim and Echo can get on almost any target they want, right?
Yeah.
Fairly mobile. And then the Jin Leona setup is so reliable and can actually come in from quite a long range. So when you add those things together, they can pick out a target from fairly far away and eliminate them. That's what they did to Victor. It just happened to be like, how many? 6 tower shots that they had to deal with in the process, resulting in losing their Hecka Rim along the way. But if you look at gold, this game is just about tied up. I think the control of the map goes to Kent State.
Yeah, there's only a couple hundred gold difference here, so
which is surprising.
The game is still neck and neck. Dragon is up in 50 seconds, so we see York University here grabbing the vision control of River, so it's going to be difficult for KSU to, I don't know. I mean, I say that, but then again, if they just group up here and they look for the play, they can face first into York's comp, possibly.
They can. So now this is the first Drake setup where we believe Kent State wants to contest, but York is there first. It was the opposite last time. When Kent is there first, York had to give it. But York is here first. Does Kent give, or do they contest? There's a recall on a ward. That gives Amumu a free look on a Jin.
Our first match of the day will be our consolation match between York University Esports and Kent State University Esports.
And has done really good on that champion. So when York University lock in set early, it means a lot for the success of their loaded onto the Rift for Games 3 between Kent State University and Bar Esports in our best of 5. Horn is up in 4 with TP, so Miami's still comfortable enough to start this Drake. They need
and here, like I said again, Cassiopeia out by herself. Just Reckless going in, and here comes the pop blast. Alistair's gonna save the enemy.
Wait a second, double TP. Everybody's showing up to this Drake fight. This is huge. Eyes on Lucian Karth is here. Horn ulti coming. It goes over to red team.
Not gonna be able to do much. This
Big
might
taunt.
just be the kills here. Ultimate from Samira is actually doing so much damage, even though she's not being able to move her champion around. Triple kill coming in for Samira. This might be the quadra kill. Quadra kill on Samira, looking for the penta. Going after Laser King. Is this the penta kill?
Penta kill!
And here we have it in the game 3 of Miami versus.
Welcome back to another League Saturday series. I'm your host, Holy Boxers, bringing you week 4 of season 2. Week 4, everybody, that means that we are halfway through regular season play. After today, every team will have 4 games under their belt and only 3 more opportunities to fight their way into playoffs. Now remember, it's only the top 4 teams that get into playoffs, so nobody's quite out of the running yet, but as you can see, these teams at the bottom of the standings here will need to claw their way up that ladder if they want to make it into the top 4 teams. Now that kind of brings us to our first match of the day. We have McMaster University Esports versus Mingos. Now that's a 2-1 team versus an 0-3 team. Mingos has not had the pleasure yet of tasting sweet, sweet victory on the LSS Rift, but they have a fiery spirit, and we've seen them play very well, so it's up to them to get the dub against an organized university team. Can they do it? Watch and find out. And also, you know what? While you're watching, make sure you type !Discord into the chat in case you want to join the One Life to Play community. And if you're feeling a little bit of midwinter blues and you just want to treat yourself, make sure you go over to onelifetoplay.com/shop for One Life to Play and LSS merch. Now, before I send it over to the guys on the desk, I want to remind everybody that Viego, the new champion, is not in play this week. He will be allowed in play next week. And I also wanted to shout out the Kent State University student who happened to be in my TFT lobby last night. Powered you, Death Venom. We came in 7th and 8th together. I hope your games have been going better since last night. All right, now let's send it over to our favorite duo, Diddy and Trifolge.
Welcome back, everybody, and thank you very much to our wonderful host, Holy Boxers, for that beautiful introduction. I am Diddy.
And I'm Trifolge.
We are back for another week of League Saturday Series, and we've said it before, I'll say it again, I am just hyped to see these teams go out on the Rift in this league. It's been such a competitive league. What do you think?
Dude, I 100% agree. And I know you say, I'll say it again, because at this point, it's got to sound repetitive for you guys in the chat. But if you're not hype at this point, then I don't know what you're doing here, because these games are epic. And I cannot wait to get into the day. We have some exciting matchups today, I think.
We sure do. We have Mingos here, who, with the 0-3 record going up against McMaster University, if you're looking at these teams on paper and you're a bracketologist, you would just take the higher seed here. You put your money on McMaster University. But we know that things can just shake up.
Yeah.
And so it's really hard to just look at a roster and say who's going to win. It really has come down to execution try and lots of Drake-related team fights seems to be
dude,
the theme.
we've seen so many Drake fights that just it comes down to the wire, and it's like it could be. You said it. You've used this term before. It could turn on the flip of a coin. On those
Absolutely.
moments, it's like it just is so close. And before it even starts, I'm happy to say we are excited that we are about to have the first live draft of season 2 in the regular season.
Kudos to the players of these two teams for having all the champions being prepared
Yeah,
and doing the diligence.
We told these guys, you better get your shit together by the time we get to playoffs. And what do you know? The next 2 teams, they're here and they're ready and they've got all the champions. And we're getting live draft, guys.
Which means, we can talk about bans here. Blue side, we could talk about red side, the advantages, disadvantages.
Ooh, this is spicy.
I love to talk about. And when you are a blue side, you can look to get that first pick, right? What your preference of what you think is the most dominant, most blindable pick. I think nowadays it might be the Kaisa. I think she is just standing out above the other marksmen in her role, best in class in terms of DPS, safety, and reliability. I wouldn't be surprised to see that champion get banned or first pick, but it really depends on the AD players of these two.
Safety is like the biggest thing because taking it first pick doesn't mean that you're left in a scenario where you're just your lane is over from the start. It just doesn't happen with Kaisa like that.
That's right. And yeah, with first picks, on blue side, it's not necessarily the most broken champion that you want to draft if that champion has counterable weaknesses.
Yeah.
But a champion like Kaisa is so well-rounded, is good in most situations. That's why I think it is going to be on the table here for one of these teams. But you never know what these teams have been strategizing or if they have an answer into the enemy Kaisa, because I do think that champ will get picked or banned here today.
The Lux ban. What do you think about that? You think that's a target ban for somebody on Mingos?
It could be. Lux can get paired with like a Seraphine or a Sona in the bot lane and kind of throw you some cheese. I was looking at some OPGGs last night, excuse me, in our league that we're in, and saw a 90% win rate, Sona player over an insane amount of games, getting him into Master Tier. He had a duo that was a Lux, so Sona Lux duo, and they
in the bot.
They win 90%
that sounds like a nightmare for me.
Of their games.
So. That's my nightmare scenario in the bot lane. I pick an ADC and then surprise, I'm up against Sona and Lux, and I just hate my life. I'm ready to get out of that game as quick as possible. 15-minute forfeit button. Let's go, please.
We see Orianna being taken away as one of the go-to, similar to Kaisa in terms of well-roundedness in the mage pool, and Akali also taken away. So let's see what they go to with first pick here. I would not be surprised with the Kaisa, but again, there are many options here. You could go jungler here. You see 2 junglers, ban Graves, Olaf. You might want to take the Hecarim. You might want to take Nidalee or Lilia away from the opposing jungler, and it's going to be that Kaisa
Yeah, the first
here.
pick Kaisa, like you said.
And the answer into Kaisa, at least in terms of pro play, has been a Philios try. This is a champion that...
We discussed that yesterday as well. But it looks like maybe we're going to see the MF pick. We see the hover here. Will they lock it in?
Yeah, not every AD this season is an Aphelios player, right?
Aphelios is not an easy champion to play, is the biggest thing. So, it's not the kind of champion that you just pick it up and you're like, oh, okay, this is the counter, I'll play it. You have to know how to play it to utilize why it is good against Kaisa.
That's right. So not every roster has that Aphelios ready to go. It's only the ones who have experience on it. Thresh is what you would pair with Aphelios into Kaisa. So for the same reasons that Thresh could be good into Kaisa in that 2v2, they're going to take the Thresh here. Thresh, one of the most well-rounded support picks, right? Has a bit of peel, has engage, has gifted mobility for the misfortune, things like that. So you like seeing a Thresh early in the draft because it's so flexible. And now we're looking to junglers here. Hecarim probably next in line in terms of AD junglers, but there have been a lot of AP junglers popping up in not only the eastern regions, Korea and China, but now in NA we see a lot of Lilias, Talias.
Okay, yeah. I've been seeing the Lilia a lot. Lilia is one of those champions. What I think is funny about her is she's kind of like a Teemo. There is a, even if people don't think there's like this...
Global taunt?
global taunt. Not even that, but like you underestimate the champion based on the character's look and like lore and the
Feel
style. Like
and-
it feels like this like dainty fairy, like But then
Prancing
surprise,
around.
your whole team is slept and now everybody's dead.
Lilia is
Man.
I agree, a very extremely powerful champion in the right hands. Another one of those that doesn't have the best win rate when you look at solo queue because of her. I think just her needs her 6 for her CC and also needs like
It's like
really
the
hard
team
momentum.
has to know how to play around
Exactly.
it. How many times do you probably see in a solo queue game where a Lilia hits a nasty sleep, but nobody is ready for it because they
right.
don't realize it's coming in, or they're not don't
Mhm.
realize they could fight off of just that sleep or something along those lines. We see that every season. There's always champions who their win rates are bad, but in reality they're really really high skill cap. And extremely powerful champions when you talk about like a 5v5 competitive scenario.
That's right.
So we're going to see the Gragas ban. You think so? That's potentially a top
Yeah, Gragas is a
target
top
ban.
support jungle flex right now.
Support as well.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
okay.
in that order, so
Mhm.
top, support, and then jungle. I would imagine that ban is for the top lane here. There's no top locked in for Mingos. Gragas has been played mostly in the top lane, and when you draft him top, you can build him Night Harvester for one shot, or you can build him Sunfire for tank. So that makes him a bit flexible in the top lane. I think that's where that ban was focused. We see Morgana being banned away to deny, to prevent the Thresh Hook denial. But
Yeah.
one champion that sticks out to me that would be great for Mingos is Shen right here. When you pair Shen with a Hecarim, that could be extremely deadly for an immobile misfortune.
Yeah, yeah.
And you add the Galio on top of that, you now have double global with that Hecarim presence. So when I see a Galio Hecarim locked, first champion that comes to mind for me is Shen to take away. And last thing I wanted to say is the Darius ban could be to open up a Shen pick, right? Because that could be
Yeah, I'm just going to say, I think if we see this Shen pick here, we're looking at a really, really good comp from Mingos, and it'll come down to like how they can execute it. Misfortune, I know she's like in a decent place right now, but as a champion, they did, before I keep going, they did nerf Gale Force, correct? Which was like a big thing that made her really, really strong in the meta right now. Does that affect her strength, or is the strength of the Gale Force the interaction with her ult and the dash, and that hasn't changed?
It's not the strength of the Gale Force with MF is not the interaction with her ult. If anything, that's just a
like
style
a
play that 1 out of 100 situations that's the correct move.
Okay.
And here comes the Shen. Now we see double globals on top of a Hecarim. It's a beautiful comp coming out here. You have so many tools, and then the Kai'Sa is just the late game insurance. But I want to talk about something that I don't know if we've talked about in our private conversations, and that's Moonstone Renewer. That is the new sauce.
No, we haven't. I don't even know what that is.
You're in for a treat because we see Lulu and Thresh on the same team. This tells me Lulu's probably going in the mid lane and will build a Moonstone Renewer. So what this item does is when Lulu is hitting enemy champions and dealing damage, it will heal the nearest ally. The nearest... Yeah.
Okay.
Nearest ally. Just heals them.
Okay.
So any champion really can run this item. I've seen it on Lilia. I've seen it on Nidalee. I've seen it on, Ivern. It makes a ton of sense. And so now you have double supports here. You have the engaged support in the bot lane where it should be. And on top of that, a mid lane Lulu to buff up the... I'm assuming Camille in the late game would be great. Or you just double support the MF.
Dude, I'm not going to lie. Mingo's team comp here looks... really, really intimidating. I like the Echo pick. I was thinking it was going to be Galio mid, but I love the Galio support and the Echo mid. Their team comp has so much dive potential, and if you see somebody in the mid lane, that does not mean they're not just going to be in your bot lane in 2 seconds.
Exactly.
You need to be careful of every single member as the bot lane of McMaster, because, their comp is meant to just dive on your face. It doesn't matter who's under the tower. It doesn't matter what you have. They have so much survivability. They have the double global ults. They have 2 TPs. They are set up for a great game right here.
That's right. The map presence you see coming out from Mingos means that McMaster has to play around that, right? Which means finding advantages. You either take your play to the globals, which is impossible to do because there's 2, as you mentioned. But I also wanted to point out McMaster University, I think a possible mistake in their draft is they're running double support. And tell me who the hyper carry is on this team. Why do you run double support with these 5
Yeah,
champions?
I don't really see a reason. I get that you want to maybe keep the MF alive because she has low mobility, but she is not the kind of champ. Like once she dumps her load, then it's kind of like, what do you do after that? Her
Right.
autos aren't necessarily like she's not just an auto
No,
attack
that's
based
you're spot
champion.
on. Yeah.
Um, and she's definitely not the type of champion that you want to like fight front to back. If you're gonna be autoing and you've used all your cooldowns, you need to be like swapping your autos between champions to get the power up buff. Or
Right.
I don't know what it's called on her passive, but like if you're not getting that, your autos do so like the damage is pretty minimal.
Mhm.
And then you have these tanky frontline diving champions. I don't know about that, but I mean, do they potentially like if Camille gets going, they could potentially, be supporting her and she could
Yeah.
carry, but that's a hit or miss kind of champion in a sense. Like you either do a lot as her or you don't do that much and you just focus on split pushing and locking people down with your ult.
Yep, I think your analysis here is spot on. So the weaknesses that I was pointing out is the misfortune, right? She's immobile, so probably have to go Gale Force. But is she really a hyper at the end of the day? I'd have to, agree with you and say no. You would normally draft her with some other late game insurance so that she
Hmm.
can kind of carry the mid game with her cooldowns and not so much her auto attack. So if the lack of the mobility on Misfortune means that the dive from Mingos can get through the Lulu, then you might be questioning that pick and its effectiveness. But if it does get ahead, McMaster, if they gap the bot lane with the power of the Misfortune on top of shields and heals, it can really carry them through early to mid game. And if that's
Yeah.
enough to get the win, then it would justify the pick. And lastly, the Camille and the interaction with the Lulu. I agree, Camille is a feast or famine champion, and if she's feasting, then the Lulu can really empower her.
Yeah.
But she typically wants to be splitting in the side lane. Her 5v5 is not necessarily her forte until, in my opinion, 3 items when she gets hysterics, and she can actually get multiple rotations off in a
And
fight.
you just have to make it there with this comp. Like it's looking at Mingos, getting to that 3 item spike for Camille is not going to be easy. I don't think. I think it's going to be a lot of farming. Is she going to survive dives, and is she going to be able to be on the other places of the map to help the team? As like, if you're this Camille, do you try and be on the map with your team when, well, they're top jungle mid is like roaming all over the map, taking objectives, trying to look for kills? Are you just splitting, trying to get that 3rd item, or are you trying to assist your team?
I think you split the whole game and commit
Yeah,
to splitting.
yeah,
The reason is because if you are trying to play the map game against Shen, you're playing his game, and he's just slightly better at it because of his, map presence.
yeah,
But if you're splitting the Shen and pressuring him, it means that if he uses his ulti or TP to join a fight, you can then punish. And if that punish is, let's say, 2 plates in a turret, first turret or something,
yeah.
if Shen ults, now your Camille can be unlocked. She can get Triforce ahead of the curve and start to make Shen make,
Bad
forced into
decisions.
bad decisions.
He's trying to force things, putting
Yeah.
himself in bad scenarios while
Yep.
you're just farming, getting objectives. If he makes a TP towards bot with ult and they get nothing, now you just have free lane for a second
Right.
to take plates, get tower damage,
Which would be
do
a
whatever.
devastating mistake into a Camille.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm really excited to see how McMaster. Oh yeah,
No S.
no,
McMaster.
because I'm using the possessive McMaster's top lane.
Yeah. we go.
McMaster's University top lane. I'm excited to see how this Camille will play this out. The matchup is I'd say Camille gets by. If you make mistakes, Shen can taunt you, chunk you out, force a bad recall. If you get set behind, it can become tricky. But most Camille players know how to minimize early game, and I think once she gets Triforce, she'll do
Yeah.
perfectly fine in the matchup.
Yeah. And as we're heading into lanes here, it looks like we're going to get some spicy stuff here. Just a little out to our production guys. We have the wrong team names.
We're looking for a Thresh Hook here. You could flash and then predict Flash Hook would guarantee a kill. They're walking the Shen down, and it's not even going to be a look quite yet. Just going to drop a deep ward, showing some patience here, is McMaster University.
So we do have McMaster on red side, Mingos on blue side, and a little bit of just taunting going on, I guess. Nothing crazy coming out from that invade look that they just did, but still moving together as a 4-man unit to, maybe do their due diligence. Don't want to get caught out in their own jungle.
Right, it's always safe to roam in a pack, and we see Camille getting a nice chunk here on Shen. That
Going-
is,
Didn't get the second Q proc, it looks like, or was that, did she start W?
nope, that's a Q start. Could
Okay.
not get the second Q on him, but will get the better of that. And these trades are actually pretty significant when you do get a bush cheese in the top lane. It might not look like much, but it could end up in, some lane control for the Camille, which would be nice.
Yeah, I mean, you take one too many Qs, and now you have to sit back and give up farm, or you're being, threatened with death.
That's right. And we always got to have eyes on the junglers in the early game, right? They kind of set the tone of where the game is going to take place. And we have the Hecarim and the Pantheon matchup. So to talk about that, ideally Hecarim wants to outfarm the Pantheon. I think can clear a bit quicker, although Pantheon is no can't find the word. Is no slouch. Thank you. Is no slouch in the jungle.
I was
himself.
feeling so dumb there. You were looking at me for the answer, and I was like, what?
Pantheon is no slouch himself in the jungle, so should be able to keep up. And then when we're talking pre-6 here, it's all about the Pantheon, and his level 3 effectiveness with the stun into full combo is much more reliable than anything Hecarim can set up for his teammates, typically.
Oh, taking a fat Q bounce there on Kaisa. Oh, and now the
And a
hook.
hook.
Is this going to be a kill already?
That's going to be heal, a flash,
Nice.
auto from the Thresh means first blood for McMaster University, looking for more. The auto
Oh,
Q.
and it's so close. They're going to go for this. They need to be careful.
The misfortune wisely did not take aggro before the Galio went in for his E. I think she maybe even faked an auto try,
Yeah.
started one and then stopped it.
That
as he
was
went in.
really impressive juggling of the tower aggro. In and out. Perfect distance. Perfect timing. Didn't take, one more tower shot and MF goes down there. But
Yeah.
he just jukes in and out so well that it just works out perfectly for them.
Flashing
So
from Lulu looking for the solo kill. No ignite on either member, but she's going to kill herself to the Hecarim cleanup, giving Echo the kill. So a bit of aggression from Venerated here, wishing he had ignite, maybe thinking he did, because that would have been kill threat. But
I'm thinking he was too deep. He saw the Hecarim coming in, and he knew, okay, I either die here for free or I maybe go 1-for-1.
and Camille getting the better of the trade. This is showing a better understanding of the matchup from West Chimani here. Ideally, Shen never takes a Q2. He can use his W to block it, right? But if Shen makes the crucial mistake of not pulling his W onto himself and Camille can get that nice extended E trade, she can quickly take over the lane, and that's what we're seeing here.
Looking mid lane there, but didn't get anything. He knows the flash and TP are down, so just trying to apply some pressure on this Lulu.
And we see Pantheon actually looking for a dive in the top lane. That's where the camera should be right now. This looks quite doable, and it will go over to Wex Shamanchi on the Camille. We see a 2v2 in the bot lane. It's a 1-for-1 trade with the ADs killing each other, and the supports left to duke it out. So McMaster University with 2-for-1 on the map, because of the successful dive on the Shen, and that is great looks for the Camille.
Yeah.
And
This
we're
is
talking
another
about it.
game where we just have action going on in all lanes at the same time. We've got director mode hopping from lane to lane. I like to see games like this. It's so unique in our league right now. We're seeing so many different play styles play out. We see teams playing the long slow game. We see teams playing the aggressive. They fight over every objective. They're fighting in their lanes, and it's hard to say because what I've noticed lately is that regardless of which playstyle you're playing these games, long game or the you're the aggressor playing for every objective early, it still comes down to one play. Regardless of the way you play, when a game goes long enough, it comes down to if there's one ace, the game just can end like that.
That's
whether
right.
you played slow or you play fast. And I think that's a unique thing that I feel like I'm seeing in League of Legends this season.
Yeah,
Or towards the end of last season. I feel like there was definitely metas where, we had games that were going out to 80 minutes, and maybe that's just because we were trash, but I don't know I just feel like things are just so much more up in the air now.
I see what you're saying, Try, and we see an all-in from Camille. I believe Shen did use the W to kind of get himself to safety. But yeah, I agree, Try. I think it has to do a lot with the effectiveness of Drake's Soul, right? Meaning that teams usually have to send 5 members into the river to kind of fight over this objective at, around the 25-minute mark or so to prevent or gain Soul. Outside of that, we all know Baron is, the way to end games, and that's on the opposite side of the map. So tons of contention around the 25-minute mark just means that teams have to gather the advantages that they've built over the game and just leave it out on in the river.
This is going to be a 3v2
here. And that's going to be Galio dropping, going in, probably thought it was a 2v2 and protecting his ward like supports like to do, but Pantheon right around the corner just means more pressure for McMaster University.
Yeah, I think McMaster saw that coming. They knew, okay, Galio is looking to take this ward. We see him autoing it. Pantheon is close by. Let's set this up. If I walk into, as soon as Thresh walked in there, it was already all set up. Galio immediately tries to go in and defend this ward, but what do you know? 2 more members are right around the corner, and you're dead.
Speaking of right around the corner, we have Hecarim sitting just outside of Fog of War. He's going to use his devastating charge. There's an onslaught of shadows that'll tag that MF. He interrupts the lantern. That's huge, but she still has both summoners. Pantheon around the corner, but he's quite low. The MF is going to have to heal and flash right after this, otherwise risking his death. Gets away without...
Everybody going to make it out? This is insane.
Oh, this is pretty unlucky for Mingos, but we have Adrian Suki here still pursuing. He's playing under turret. He's able to ulti, and Adam Suki picks up the Pantheon. The Pantheon ulti to re-engage on the Hecarim. The flash W, but does he get taken out? That's Zolfer with the trade kill. And Mingos is on the board. A couple kills. That's a 2 for 0 for them, if I'm not mistaken.
It's a 1 for 1, right? Or did anybody go down for...
The Hecarim killed Thresh, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. And then they also took down Pantheon. Went over to Echo. Man.
It looked like McMasters came so close to pulling that one out with no deaths and even a trade. It looked like Thresh got that hook under the tower. I'm assuming based off of the way it played out, it was Echo ulti that got him out of that. Okay, damn, I missed that one split second. I looked down on my notepad. Man, what a fight.
Yeah, and just like that, I remember that games can turn around on a win, but look at this MF pressure. She's up.
Man, that's some damage right there.
That show is. She's on the quiver plus pickaxe already. And remember when the ADs killed each other a few minutes ago? That was super worth for MF because of the position of the wave. She was able to return to like a double wave and clean that up, and now you see she's up over 20 CS on Kaisa here. Camille opting into a 1v1, but it's actually a 2v1 with Pantheon right around the corner. That's a 2v2. Camille getting really low, but her support is here. She'll have to slingshot over the wall, and now these two are just happy their Shen didn't die.
Yeah, big farm difference in the top lane here. So Shen definitely getting poked out a lot, just trying to play it safe, giving up the farm when he needs to. Smart move there, but he needs to be careful here. I think these two could potentially dive him, but they wouldn't want to with Hecarim so close by.
Yeah, Hecarim being around the corner, and where is Galio?
Galio is making his way mid. They're looking like they want to do a big play here on Lulu, or we have Kaisa and Galio in the river there, right below mid lane.
Yeah, so multiple members from Mingos here taking control of the river. That's really nice blue vision here. You see those 2 pinks plus the 1 ward. And that's going to help their Hecarim when he gets on that side of the map. Tell him where he can go and where he can't. Maybe look for a play. But if Hecarim leaves the top side of the map, he's going to leave his Thresh without any cover. And then that dive you were talking about, could be possible. Now we see the Echo ulti traded for Lulu ulti. They're both getting about below half HP. Thresh shows up, but so does Hecarim. And that's going to fizzle out here. And now we're watching. See that Shen W goes down early. Camille waits it out, and as soon as it goes away, hits with the Q2 and bites him through the shield. Now, that Shen W's on a really high cooldown. I know when I play this matchup, I'm looking to punish that. She could possibly look for a one-shot under a turret with a nice trade here.
Yeah, this is going to be a dive, I think. Pantheon close by.
All they have to fear is the taunt, right? The W could be coming up any second now, but it looks doable.
Oh, and he misses it.
And Sekiro here with the easy cleanup. Shen had to try tagging someone with that. I think goes a half second early and gets punished. So Echo will TP in to cover this wave, prevent any more plates going over.
I think these teams... Oh, and they're going for the dive on this Echo.
Yeah, but does he trade? No, the aggro goes
wow.
onto the Camille. It's an Echo with no ultimate, and they were aware of that try, so they both have stuns and burst damage,
and here
right?
comes the Herald. This is a big play happening in the top lane, starting with that Shen dive, and now an Echo dive plus the Herald. That is big stuff for McMaster here.
Definitely, and we see Camille now able to have access to these plates, and that will mean her Triforce comes in early, and that is just terrible news for Mingos. They'll have to find a way to deal with this, as we see Mingos bot lane opening up on the Thresh will get his flash. Traded for Galio flash, if I'm not mistaken here.
Both teams playing this really good. What I'm liking to see is there's a lot of counterplay going on here. There's a lot of opportunities that look good for either team, and then what do you know? The rest of the team is either there or on their way there to help defend a play. That dive on the Shen was kind of like the first opening that we saw that wasn't contested.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and it's a Sunderer on Camille, and she has it at 12 minutes. This is... she can absolutely 1v9 the game now. It's we said feast or famine. It's feast time here for Wet Shamanshi on the Camille, and we love the plays that can come out of that champion.
Yeah, we need chat to give us the, like, what do you call it in the dictionary where they put out like how you pronunciate somebody's a word.
Camille with another
We
all
need the
in.
pronunciation typed out in the chat for us so we don't sound like a bunch of idiots.
And we have Mingos responding to the Camille all in. That's the shutdown going over to Adam Suki on the Hecarim. That is huge here. Great counterplay. Shen able to just hold his own for long enough, taunt his way out, and then the cavalry arrived. Will they be able to transition this into Mountain Drake? It looks like
Looks like they are. I'm not really sure why MF is top lane right now. I know she's trying to get some damage on that tower, but being alone up there when Dragon is up just seems like a misplay.
And that was a good call. Try for a few seconds. They will take the MF ult, but that's the Echo trading his life in order to do so. Now we have Nathaniel Larrier trying to make it back to his turret. He needs another shield.
No, the Thresh canceled the auto.
And he gets
what
away.
Turn there by the MF to get off that much damage right before her team shows up. I was not expecting that. We could take another look. I thought that was quite a good play there.
It actually looked really scary for Mingos when she was able to channel the ulti. We have a play that could be had. We see Galio.
We missed it, but...
Yep, Galio going in for a taunt. Who is he setting up? It's the Kaisa. Chandler Clark here with the ulti, but does he eat a hook? Galio will get hooked. Blade on her turret. Has to pop the stopwatch. Has no flash. Could be in kill threat soon, but how far do they go up?
Oh, Pantheon thought that was going to take. Don't let that Galio get away for free.
And it will be Chandler Clark here on the Kaisa going down, and they will also be able to scoop up
buddy.
Galio. Pow! And he is back to the fountain as well. That's a 2 for 0 for McMaster University. We also see the pressure here. I'm sorry, I thought that was the Camille Shen matchup, but it's actually Echo getting the better of a trade.
Yeah, she needs to be careful here. He doesn't have ulti just yet. It looks like it's about to come up here any second, so she does need to be careful. I'm not sure if he could one-shot her through her W shield, but I don't think it looks like a good trade for her. So game is pretty close. We only have 5k gold lead for McMaster. A Dragon on each team, only up 4 kills. So McMaster still needs to be careful in this game not to let too many things slide. They need to keep the pressure up and try and take their lead and snowball it into a win if they're looking to close this game out with a nice, swift victory.
Sulfur with an aggressive trade is forced to use his ultimate, and we see McMaster University with full control of the top side of the map here, invading, taking blue, but Mingos taking red turret on bot side. So we have some cross-map play going on here. Bit of a split map for the junglers as we see Hecarim doing his own counter jungling. And we're convening at the mid lane here. No objectives are going to be up for 2:45. Both outers going down, one for either team. Means that we could see some ruckus in the mid lane as teams are getting their rotations and looking to transition into the mid game.
Trying to get a good look at items here. So we see the Gale Force on Kaisa as well as the Misfortune.
Yeah, Gale Force. So the change that they made, the nerf, if I'm not mistaken, was a revert. They took the 30 seconds that they gave Gale Force in cooldown back off. So it went from 90, I believe, to 60 when it was super giga broken.
Yeah,
Everyone was taking it. I think they put another 30 seconds on it back to 90 seconds. So very important timer for all of these guys to consider. And thanks, Riot, for just changing it every few weeks.
Yeah, yeah. We want to just fuck us up, boy.
Yeah. You know, when it comes to timing abilities, you have to time summoners. There's boots that can make summoners lower cooldown. Teleport scales with the game. Teleport cooldown changes the entire game. It's insanely hard to track. You have to divide by 60 on the spot. So tracking abilities is just...
You got to have those quick maths, guys. If you guys want to be challenger players, the next step is to really brush up on your mathematical equations and make sure that you can time all these cooldowns. Keep a notepad next to you. Write that shit down real quick in between your when you're on your way back to lane.
This looks good for Camille. This could be kill on Echo. Wait a second.
Big damage.
Zopher with big damage. You're absolutely right. I thought that could have been an all-in angle, but the R actually tagging the Camille and the passive means that she should rethink that.
So McMaster here, really on top of the Heralds. They got another Herald right now, but they need to be careful.
It's a Hecarim huge with the Galio follow-up. This could be great for Mingos as we've seen Jaeger going down immediately. Here the team fight goes. The next focus is going to be Pantheon. No shield, but he has Lulu ultimate on him. TP coming in. The Camille comes in and picks up the Echo here. It's all about the Hecarim. Hecarim rampage this fight. The Zanias will go down for Thresh. He is quite compromised. The next focus will probably be Camille, who dives in on Kaisa, but he's 1v4. I don't think he has the damage quite yet. They look for the return, but the Lulu shield is there, soaking the Kaisa autos, but it's still Mingos all day. The Hecarim's still alive. The Shen gets a double, and now it's Pantheon rejoining the fight. He will take Galio, but trade his life unless the Lulu can super support this. Hecarim still rampaging. He'll use his devastating charge to clean it up. Oh my goodness. And despite the efforts from McMaster University, the team fight goes over to Mingos. We saw try those global cooldowns coming in. Everybody can get on top of MF at the drop of a dime. She does not have the mobility, despite the Gale Force, to survive that. And now they turn to Drake. But this is actually answerable by McMaster University. But now we have teleports coming in. We are round 2 already.
Holy shit. This play just does not stop. And now it's not looking too good for McMaster here. They're not going to be able to defend this dragon at all. Wow.
Yeah,
I got one thing to say about that play.
What's that?
Somebody get Diddy a goddamn award, because that was some epic casting there to get the full play-by-play. And oh my god, here we go again. Take it away.
It's going to be another scrap here in the mid lane. Misfortune ultimate is popping off, getting good damage, and stuck in the Camille ult was the Hecarim. That's how you take that guy down. Camille with the pursue on Netherio Lancer. He opts to taunt over the wall. Camille can follow that. She's still on pursuit, but probably just use... Oh, that's the slingshot here. Should be enough damage to clean this guy up. And it really just shows that in the skirmishes, in the scattered fights, it's really, advantage McMaster. But when it comes to the ARAM in the mid and all grouping, I like...
They lost the Misfortune there so early in that fight, and then it dragged on for so long. They had no consistent damage, and I think that was a big reason why it went over to Mingos there, and they were able to pick up that Drake.
But the clapback is actually McMaster with the Herald play in the mid lane. They're just running it down mid, and Jaeger will snipe out the Echo. Hecarim going in 2v4 with a huge ultimate, trying to set up Kaisa for the autos here, but it's not quite enough. McMaster will walk away, actually victorious, I think, at the end of that play sequence. Almost every major cooldown here being used by both teams here in this mid game.
Wow, this is what I like to see. Game 1 already off to an action-packed game. You know, I love starting the day off with a banger like this and not a slow pace. Oh, and would you look at that? We got the stuff for you guys right here. Take a good look at that. You can see all these items nice and big. And I'm not going to lie.
Woo. That looks really nice.
Kudos to our production right now.
Yeah.
We got Larry over here in the cockpit hitting us up with that spicy stuff.
And now, since we made that graphic so large, it's glaringly obvious here. I was wrong about the Moonstone on Lulu. She actually opted into a Luden's Echo, which is a more damage-oriented build, not supportive.
You think that was a mistake?
No, I mean it's hard to like accidentally build.
No, I mean, I meant, do you think it was a misplay? Do you think she
Oh,
should have built the Moonstone to have more impact here?
if
Or
I'm
do you
gonna
think
be honest, I think yes, but she's making it work
it's working
here.
right now? So
Yeah, so who am I to judge if it works, it works, but I do think Moonstone would have been maybe a better choice here for the Lulu. As I just think her damage will fall off compared to Echo as we see 2 and
oh
3
yeah,
items being
100%.
completed. Echo getting aggressive on the Camille, not afraid of this top laner here. Here comes the Shen ulti, so a pretty good go-ahead play from Mingos to attack the solo laner, but Camille pretty safe, can
Oh, I
shot
do see
away.
big
Hecker
damage
him
come.
with the engage. He goes into many members, but the Galio follow-up is there. Might get him out safely, but the Misfortune ultimate doing so much damage, and the follow-up is here by a red team. Echo jumping in, but forced to immediately ult, and now I think Camille can possibly run down Echo. She's 2v1 over here. This could actually be the turn angle for Mingos, but West Shamansi here doing a ton of work. Fighting at the base wall. Shen is able to taunt over, and that's only one member going down for Mingos, who is Galio. So now we have a 5v4, but this is possibly punishable for Mingos as we see Adam Suki looking for an angle, but has no ultimate here. So the siege can maybe continue, or McMaster University could rotate out.
Yeah, they need to be careful with that Galio engage there. When they're making a big engage play like that, if they're not set up to hit the MF, then it really sets her up for free ulti damage, and it's just really, really big.
Yeah, definitely try. I think the value of Misfortune is the telltale sign of these fights, right? If she's getting insta-gibbed, then Mingos can win the fight. But if she's not, if she's channeling that ultimate, then it looks great for McMaster University. Something you would expect when you do draft that Misfortune. It's all about creating a situation where she can get that channel off.
Excuse me. Yeah, so thing I'm seeing there is we saw a quick Baron start. Did they think that was a good opportunity for Baron? I kind of missed what happened there, but it looked like McMaster was there ready to deny any hope of getting it, but it seemed like a weird time to kind of go up and start the Baron.
Yeah, when a team like McMaster exhausts all their major cooldowns and a lot of time and energy in the mid lane with that siege, sometimes if they overstay or overdo it, or they don't reset properly, you can sneak a Baron as a response.
Okay.
Rushing Baron is usually a good answer to an inhib take, and it was just a quick look as we see the Camille comes through. She completes 2 items try, and she becomes this side lane monster, really hard to duel. I think Shen needs to be aware of the completion of Ravenous means that he will actually start dying in that 1v1 instead of squeaking out like he has in the past.
Unfortunately, they were spotted out. Yep, they were spotted out by this ward here, so they do know that the members of McMaster were not on Baron, but it looks like a good setup here. Shen is down for another 15 seconds. They're going to go ahead and start it.
Yep, it's going to be a trade away from Drake, and this is what a lot of great teams do. Members from Mingos are going over to Drake to get their third. You just send for Baron, and it's pretty free because the Shen is down. But it is Shen, right? He could ult to this. So
he could be here in time for this.
Yeah, there could be an answer. You got to look for a steal with the Hecarim. It, the steal, and now the fight. It's a cluster in the Baron pit with Kaisa dive in the background. The focus is Jaeger. He uses the Gale Force, but is that going to be enough? They can just run him down. There's the flash now. Misfortune has no more mobility. She will now drop. And that is Adam Suki putting the game on his back.
Oh, and it's still going.
It's still going right now. If Kaisa
Here comes Hecarim.
Fire Echo with the flash onto the Pantheon, I think both of these members are going to go.
Oh my God.
This is Mingos with the comeback play try.
Wow, Mingos getting the ace. Okay, this Camille is still up. Or did she go down in the beginning of that?
She's up. She's on
Okay,
the map.
so that was a 4 for none, and they steal the Baron. So now they are at 3 Drakes, Baron buff, and catching up in kills. They're only down 2k gold, and look at the push they're getting off of this as well.
Yeah, the tables have completely flipped, turned upside down, like Will Smith would say. And
Damn, where are they going to eat dinner after flipping the tables?
dude, they'll have to eat it upside down. As we see an engage here onto the Camille, but are they going too far? Jaeger able to drop good damage. There's the Echo ulti. Now watch the Thresh here. He flashes, he flays, and that could be set up, but they just turn. The Hecarim is pretty tanky. Here's the Misfortune. The autos
aren't quite there. The Pantheon ulti coming in. Big Galio taunt, but I think he's just sacrificing his life. Same with Shen. A couple return kills, and they pay the price for taking that mid lane inhib.
We're running into the issue that we kind of talked about is the MF damage is just not there without the ulti and stuff. So, like, where's the consistent damage in a fight like that? They were set up to win that fight, but the members that they were hooking and flaying and locking up for so long just had so much health, and the MF autos were not enough to soak, to penetrate through all of that, and they ended up only getting one. They got 2 out of that, but could it have been more? It seemed like they just don't have the damage for a long extended fight.
That's right, Chai. And we question, if you're going to run double support, should you have a hyper? Let's watch this fight again. We remember the Baron just went over. And watch the focus on Jaeger here. See, these 4 members can just corral her. And now if you don't have the mobility, you're forced to flash, but it's a Hecarim, and your Lulu's not with you. So I think Mingos took advantage of the fact that McMaster had to position themselves around the Baron, which led to easy access to that misfortune. And we talked about it, Try. If you're going to have double support, why not run a hyper? There's plenty of hypers you can run. Tristana, for example. Vayne, maybe a different look. Xayah, with her safety and her consistent damage, maybe could have been a better option here. But when you lock in that misfortune double support, you're really kind of relying on the early game. And we're seeing the punish come out from Mingos here.
Yeah, they are catching up. We're still only 2K gold down, but next Soul Dragon in 1:50 is going to be Soul Point. Well, we're kind of everyone's resetting, grabbing waves here. Let's take a look at these items.
And Lulu working on a Lich Bane. This is the manliest Lulu build you
I know.
could
What is up
possibly
with
go.
that? So let's get
easily.
a look. Oh, man. So, yeah, we see that she is working on that right now. She's got some stacks on that. Come on, give me the answer for that item. Is she going to look
Dark Seal?
Yeah, like, is she looking to maybe go into Magi's, or is that just a
I don't think
early
so.
game purchase that she'll end up getting rid of? We see the play looking for an engage here.
Yeah, and West Shamansi is under a little bit of fire here. I think Echo catches up to that. And we see
big
the
fight up here.
play in the top side, but TPs are coming in. We see a 2v1 where Kaisa is getting some autos out on Pantheon, but he's actually pretty scary as Kaisa's running low. And it looked to me like a McMaster counterplay to the 2v1 in the bot lane, getting answered by a teleport. It's pretty good for McMaster. Actually, they get to teleport without losing any members, but the Camille going down, it just shows that the map presence from Shen Galio means that if Echo's side laning with Camille, it's never a 1v1. It could be a 2v1 spontaneously.
I love that. That's why I think the comp here for Mingos was so good.
Yeah.
I like to see, like, the comp is built to do one thing, and they're doing it pretty damn well right now.
That's right. I'd have to agree, but we're looking at about 60 farm lead here. Misfortune completing her 3rd item. When MF reaches 3 items, she is really like a true AD carry. Her autos and her double tap are going to start hitting harder. She's not a hyper at this stage of the game, but when she's up, 60 farm and on 3 items, she really can carry the next team fight.
So, man, I think McMaster needs to be near this dragon right now. Why are they not looking to set up for this at all? They're just giving over solo. Are they just saying, okay, it's Cloud Drake, so we don't care, or what?
Yeah, or just, the timings on recalls set up. Sometimes you just can't walk into Fog of War, or it's
they just weren't there. They just didn't have the time to be set up beforehand, and at that point it's too late. You don't want to walk into this team. Yeah, that means you're walking into a Galio, into a Hecarim, into a Shen. Really, really easy to get set up for a bush cheese there if you wanted to look at that Drake.
Another thing to mention, there's full AD for the side of McMaster University outside of that Lulu, who's building full damage. So this could be why she opted out of Moonstone. She's the solo AP threat for the team. So the Luden's Lichbane makes some sense to me in that respect. But if you look at the items for the side of Mingos, they're ignoring her. The Hecarim has built tabbies into Dead Man's Plate. The Shen has built tabbies and a full Thorn Mantle. They don't care about the Lulu AP damage. So if you're going to solo AP, I don't think Lulu is the champion.
Yeah, I think so too. It's one of those things like it would be like if they had the Kaisa. Totally different story.
Right, totally, yeah. Completely different. But Kaisa is a draft warping champion. That's why she goes first. That's why she's absolutely pick ban. And we can see some of the effectiveness here as she Has a bounty. Here comes the onslaught of shadows, and that is just insta-gib on the misfortune. That's your carry. You got to hope you can just win this 1v1 and stall the game out that way, but it's going to be a Baron turn, and Shen can just dip on you and ult out if he needs to.
Yeah, Camille can TP there, but she can't TP in front of Shen, and then Shen can easily follow her. So
that's not the time to taunt here. Not the time to taunt Camille. I think Wet Shamansi can actually win this.
Easily.
Gets the flash,
but he misses the W.
The W and the E. So a bit of misplays on both sides in the bot lane here, but what really matters is who gets this Baron. Oh, steals it back.
That is a 2 Baron steal this game.
And now the fight will go on. Pantheon will, he'll take Galio down with him as well.
Not so
that
sure
man
about
is
that.
crazy on fights, but Echo with the punish appropriately with his mobility and burst damage. He prevents any help coming through and gets a kill himself. So steal over to McMaster University. But Mingos still with tempo at this very moment until they can reset and get their Baron.
So who do we have Baron on? We have Baron on Lulu and Camille.
Camille, just use her slingshot. That could be punishable, but no, I don't think they want to fight so close to the enemy turret. Echo with a possible re-engage. He's looking.
Feels like both teams are looking here. It's going to come down to who pulls the trigger first, maybe.
Yeah, and I think this is going to come down to one more smite fight here when Elder comes up. So what happens when you give up Soul sometimes is you can say, okay, we'll give Soul, that puts Elder on the map, which we can flip the game with.
Yeah, and if you look now, okay, so they're going here for this Echo. He needs to be careful with his ulti. Yep, he's going to be in big trouble.
Heckram's here with the help. Will engage on the misfortune who gets ulted by Lulu. Meanwhile, we see the Echo is in stopwatch trying to buy some time. Thresh will arrive, lands a hook. Pantheon with his own global, and here's a big misfortune ultimate. Galio arrives, but he is late, and now that is a scattered fight that McMaster is happy to take. They will look to engage on Kaisa. No. She is probably dead because she's... Oh, Flash Gale Force heal away.
If she needs to be careful, it looks like Pantheon's going to... Oh, my God, it just tickled her there.
Barely missed with the spear. And she, I think, is... Wait a second. The mobility of Camille could mean a possible chase, but...
Pantheon is zooming. He is not giving up on this Kaisa here.
They're going to find Galio, but misplay by Thresh here. Bad flay, flaying him away, and also did not body block his heroic charge, something like that. So Galio gets away, but very small interaction here. And now
they do have Baron buff on this push here. It looks like they might open up another inhibitor.
Yeah, and I think you give this...
Or sorry, is that the first? Okay. Inhibitor was opened up mid for Mingos there. Okay, so...
And that try is maybe the best inhib you could possibly get because it's opposite of Elder, which is up in about a minute 30 or so. And
it's going to force members to go and respond to those super minions and leaving you with the opportunity to kind of like wait out that wave maybe. But
it's Shen.
I was just going to say, it's Shen. They have double TP on Mingos, and it looks like we're seeing a red TP come in here in the try.
Yeah, Heckram with the engage gets peeled off, and then Echo look to maybe follow up, but nothing will happen. I think Mingos here, since they're first in the mid lane, they can do their best to prevent McMaster from getting any control here in this blue quadrant. So, going to hit their scanners, drop some wards, and make it hard for McMaster to walk in. That is their best chance here.
Elder Drake up in a minute, and it looks like blue team already trying to get set up over there, get some wards down, take their backs right now. But maybe this is not the best time to be getting that reset because, oh man, red team. They're still worried. Like, should red team not be grouped here, making their way towards Dragon to attempt to get some sort of vision control or setup before it's just up and getting taken by Mingos? Like, oh, this just looks like a really bad scenario to be in.
Well, they were here late, and maybe they needed all 5 members to be here before they can even lock arms and walk in here because of the threat of Fog of War. And we see when Kaisa went to base, she was only able to get a I can't think of the name of that. The recurve bow, maybe? Not sure, but she didn't get anything defensive. Kaisa has no sums. Misfortune's Flash is coming up soon. Really important. And
okay, yeah, so it does look like they ended up getting control of River here. It just, to me, it felt like it was late, but I guess I was wrong.
I mean, Mingos got control and then took a reset themselves, so not sure. I mean, some players have to buy things. I thought when Kaisa went to shop, she was going to get a stopwatch as a defensive tool because
Like for this big fight.
yeah, because you need maybe a potion or a stopwatch, something to bolster this fight because I think whoever gets this soul is going to win the game.
You heard it here first, guys. This soul could be the game ender, and it looks like it might be. We have, oh man, it's coming down to the wire again, guys.
Yeah, it's all. We're back in the River Tribe. This is where the LSS likes to take place. The games get ended in one here. And
yeah, they do. It's only a 2K gold lead for McMaster.
Hecarim found Lulu. That's big burst damage. He'll go in. He still has ulti. The Galio ulti comes. Here's a huge onslaught of shadows from Hecarim. The Echo's getting ready to go in. There's the MF ultimate, but Echo can one-tap her. But wait, she stopwatches. The fight actually looks good for Blue here as Echo with a huge ultimate. Oh. He's looking for the Penta. Can he get over the wall? The flash. He's going to Penta this. He's going to Penta this.
Oh my god, that heal though. Let's see that.
It's a kill for Zolfer. Mingos looking for the win off of that.
That is the first pentakill we've seen of the regular season for Season 2 of the LSS here. And man, was it a game changer. They turned the game right there. Like you said, it always takes place in the river. What do you know? Echo turning out and getting a pentakill for Mingos to take away Game 1 for Week 4 of the LSS against McMaster University here. What a game.
What an absolute...
I know for a fact we're going to see that play one more time here. Let's get that bad boy up. And oh my god, we're catching the tail end of it.
We at least get to see the Penta, right? That's the most beautiful moment. This is what we're going to remember when we're telling our grandkids how we tested the Season 2 of League Saturday Series. We're going to talk about that moment, so at least we caught that. But the team fight started... river to mid lane with the Hecarim finding Lulu, chunking her hard. But the most important interaction, MF was channeling ulti, giving Echo a nice W setup. He goes in with that, gets her stopwatch. Now he needed to wait for her to get out of stasis. He dropped a fat ultimate. I saw multiple members get bursted down.
The fattest ultimate I've seen all day.
Oh, for sure. And there we have it, guys. Remember, we talked about the standings. Mingos at 0-3, McMaster University coming out as a contender in this league.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely a team to look out for to win it all, and that is no jokes at all. But we see Mingos taking round one away from them. So the parity in this league shining through again. You never know who's going to win. It all comes down to that execution.
It just comes down to one fight. You cannot make any mistakes in this league at all.
No, at all. Punished. They get punished. And... not to mention the mistakes on the Rift, but in the draft. We saw, I think, some questionable picks and just a really nice draft from Mingos. I think understanding their strengths and weaknesses, putting the game in the hands of the Hecarim, the Echo, and the Kaisa, most importantly, with setup and globals and the other roles. It really
we kind of like sussed it out early. We were like, I'm not so sure about this draft. I'm not so sure about the Lulu. Who's the hyper carry? Something I wonder is if these teams. So did McMaster University, they get a look at the standings. They see Mingos 0-3. They feel like, okay, we can, we can just run some stuff. Let's get this Lulu in the mid lane.
That's a real
and then it comes out where, maybe we underestimated our opponent. I don't want to, I'm just speculating here, but that could be a possibility. These teams are very, very high level teams, much better players than myself at least, and but to see those those things play out in the draft and kind of realize ooh, this isn't looking too good. I don't know. I just wonder maybe it was the MF pick was their first pick, correct? They picked that off because they already saw the Kaisa.
Yep.
Maybe they should have held that out, wait and see what the rest of the enemy team was going to look like. Maybe it was too early. They kind of they took that MF and then maybe saw the other team. They're like, oh, we need a Lulu. And, let's do the double support. But maybe that would have changed their pick for the ADC.
It should have.
So not really sure, but...
Yeah, I don't think they drafted around the misfortune exactly properly. Another glaring weakness in hindsight, which it's easy to speculate about drafts in hindsight. And another thing I hate when... I don't hate. It's tough to blame draft after a game when you get the hindsight bias going. It's so easy to point at mistakes in draft. But you're right, Tri. We were talking about it before the game happened. Your Lulu was solo AP, and that's just not enough. We saw armor getting stacked for the members of Mingos and proper punish.
Yeah, we saw around the 25-minute mark maybe, or 20-minute mark where we saw kind of like team fights happening, and the MF damage was just not there. It
Yeah.
was taking a lot to get down the members of like Hecarim
Because
and
of- yeah.
Galio. They were just so tanky. It was really difficult to get through there. And then we saw that play out in that last fight. The last fight was a huge fight for both teams, but they just didn't have enough to kill the big members of McMaster or of Mingos, and
Yeah.
then the Echo just came back in and just cleaned up so easily.
Yeah, most definitely. And Echo, a nice champion in the MF, a champion that's going to stand still on channel and ultimate gives you W. We already talked about that. But another thing I wanted to highlight for draft on Mingos, it appeared to me that not only top lane but bot lane had better matchup understanding for McMaster University. We saw solo kills happening in either lanes. So when your laners aren't as proficient, you cover that up with your draft, right?
Yeah.
And that's the point I just wanted to make. And now we see a respect ban from McMaster here, taking away the Echo. They are now first pick.
Yeah, I think taking away that Echo there was a good call. We did see Zulfer performing extremely well on Echo, closing out the game with an awesome pentakill.
Can you do it any better than that?
I mean, yeah, if you get a pentakill in the game, what more can you ask for?
Not much at all. He's probably happy. And I know he's grinning as that Echo goes down. The Shen taken away as well. And this could be a Galio ban third.
They just said, forget the global. I just want to play my lane.
And that's why I
Get
think
that
this
shit
third
outta
ban,
here.
this third ban could be okay, and it's going to be a Hecarim. So what I like from McMaster is they're banning 3 pieces that were played. A lot of coaches are stubborn in their ban approach.
Like, we still just got to ban what's
like,
broken.
guys, this is the game plan. We're just going to stick to it. We're the better team. But when you ban 3 champs that were used in game 1, you know those bans are at least going to hit lightly and have some effectiveness. And now McMaster, it's up to them to take this draft into a different route, and they could take the Kaisa if they wanted.
I wonder if we will see the. I'm surprised not to see the Kaisa ban. I feel like they kind of felt like, oh, it wasn't as impactful as the other roles, but I think that's something to be slept on. So I think they really should look to take it here.
If they don't, you can expect Mingos to pick it up in their 1-2. So yeah, we'll see if they run with it.
Yeah,
They
and
will.
there it is.
It's just too good. We don't need to go any further. I think most people watching understand the proficiency of Kaisa. So taking that pick away is major. And remember, the answer I referenced was the Aphelios. Misfortune, I think, is pretty common. You could run a Tristana into this Kaisa. There are some counter matchups that could be really good. We see Olaf sneaking through pick ban because of the ban adjustments that McMaster made. He's a very high priority jungle.
Yeah.
He's very high priority for us when we draft as well. So makes some sense. You could take Galio and flex it here for Mingos too. For some global that got through.
Oh, that would be spicy.
That's a spicy.
Oh,
That's a very spicy second pick.
I like to see it. I do like Rise. Rise is one of those champions that if you know how to play him, he is so impactful, and it's
Exactly.
great to watch a good Rise
Yeah,
do their thing.
hard agree. It's all up to the Rise player. He could
Yeah.
do absolutely nothing, or he could just win the game solo. Another thing about Rise to take note of is he could go in either solo lane, so it's kind of a top mid flex here. And if you're going to go mage for mage, you're happy getting a Victor. Victor, one of the go-to mages, as we know.
Yeah,
He thrives when he does not have a kill lane matchup. And so if him and Rise are just bouncing waves, both champs are going to be happy with that. It's up to just the execution.
Yeah,
there.
I think. If they get, I'm liking the draft here so much better from McMaster. Please take this grave. Your team comp looks insane right now. We're really going to need to see some stuff coming out for Mingos here because, man, like I said, like Rise could really fall flat.
It could.
I don't know if Zulfer has games on Rise, and I don't actually know. Are we going to see Rise? Can Rise be played top still right now?
Yeah, because in competitive, when you draft Rise, you need to have that flex so that, you know what I'm saying? Like, their top might not even play it, but the possibility of it going top has to be a consideration that McMasters takes when they're looking to ban round 2s, because they could ban double support here because they don't know where the Rise is going. They'll ban Akali because it got hovered. The other thing you could ban is another flex solo laner. So, like, you're banning Akali because if Akali and Rise are locked on the same team, they could flip and go either lane, right? So you're either banning supports here or maybe flex picks, or you assume it's mid, hope you don't get punished with the flex.
Yeah, so they banned the. I'm wondering if that Akali ban was like the threat of it just being hovered made them think, let's get it out of here.
Well, that was good hover
But
bait.
yeah,
I mean, if they wanted to pick it, they could have taken it third. They opt into Ashe here into Kaisa, so pretty interesting. And this last ban, I still like. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say I still like Galio,
they
but
banned Twitch here. Is that a? That's a BN. That's a cocky
AP Twitch
ban
support.
there. AP Twitch support. Get that shit out of here.
You never seen that?
No,
It's
I
annoying.
don't ever
I
wanna
don't
see
think
it.
it's the most effective support pick, but
It's just one of those ones you see come out and sometimes just do an insane amount of work because it's just unexpected.
and Ash Arrow plus then Twitch appears
yeah,
right
yeah.
next. Yeah, yeah. Who knows? They've done their research more than we have, so we'll have to trust them here. What's this fourth pick gonna be? A very reliable support pick in Alistar, offers both engage and disengage. Quite tanky. Nice pairing with Ashe. And now you're going to have to blind your top laner here for McMaster. The Camille is taken away. The Darius is taken away. Some good blind tops are like Gnar, Aatrox, Gangplank.
The Volley Bear, okay.
Volley can go top. Okay.
So they take support here. What do we think we're going to see?
Leona's on the table. Nautilus is on the table. But you're in the Alistar.
Yeah, I think Nautilus not necessarily the best look here for the Alistar. Leona is just one of those ones, man. It's so easy to execute. It just feels good to play Thresh.
Thresh, really nice answer into the Alistar because you can flay the Alistar away from his engage combo, I think. Or a good Thresh, I think, can.
Mhm.
And you also have some engage for yourself here. Not to mention added mobility. The Lantern for the Victor could be crucial. And, okay, so what are we going to see into Volibear? I know Jax is a bit of an answer. Cho'Gath likes the tank v tank matchups.
Yeah.
Cho'Gath, I think, might be sleeper OP in the top lane in terms of tanks.
Okay.
I think he just...
For the execute damage plus the sustain.
Yeah, like he'll win the tank v tank matchup with his sustain and the way he can chip you out. But the changes that they made to Chem Tank, I think, helped Cho'Gath a lot because you
What
still
changes did they make?
they made it so that the passive on the item
Mhm.
is, I think, ability haste, so cooldown. And they
Okay.
changed around the way the passives work on the mythic tank items, and it really benefited a Cho'Gath that wants to go Chem Tank. So we'll have to see if he goes Chem Tank versus Sunfire, and what kind of impact he can have on the game here. So, what are your thoughts here in this 5v5 try?
I think the 5v5 for McMasters just looks really good here. I like the Graves. I like the Victor. I like the Kaisa. I'm not like what the Ashe pick in a Kaisa. Like Ashe is so immobile. I know she has ultimate, but man, I don't know. It's pretty easy unless it's set up really, really nicely for Kaisa to be dodging that ultimate for the setup, especially in lane with her E mobility as well as ulti mobility. Maybe she could be catching like the Victor late game, but even then, Graves as well, a dash. Depending on if it's the way Ashe ulti works and how it can set up a team, it's pretty readable. Like if you see a team posturing, like you could tell if a team is posturing for an Ashe ult engage. And if you're ready for that, it's not that hard to dodge unless she's like really right up in your face.
Right.
Which at that point she's probably out of position against this team looking for thresh hooks, volley setup, anything like that.
Okay.
But we do see Kaisa taking the cleanse here.
Yeah, cleanse on Kaisa is going to be crucial. Wait a second. I don't know if I love the cleanse here. It works on Ashe Arrow, of course, and that could be the sole reason why.
Could work
Other
on
than that,
Rise as well.
the Rise stun, right. But
Point click.
if it's just those two, not sure about cleanse, but I think Ashe Arrow means you should take it. And one more thing I wanted to point out about Mingos' composition. This kind of looks to me like Olaf plus 4 support composition.
You just slow, CC, knock up, silence, and just
Exactly.
let Olaf just slap away for free.
Right, so Rise is the late game insurance plus wave clear to stall the game out. But the rest is all about the Olaf. And I believe Olaf into Graves is favorable for the Olaf in that matchup. It'll come down to who opens up on who and things like that. But the mid jungle 2v2, which I often express is the most important component of draft, I would actually give to Mingos here because you have Rise with the reliable point and click stun plus an Olaf. If you can close the gap for the Olaf, he should be able
Yeah.
to find success. So I think it really falls on.
We
I'm
don't
sorry.
really have like that
Adam
much like
Superman.
hard CC on McMaster as well. I mean, we have the hook, we have the volley set up right, but like, is that considered hard CC?
Volley, yeah. Especially with Flash. Like in competitive play, Volley needs Flash, I think, in
Yeah.
order to really get a significant stun. But, that's every 5 minutes. And when he does do that Flash stun, it can be very impactful. You have Thresh for follow-up. But, yeah, not too much hard CC. They just have really strong scaling champions, plus, Volibear Thresh for setup. I think the success of Olaf is the most important thing by far in this game to look out for.
Okay, I'm wondering if there are ways to shut this Olaf down, and like really keep him out of this game. Because like you said, if it's kind of a everybody support Olaf comp, shutting him down, like you'd have to do it really damn hard for it to actually be impactful here. Because if you're looking at all the CC options, the slow, the just any crowd control on Mingos, and then Olaf has got his ulti going, he's
That's
going to run you down regardless of how hard you shut him down in the early game. And it's hard to shut him down because he's
It
so
is.
good at those early skirmishes in the
Yeah.
river and in jungle.
That's
So
exactly right. It makes it difficult. Olaf is not a champion where he is on his path of destruction. It's hard to just go in his way. Like you
Yeah.
need to find him when he's vulnerable. When is that? My answer would be late game, but then you have the Rise scaling late game. So
yeah.
you need to somehow stun. You need to find an Olaf mistake, punish it, set him back slightly, and then go late, I think.
All right, we'll see if these teams can bring it out here in game 2 of week 4. Sorry, game 1. How do I word this? Match 1,
Match
game,
one, game
2.
That's
Will
right.
it be a 2-0 or are we going to see another game 3? Last week we saw 2 game 3s and they were the first game 3s of the season.
Can we make it 3 in a row?
Can we make
Try?
it 3 3s in a row, boy?
That would be like Christmas for us at One Life to Play here, as we love our game 3s.
It feels like Christmas every Saturday when we get in here and we get to watch some excellent amateur games of League of Legends. And man, I love it. Already, again, Mingos this time running around as a 5-man unit looking for a little something something.
Oh yeah, they want to scrap. Olaf first. He's just looking to swing axes at anybody in his path, but they have been discovered. And we do see a 2-man invade on their own red side here coming out from the Volley Bear Graves duo. They'll be able to get a ward down and possibly even start red. But no. Graves will recall, get his sweeper. And yeah, so I think as long as Olaf is full clearing, power farming, rushing level 4, and then showing up to Drake, he will be set up for success looking at the team comp of Mingos. But what do we know, Triad said? It comes down to execution and probably a
Man,
team fight in the
the
river.
whole game could go one way, and then all of a sudden we've got that 5th fight in the river at Dragon, and boom, a huge comeback from another team with a sick pentakill. And, I don't know. These games are just, I love them.
Yep.
I love them.
Not to mention double Baron steal. So steal and then a steal
I
back.
know, right?
Like-
Come on. Last game was wild.
That was wild. And now it's looking like Volibear getting the best of this this matchup here. So with Cho'Gath, it's like he can heal on when he kills minions, but if you're constantly pressuring him and you can prevent him from getting his passive sustain, then the lane could be your favorite. But Cho'Gath really good at just holding on. If you're going to push into him, he'll just soak the wave and heal it up.
Yeah, that's something you see. I mean, that's why I think this matchup here in the top lane is just going to be really good for Cho'Gath because it's just the harass. Volibear, if he tries to make plays go in, he gets silenced, gets knocked up, and then any damage that Cho does take will just be healed. Decent looking setups for ganks. Oh my god, that damage though. I was not expecting that, I'll be honest.
Yep, that's
Oh!
Oh, flash for flash, and Nathaniel Lemire is
So
happy
this-
he didn't die there.
This is a huge. Look at this Olaf on his way already. I knew as soon as I saw him that low and the wave is up against Cho's tower. It's not looking good for volley, but I think he suspects something, and he's already backing off from this Olaf.
Yeah, good awareness by Volibear and great call try. As we saw, Olaf did go for a check there. Volibear with no flash would be a pretty easy target depending on how low he was. And yeah, we see a press the attack Doran's ring start for Volley. So, uh-oh, this could be lethal. Anyway, press the attack Doran's ring is all about that burst trade that we saw. If you get pressed, you get your E land, you get a Q stun, and a W. That burst is absolutely insane.
Dude, I have not seen damage like that from Volibear. I don't play enough top lane, so seeing that at level 2 or 3, whatever that was, just shocked me.
Yep. Oh,
Oh, he
great
needs to be
dodge
here. Oh,
by
but here
Weshamani.
comes Olaf.
Yep, Olaf is back. It's 2v1, but Cho'Gath could go down. He's trying to kill minions to get a bit of health back, and it's just a walk fest. They're just walking at each other. No one has any mobility, but Volley's Q comes up just in time. He will be able to trade, and you take that from West Chamansi. That is pretty worth to 2v1 and take one down with you.
Is it, though? Is it worth it? Yeah. If you're in that scenario, it's of course you want to get that trade kill, but now
Oh, you're
you
talking
got
about
to kill over to Olaf. I think that the Cho is saying to himself right now, guys, that was so
We
worth.
take that. Yeah,
Yeah.
you know what, Chai? You might be right. Maybe I should have reconsidered the team compositions because, yeah, kill onto Olaf is very significant here. And when you're giving one over to Volley, you just hope that your Cho can hang on with that. You
So
should be able
Olaf
to.
took Gromp here, and now it looks like he's making the base, but Graves taking his Gromp and Wolf, so he's going to come back with some camps missing. If he's lucky, maybe he can catch Graves as he's kind of like hanging out in the jungle here, but nope, Graves already on his way out. And as I'm looking at the mini-map, we're going to see another kill in the top lane.
Possibly, as we see. They could play Ring Around the Rosie here. That Q rundown from the Volibear is going to be enough for him to close the gap on Cho'Gath in the isolated 1v1. So Wetch Chamansi here again displaying better matchup understanding and punishing the Cho'Gath. Now, is it going to be the Volley pop-off is my next question. We see Olaf did enter his...
Is that a thing? The volley pop-off? I've never heard any. Guys, watch out for the volley pop-off this game.
not so much. Here's Olaf with the response. If he could take down Kaisa here, that would be pretty crucial.
He's gonna
but
with another
Victor, oh, he does take out Kaisa, but Victor's here to help. But there's just more red members. That's another kill on Olaf. The one member we decided to look out for. But because Graves was able to counter his entire blue side and he ran right to about half of the map, they might fight over Raptors here.
Yeah.
Or Olaf could possibly be starved a bit.
Yeah, it is looking rough for Olaf as far as getting these camps goes. It looks like he does have... He's getting Raptors here.
Yeah, he's getting Raptors, and Graves, I think, would be too low to contest, and is also covering this Crash here bot. As Kaisa arrives, they could look to 3v2, but he will just take a recall. And now, in my opinion, I think Olaf... Well, never mind. I was going to say, you invade his blue side again, try and get those camps on respawn before he gets there, but then you're entering the territory of the 2-1 Volibear, and that means, you probably don't want a 2v2 with your Volley and Cho, because Volley is quite ahead. So instead, he will just take his own red camps, look to power farm, and get his level 3 blue side here, and he will be down a bit of farm, but if he can get these camps, he'll be just fine with the 2 kills he has. Olaf scooping that crab. Outline looking at
the
the but
flash.
there's the flash from the Rise setting up the Olaf. This is what we talked about. The reliable point-and-click CC plus so Olaf can kill most champions at this stage of the game. It's so easy to do. And now Olaf is off to the races, but the entire team comp built around his success. And we saw Adam Suki last game try, put the game on his back. He stole Baron. He did so much work on the Hecarim. Ultimately, it was Zulfer with the pentakill, but do not forget about Adam
Oh my god, and this
Suki
damage. Oh, and the slam dunk from Volibear there.
Beautiful play sequence here from Volibear, knowing that he can R right over the Cho'Gath Q. There's no interrupt during the animation, so you just wait for it to come out and go for the dunk. Cho'Gath could have maybe flashed it, but it could have maybe gotten follow flashed by Volibear. Now we see Cho'Gath bleeding out here, giving plates, losing CS. That's going to be an issue for Mingos.
Yeah, we could take a little look at some of the CS differences here, as well as what items we got brewing for our champions here. Ooh, we might see a little bit of a tussle here. And
Yeah.
they need to be careful. This is not a good 2v1 for
Olaf is
Olaf.
just taking this, and he just gets eaten by the Volibear burst. That's not the 2v2 you want to take here, but he wanted his red buff. Now the pursuit from Graves.
Man, Sekiro putting out a lot of damage there on Cho'Gath as well. They need to be careful. That was shut down going over to the Volibear, who is now 4-1. Just got the shutdown on Olaf. He is definitely scary now. After I mocked you for the Volibear pop-off, he is doing it as we speak.
Well, this reminds me of reworked Volibear, which every game he popped off because, you know, there's no really fighting into him. So terrible memories coming back to me as I see this Volibear is probably going to complete his Sunder, if I'm not mistaken, and look to just scrap.
So we have Drake coming up in 1:20, and it's going to be an Ocean Drake. I think they need to... Olaf is kind of hanging out near Herald. I think they need to maybe be looking to do some plays over here. If he gets a pink down, grab some vision, he might be able to solo it. It seems like neither team is really putting any emphasis on Herald so far this game.
Yeah, I think Graves is eyeing up that top crab, and then he will be rushed to make it back to Drake. And we see red team here, Mingos getting some control of the river. Their eyes are set on that Drake. The fact that the first one went over to McMaster is not great for Mingos because they need that soul clock as fast as possible because Olaf is their engine for the early game. And that's where he thrives. He thrives when you have to walk into him, of course. And so, yeah, Mingos really needs this Drake too, I think.
Yeah, so no TP for either top laners here and TP on Rise. So depending on the setup here, 30 seconds for Drake. It might be a good Drake look for Olaf. With not much threat of a response from Volibear, which is pretty much the only member of McMaster right now who is really strong.
And this time the flash will come out from the Cho'Gath. He remembered last time how bad that one hurt. Getting chunked up, but we'll be able to heal a bit. And yeah, just having a terrible time in the top lane. I feel for you.
Yeah, it's a 4-1 on this Volibear. Oh, man, and the flash setup, and he's going down again. This Volibear is insane.
Yeah, the burst from the volley, his flash is such a crucial cooldown for him. It's so effective. You can drop an E on top of them, flash to guarantee the E. You know your press is going to hit at that point.
And Volibear does have TP up now, so they need to be careful here. It looks like there is going to be no attempt to contest this, but... Man, I saw a threatening play incoming there.
I think what Graves is doing is he'll give that one Drake. He got their team the first one, which is great. It gives them 5 minutes of time. He's looking to farm gap this Olaf and just secure the mid to late fall off here because if Graves can complete 2 items around the same time as Olaf, I think at that point 2 items is where Graves just kind of starts to outscale the matchup depending on execution. Here's a nice Rise ulti setup. We'll get the cleanse from the Kai'Sa. Now it's a 3v1 on the Thresh. He looks dead. I think they want to give this to Rise, and it will go over to Zulfer getting himself on the board. He's deathless. He is farming well, almost 10 a minute.
Yeah,
he's on his way back to
good ulti
base.
there. Well executed. Pushes the Kai'Sa out with a big chunk of burst, and then just focusing the Thresh. I think really good thought out play there, but... something I'm noticing right now, and the biggest thing is that the level disadvantage that Mingos has right here. We've got a 2-level lead in the top lane as well as a level lead in almost every other lane other than mid. So they need to be careful here. Farm is not too far off in these lanes, but the deaths here on Cho'Gath are so punishing for his experience.
Yeah, Cho'Gath really needs to just hang in there, and we see, as you mentioned it, he's getting zoned away from XP. Just going to have a hard time in this game, but it's okay. He did his job as Shen, and he can hopefully look to do his job on the Cho'Gath. It's just you got a big bear who is very angry right in front of you.
You see the Herald coming down mid lane, going to get some plates here, but here comes Olaf. So Gonna get that hit, but
Rise can flash to win the 2v2 here. Okay. Because I think, like, if Rise...
Oh, the
here
Ash
comes
Arrow.
Ash Arrow. Yeah, a bit late. Could have been a decent look. You know, if you Ash Arrow someone and they're on the same screen as Olaf, they probably will.
yeah,
At least you have to burn
I
some.
say this about Ash Arrow all the time. I hate to see it. It just gets under my skin. Why are we sending cross-map arrows so often? I see it in solo queue games. I see it with my friends who play Ash. Everybody wants to hit that. Fired it from base, hoping to set something up, but it's like, now that's on cooldown. Why aren't you just using that in lane to get a kill? You could set up for Olaf. You just hit that the Ash ulti on Thresh, and Olaf's there, and boom, free kill. Now you get pressure. You take some plates, but instead you're firing it from base with the hopes that, okay, maybe it's going to hit somebody in 10 seconds when from when I fired it.
I hear you, Try. We have a beautiful Hex Flash play coming from Alistar to set up Zulfer, get him another kill, and now Graves could possibly be out of position, but he's
I don't think
booking
they
it.
knew he was there at that very moment.
Oh,
Oh,
he goes for the one shot, and my dog's dead, barely lives. And yeah, just a great setup play from Alistar. He went into Raptor's pit, Hex flashed under the turret of Victor, bopped him right out into arm's reach of Rise. And now Zulfer here on the Rise, that's another kill. He is the late game engine of the comp. So the Olaf is the early game for Mingos. The Rise is the late game, and both of these champions fragging out.
oh, and that Rise damage is already there, baby, because did you see that burst?
That is some burst, and he still has to bank and complete his mythic too. And we see another Rise chunk. Rise. Oh, here's
see,
that
that's what I'm
you're
talking
talking
about for
about.
Zalt.
Try. What's the setup? Olaf will get hooked. Not sure about ultimate. He's force flash away. Here's the raid boss. It's the volley bear. He's not taking much damage. Ash with no flash needs to keep her distance. It will diffuse here in the mid lane. And we got another even game on our
Damn,
hands.
unfortunately, it looked like the team wasn't ready for that Ash arrow. It probably came out without a call, and they kind of reacted. It was more reactive than preemptive, and I think a lot of that duration was spent going, oh, it hit, let's go. And they could have gotten that kill if they were ready.
Yep, when you're Ash arrowing, you need Rise to be within arm's reach, possibly, or an Alistar follow-up. Otherwise, you're not going to one-shot that target. But at least she did use it, you know, with a good possibility of hitting. You were talking about the chances of it hitting is what's most important here. And the argument I would make on a long-range Ash arrow is that the stun is longer. Am I right? The longer the arrow travels.
Yes.
But that's just
It's not usually
that's a
worth
bait,
it.
right? A new bait.
Yeah, I think it is.
Okay. I probably have to
I've done
agree.
it. I do it. It's fun. Like when you're like, okay, guys, I'm sending it here, and it hits, and they're stunned for 30 seconds. You feel like a goddamn boss, American Sniper up in here. Oh,
There's
but look at this
another
volley.
flash. Forces the Rise flash, and he just...
See
He
you later.
drops the volley flash is too reliable. The TP came in. You saw Rise get his phase rush and book top. He thought maybe he could live, but volley with the move speed from his Q and TP along with flash means that Rise will go down. But he gets to pick up his mythic. We'll have to see how much damage he could do when he gets back.
Man, you were so right. Volibear is a raid boss right now. They need to be really careful around him, but he does have a 500 gold shutdown.
Olaf with a decent opening here. Should be able to take down Thresh and might look for more targets as we see Ash opening up on Kaisa. That's a bit of a 1v1 here. It's all about the Drake pick. Can Olaf get in there and smite it?
Ash ult him in the face. Let's go.
I think that's what happened. He will use his ulti. It goes over to blue team. That's McMaster University. The fight's going to come out. Here's Rise with the big burst. He takes out Victor, and I think he's going to just keep going. If anyone can kill Volibear, it's Rise, but they actually just can't. Volley tanks everything. Graves doing a ton of damage. Even Kaisa's here to join the fight. That's a double kill
man.
for Sekiro. Volibear just tanked way too much. You saw, see,
This Volibear is a menace. Let's take another look at this play.
He
Oh my
has
god, the
that-
Ash arrow to the face means nothing when you have fucking
He
1,000 HP, or you have 5,000 HP.
he has that hoodie, that blue hoodie, the green hoodie, doing a ton of work here. 280 damage. Rise Qs are just not really even chunking.
Not
him.
even a little bit.
And that is just unfair by all accounts.
Wow. Wow. Someone's
now-
got to take that shutdown from him if they're going to look to get into this game. We need to get some of those items on Ash. Maybe we're going to see a Bork next, probably, from Ash. I would guess. I don't know, but
No.
why not?
Hurricane. You need wave clear. You need to be able to kill waves fast on Ash. So you need Hurricane also spreading your Attacks, I think, slows
For the
multiple
Q.
members.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And that's just very valuable.
Oh,
Here's
surprise!
the Flash Alley combo. Pretty clean is going to set up. Wait a second.
Oh my
That was
God.
nasty. He just drops his load, walks away.
That feels so bad to be that Rise there. It looked like such a great setup, and it just bit him in the butt. And now Venerated picking up another kill, and they're going to get this mid tower and a setup. And here comes Volibear.
Volibear with the ulti onto the Ashe will just kill her.
Push him into the
Tank
tower. He
turret.
doesn't care.
He is the fullback for the Graves who's doing all the damage here outside of Venerated and his lasers. And yeah,
Wow.
feels really bad for Zulfer on that setup play. You got to take that.
Yeah.
I like the coordination. I like how fast it was.
No,
was a
it looked
snap play.
so guaranteed for that.
But it was the Victor burst along with a couple tower shots, making Zulfer reconsider that kind of play. Uh-oh. Zulfer looking to ward. Will face check a Thresh, means he gets hooked and burst down. KVB will take it. He says, give me that. That was my hook. And now we have a bit of siege here. This is where Olaf is weak. Olaf is weak in situations like this. He's awful in the ARAM. When you can see him, he's in the lane. You can just kite him out. All he can really do is run at you. There's no setup CC here.
McMaster is doing a great job of taking this lead and trying to pressure them as much as they can. They need to suffocate them out of this game if they don't want to let them kind of like scale into the late. Rise and Ashe can definitely have the damage to take to chip away at this Volibear, but it's going to take a while. So McMaster, they need to make sure that that's not getting to that point. They're taking this lead that they have, and they're just shoving it down their throats until they take the win.
And that's how you play League of Legends, baby. You find your advantages, you use them as tools, you shut the game out, kill the Nexus as fast as possible so that we don't see any Elder Dragon shenanigans going on. And it's all about the time efficiency here. But you know who's really coasting in this game? It's the Graves Victor mid-jungle duo. Not to mention Kaisa. Those three actually don't mind if the game goes late. So that's their insurance here. But 7K gold lead. Everybody's feeling good for McMaster University. They want to take game 3.
We just see them clearing up some vision here. Dragon not up for another minute and 20. But they got Volibear down here in the bot lane. TP's up. He's applying pressure. I'm not entirely sure what the play is here. Are we just waiting for this next Drake, trying to control our waves, get vision down, and make a play here around Dragon?
Yeah, definitely. I think, you have Volley TP if you want. He could go top, and that could be your setup for Drake, right? No one can really deal with him, and if he wants to TP in, then bang, you'll take that 5v5. I think McMasters has every intention to put themselves on sole point here. And I do think it would be hard for Mingos to even contest. They could maybe consider giving, but a lot of teams hate giving that third Drake over.
It feels really
Understandably so.
Yeah. It's just the threat of, oh, okay, if the next one's free for them, then they get soul.
Yep. It's amazing how in League, like, time can be pressure. So it's like if you get the third Drake, that's 5 minutes of we kind of need to act, and that puts pressure on the players from Mingos here. So we'll have to see what decision they'll make here if they want to contest. We see Cho'Gath leaving base, Rise and Ashe dealing with minions here. I don't think it's contested. Olaf is in the top quadrant. He's running towards Baron, so it's a give.
Yeah, it looks like so. Volibear hanging out in the top lane. Remember, he does have TP, though, so they're going to need to be careful of that if they do look to contest this Dragon at all. But yeah, Olaf and Cho just in the top. Maybe they're looking for this shutdown on Volibear. Can they get it, though, or can he 2v1 them?
He could probably 2v1 them. Maybe a Rise ulti could come help support it, but Rise is not even really hurting Volley much yet. He might need some pen here. Yeah, I actually think Rise needs to consider some magic pen, even a Void Staff, or if not...
Sooner rather than later.
Yeah. And now could be the lull state, Try. We have McMaster University, no rush to play Baron because they do have the Soul coming up. But if they want to take their 6K gold lead and play for Baron. That could be a 60-40 play that they are happy to take, maybe even 70-30 depending on their setup. So we'll have to see, is McMaster going to set up Baron in between Drake 3 and 4, or are they going to put their eggs in that soul basket, because that could maybe just guarantee the win. But if there's anyone that can cut through soul,
I'm
Rise
thinking
is
it's
one of the
Mountain Soul.
champs. Yeah, it's
So
yeah.
if they're looking, I think McMaster's saying we need this soul here. Soul means game. Mountain Soul means easier Baron, means taking.
Peppa Paul will get the Graves flash, and Ash Arrow just misses again. That would have been a major connect, and possibly a shutdown if that hits.
Oh, and that wasn't going to hit anyway, but does get the Ash flash.
That's a respect flash there. Here, Chandler Clark. You hate to see it, and you love to see it, because if that hook hits, do you die? Then you say you should have flashed that.
Yeah.
But the one thing you can look at is, I believe Thresh's model will face where he's going to hook during the channel. That can give you some information on whether or not you need to flash there. But when it happens in the spur of the moment so quickly, you see that thing coming at you, you just hit the F key and get the heck out. Rise with some chip damage. Here's that volley flash again. He will ulti for the stomp on the Rise here. And he's still going. That's a double. Cho is next on the docket. He will easily pick that up. That's a triple here for Wexchamanchini. And
what are we going to see them do now? Are they running straight to Baron? If they look for Baron here, they could potentially look to close out the game on the next big fight.
Yep.
So they definitely are. Volibear just hanging out here. He says, I don't give a crap. I'm just doing a little bit of taunting.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a free Baron for McMaster University.
Yep, he's just taking a nap here. He looked like a rug there. As we're taking another look here at the triple. It's the volley flash. Every 5 minutes, this guy is just creating advantages for his team. Olaf cannot respond in time. Cho'Gath left to just simply die. And that's Baron for McMaster. Now, Baron, 2 minutes before your Drake Soul. This is perfect sequence of events happening now for McMaster University. This looks like the closeout portion of the game. Now the test for them is how cleanly can they close this game? Whereas for Mingos, the question is, can Rise Giga Smurf this game in 1v9? It looks very
I don't think
hard.
so.
Yeah.
9-1 Volibear. The amount of damage he's doing with the amount of HP he has, he's so hard to kill. This game would have to go to level 18 full builds for this Rise to get through Volibear, I think, and I don't think it's going to make it there.
No, I don't think so either. The volatility of Elder Dragon after Soul goes down just means the games are going to end. They're not going to get level 18 full items. Probably, right? I mean, just because of the strength of of Elder, I don't think Rise is going to get there.
Yeah, we have TP on Volibear. Dragon's up in a minute, and he's posturing top lane while the rest of the team is looking like a mid-bot area of the map. They want to look for this dragon with Volibear on the opposite side of the map. TP is available, but, you know, how much are they trying to pressure with this Baron at the moment? It seems like everyone's kind of scrambled.
Yeah,
are they looking for a fight here? Are they just looking to shove mid in, or?
That's a great question you brought up, Try, is how do you use your Baron efficiently while you're prioritizing Drake? If you have Baron, the best place to be is in all 3 lanes, buffing your minions, right? That's how you get the most out of your Baron. When you dip into the river to take Soul, you're losing some efficiency on the Baron. So a lot of teams, like, ideally they want Graves to be able to solo Drake while they're pressuring lanes, making it unanswerable. But obviously Mingos is not going to let that happen. So how much of their Baron clock are they going to use on this Soul? In my opinion, you just use Baron to guarantee Soul. It's fine. You'll get the next Baron if you get Soul. So no need to really pressure 3 lanes. I think you just play Drake here.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the map here. I don't see where Volibear is.
Maybe he's gone.
Yeah, he just left. Okay, he was in base shopping for the last 2.5 minutes,
Oh,
I guess.
we can't see base.
Yeah, we can't see base.
I thought he just
But I mean,
left
he
the
must
game.
have, I was looking for a while. He was sitting in base for a while. But free Drake going over to McMaster. They now have a Mountain Soul. They still have Baron buff for a little bit at least. And man, is it looking good for them right now.
And if you look at the staggering of objectives here, so if it were up to Mingos, they would have the objective spawn at the exact same time. Oh, we have a hook land here, and that's going to be Ash going down immediately to Jaeger here as he picks up one. Is he going to ult over? Sakura will hop over, but it could walk into Rise. And
Volibear's making his way into mid. Baron buff is gone, but man, this game is looking really grim for Mingos, and I'm going to say it right now. I predict we're going to a Game 3 for the first matchup of the day.
Wow, that's bold.
Oh, man.
Wait a second. Graves getting hooked, or I'm sorry, headbutt Paul under turret, and that's Rise going to be the shutdown. Rise needs to continue this sequence here if he wants to get his team back in the game, but it's up to his setup members, and I think McMaster University is wise enough to retreat here, but this means a lot of minion cleanup for Mingos here as they can maybe scrape together some gold to flip the game at Seoul.
I jinxed him.
Yeah, caster curse.
Yep.
So try it. Anytime you're wrong about anything, just say, oh, a caster curse.
Oh, caster curse.
So if I'm like, oh, yeah, you know, Rise is going to get this kill, and then he doesn't, I'm just going to say, oh, I caster curse. I'm like, literally, it was me that did it.
It feels like it was. The
like,
moment I said they're going to win, Graves getting picked there, losing their pressure they had with just the play in general, the wave control and everything, it's kind of stalled out the game a little bit longer.
But the timers could not be worse for Mingos, as we see the Kite. Kite's a heads up, 1v2 against the Ash. The Olaf here to respond, but he is right in front of the raid boss. Raid boss smacking away here. TP's coming in. They're going all in. This is Mingos. They need to kite the volley, but they simply can't. The choke flashes in for the bite. He can't get anything. He just goes down. Volibear under turret.
He does not care.
He looks comfortable under there. He is still going. That's the shield. He will flash.
10 tower shots later.
The hook will land, and I think that is the closeout here, Try.
100%. That is game. No way Rise is stopping this at all. That is a 4-0, and McMaster going to close out the game with that huge play right there. Dude. Volibear took like 10 tower shots.
Yeah.
And they say we're not done yet. Rise, we'll see you later.
Yeah, and Graves diving fountain. And it just looks good for McMaster University. I think some draft adjustments, some gameplay adjustments, better matchup knowledge here.
Oh, yeah.
And
oh, it's a juicy one. They said, Ash, get over here, baby. Wow. So we are officially going to Game 3 for McMaster University versus Mingos. And wow, I like to see it. I predicted it. Caster curse, not a thing. Proved it right now, right here. I'm excited to get into this next draft.
I can't wait. I want to see the draft right now. Like, hurry up, players, because this Game 3 is going to be hype.
Oh, yeah.
So, and I think one thing to be critical of Mingos here, they played a really great Game 1, but in Game 2, their top laner seems to be getting... He's being drafted for the comp, not for the matchup, it seems.
Yeah.
And he needs to understand that when you are getting the losing matchup, you need to minimize here. There are some trades he could have taken better or just avoided. You give up a handful of farm, a dozen CS in the first 5-10 minutes, and you try to limit the amount of kills, because when Volley was able to complete Sunder and get Spirit Visage Kindle Gem for that river fight where Rise could not touch him, that basically won them the game, and we saw the amount of damage Volley was able to do in this game. He was the key factor, the winning point for McMaster.
Yeah, it was crazy. I said it right in the beginning of the game. He said, are we going to see the Volley pop-off? I said, the Volley pop-off? No way. And what do you know? He goes 9-1, if I'm not mistaken.
11-1.
11-1, and just absolutely demolishes that game. He was so unkillable. He did so much damage. Man, if I was watching that game for the first time of seeing Volibear, I'd be like, yo, what is up with this champion? Taking like 10 tower shots, not giving a hoot. Just staying in there, doing so much damage, closing out the game off of a huge dive. It felt like they're bopping him back into the next tower, but he doesn't care. He's just ping-ponged in between two towers, taking shots, but it doesn't matter.
No, it didn't matter. The Volley got too big. too tanky and just completely won them the game off of. It all started in the lane phase here, so I have to give lane phase to McMaster University, but that's okay. You don't need the best laners with the matchup knowledge that they can find advantages. You need to draft around it. So I'm looking for maybe Mingos to protect their top laner a bit more, maybe with some bans, like Volibear could be a good ban depending on the matchup, or maybe
I would
draft
ban
him
that Volibear out
an
real
even
quick.
safer pick. And we'll have to see the adjustments these teams make. And it seems like McMaster maybe got hit by an uppercut in the early round, and then in draft 2 they said, okay, try hard mode. They pulled out the book, and we'll have to see if Mingos can now make adjustments and surprise them once more time to take the upset victory here, which would completely flip the league around in terms of standings, because again, we are so close between these teams.
Yeah, it really is.
And
It's so close here. We could probably bring the standings up real quick while we're waiting for these two teams to get into champ select. But man, it's really shaking things up. Every single one of these games matters. If you take a look here, we've got 4 teams with tied up records for second place. You know, every match counts. If we see either of these teams win, they're going to move up a slot. Potentially, we don't know what's happening off stream just yet. We'll get those things in here before we're done for the day, so we will know. But, man, this is going to be such a close standings for who's going to make it to playoffs. It's going to come down to every single game.
Absolutely. Yeah. And
I love to see it.
When you have, like, groups or you have round robins that only top 4 go, similar to ours, it really means that every game matters. And, you know, the winner of this game, I believe... This is just a guess, but if Mingos wins, they're probably alive, and if they lose, they're probably out.
Yeah.
I mean, 0-4, how could you...
It's too hard to come back from.
Like, maybe on paper they have like, X amount of scenarios where they could come back, but...
No, it's hard, I think,
0-4,
right? It's too hard. The 0-4, based off the way the other teams are going, it's going to be really hard to come back.
They'd have to win their... How many games of...
But even then, does it guarantee, because
other teams
they
would need a ton of help.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
there's scenarios where maybe they could live, but
Yeah.
they're probably out if they lose this game. So it comes down to one map, one more draft, one more game on the rip for Mingos to stay alive here. But McMaster, they want to take that second spot solely to themselves. Mad City at 3-0, they could look to go improve to 3-1. We already know they're a contender in this league, but they could really solidify that with a win here.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to see the Zillion and the Oriana band for Mingos and Shen Echo for McMaster. I think the Shen Echo still a good pick. That first game, it was so impactful. That team comp they run, they don't want to run into that again in game 3.
And now, are you going to red side third ban Kaisa, or you just give it? I think Kaisa is 0... I'm sorry. Kaisa's 1-1 in this series.
I think they ban it right here. I think Mingos will take it. I know we didn't really see it pop off in either game, but it's still a threat, you know. And I maybe think not banning it here, it's being slept on a little bit.
I agree. The Hecarim ban, taking that away from Adam here is important, but I think Adam can play many junglers well. He looked fine on the Olaf. He was proficient. He was getting kills. He was getting a lead. Graves did gap him in farm, but it was kind of the price he paid for his activity in the early game, and it became a team game afterwards. So giving over the Kaisa. Here's the Tristana. I've been waiting to see this because Tristana is an answer to Kaisa, and you know
I like
this is
it.
This is your pocket. Pull out the sleeve pick. How do you think this matchup goes just looking at marksman here?
There has to be respect in the lane, because Tristana is one of those champions where you'll be fighting in lane, and then at level 4 randomly you just get one shot and you're like, what the hell was that? And it's really hard to, you know, unless you play that champion, it's really hard to predict the damage, because it's all about the autos setting up on the bomb.
Right,
and with Kaisa early, if you get a full stack bomb on her, she doesn't really have the damage to keep up with that, and it can turn a fight like that. You feel like, oh, I'm winning this trade, I'm Kaisa, I need my one more auto for the 5th proc, and then boom, now I'm like 1/3 HP and I'm running for my life. It's definitely a volatile lane there. It's a good pick into the Kaisa, but again, if the Kaisa can make it through lane without giving up kills and makes it late, it's still going to be really hard for the Tristana. She has to come out of laning phase ahead, I think, with kills and items.
Okay.
And yeah.
So The other thing to look at here, though, is we see Elise and Akali get locked, two very spicy champions. We got to see the support matchup, right? Because I think, well, most players would agree the supports kind of dictate the actual trade patterns of the lane versus, the kill threat. Do you have catch? Do you have sustain? Do you have an enchanter? Do you have an engage? We got to see who the supports are before we revisit that. But Elise and Akali, double AP jungle mid here. Lots of kill threat, and that volley is getting through again for
Yeah, that's
McMaster.
scary.
And this looks like a pretty powerful 1-2-3 for McMaster. For Mingos, you want to take an AP jungler into Graves. He stacks armor with true grit, so it's hard to kill him with AD champion. You want to one-shot him. So Cocoon into one-shot, great way to deal with Graves.
Elise is just another champion that I like to see.
Yeah.
She is a high skill cap champion. To see her played at her very best is impressive and usually is really, really impactful for a game. We saw in Season 1, Mayamo Big D just
That's
as
right.
a really, really dominant Elise player, making
Yeah.
some really good plays. And kind of same could be said for Akali. So this team
Yeah,
for
I would
Mingos,
agree.
some high skill cap champions that could really, really, give us some good, flashy, impactful stuff for Game 3 here. But again, into that volley bear, it's really scary. I don't know if this is going to be an Akali mid or an Akali top. Can you play Akali into volley bear in the top lane, or is that just like you absolutely get shut down early kind of thing?
You can play it. Akali can avoid Volibear almost completely with, Shroud and
And just,
EQ. Just
yeah.
keep it at a distance. I don't think that's ideal. I do believe Akali will be going mid. McMaster double banning two of the supports that you would like to see with Kaisa. What Mingos, I think, needs in their support pick is some way to interrupt the Tristana jump. So my first two thoughts were the Thresh, which they ban, and the Alistar, which enemy team bans. So they need a way to disrupt that jump. Some supports that come to mind after so many are banned, I'm actually
Yeah, there's a lot of
struggling to
bans
think.
here. Maybe a Nautilus, maybe a Blitzcrank, but it's hard to hit. Like the Blitzcrank, as she's jumping, you can hit her with the E proc.
That's
Proc the E and then auto and
yeah,
just boom.
that's
Um,
pretty slow, and you have to be like
You have to be ready, and you have to be in her line of sight. Like, or you have to be like in her path that she's trying to jump.
it's gonna be Braum, so no interrupt on the jump. That's fine. Braum nice into Graves and Seraphine. Seraphine wants to ulti your entire team and then lay the damage down, but does Braum shield block the Seraphine ult from going through?
Ooh, I don't actually know about that
And it's a
interaction, but
Yasuo. Wait a second. So Akali could possibly be going top. You called it, Try. Yasuo cannot go top of Oliver.
yeah, there's no way.
It has to be Akali.
And I think he wants to be mid. I think when you're talking about like the support matchup as well, you have Brown here who can maybe make some roam plays. Him and Kaisa can kind of like roam up from bot and look for things in the river around Dragon with the setup for Yasuo ulti. But what I wanted to point out was I think for the Braum here, if he's has good positioning, he can block the Tristana bomb from going on to the Kaisa. So the way the bomb works, it's a point and click, but it does like have
The
this
projectile.
animation of it being like thrown out.
Yeah.
And I think that can be blocked by Braum's shield. But it's a fast ability, and he's gonna have to be like on in between the two
Yeah.
of them, ready to set that up if he wants to do so. But that can negate a lot of damage during trades from the
Yep.
Tristana if he plays it right.
If that interaction does happen, then that's massive. Tristana falls out in damage. Kaisa can now win that, especially if both get stunned up. What I really want to know, maybe Twitch chat could help us out, is does the Braum shield block Seraphine ulti? Will it not progress through him and onto his teammates? If that's the case, then I'm putting
game-changing.
this in my book to answer Seraphine, because when you see Seraphine locked, it is just dreadful. You just picture her ulting your whole team and winning the game.
Mhm.
We've seen so many games won on singular plays, right? Singular play sequences. Well, Seraphine is like the one champ.
ideal.
If you have one play to win the game,
Yeah.
you need Seraphine there, because you never know if her ult is just going to tag three members, charm them for 3 days, and then they die. But if Braum Shield can block that, then that is massive, and he has to look for it in order to do that. Another thing, so you're going to flex the Akali up to top lane. Chat says no, it doesn't. Okay.
Oh man. Okay.
That Seraphine is just busted then. Then I have to say I like the
No,
draft.
wait. Sorry, we have to clarify. It doesn't stop it, or it. Okay.
Oh, okay.
You know, like it. It does not stop it. Okay.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, it could have been doesn't go through or doesn't stop it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And yes, we did confirm there's a pop-off volley potential here, but it's going to be a lot harder into this Akali.
One more thing, Try. They opted to blind pick Yasuo. This is risky in a lot of ways. You maybe have played more Yasuo.
I think it's okay into the Syndra.
No, but the point I was going to make is they took Syndra in it. They took skill matchup instead of just something easy like Malzahar.
Oh, yeah.
Or something like, what are some awful Yasuo matchups? I don't play. I don't really play it.
Malzahar's a bad one. I'm trying to think of ones that like really negate his win wall, because that's a big thing for the mid lane. If you're a Yasuo and you're trying to have these, you're trying to take trades in CS, you have to be able to block like key abilities from matchups. And I guess I can't really like any kind of assassin is pretty good into Yasuo.
Or like, they needed AP, so
they had to have AP. So like, potentially even like an Echo would have been good here. And
they banned Echo.
They banned the Echo. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think
it's tough. It's tough to say.
I don't think the Syndra is a great pick into it.
Well, her spheres like can deal with Windwall, right? Not her E. Like they won't go through it, but they can come under it, right?
Yes. No, oh, man.
Like it'll block her ult, but the spheres that she puts on his feet, he can't win.
I think that if the wind wall is up and it's between them, the ball will appear on the front of the wind wall.
Oh. Windwall is a tricky...
Chat, we need you guys
chat,
again.
We need you guys
Look
again.
us up, chat. Let us know.
We just need like a little...
but it's like with the ulti, her
here.
biggest thing is like her kill threat on him is an E ulti setup. And if that doesn't get through, like it's going to be really hard to kill him.
But one mistake from the Syndra and Yasuo is just on top of her.
That's what I was going to say. So
it's his absolute skill match.
I played a bit of Syndra back in the day. I like played her for maybe like 25, 50 games. Yasuo is hard to deal with because you could drop that ball, but the animation time for the charge up and it hitting the ground to like hit you, you could just dash through. And now she has her stun is now gone because she has to use the ball to stun you, and you can just dash through and
And any W, that's a throw that gets blocked by Windwall. The E itself gets blocked by Windwall. I think that is like a lot of guts to pick Syndra.
Me
here
too.
with
Me
the
too.
Yasuo.
I'm gonna assume that the reason they took it, even though it was a Yasuo, is maybe we're gonna see it's a comfort pick here.
Yeah.
Okay.
It must be.
Okay. What do our last take here, guys? We have to win this game, and he just says, "Okay, Syndra is my best champion. We're gonna look for some one-shot pick potential, and I'm gonna play it regardless of my matchup."
Yeah, I think it's for the comp. The reliability of the Syndra setup. First of all, Syndra Graves is a great 2v2. You have Syndra with the stun and their AD AP mix. The go-to mid laner mages, if you're watching like Chinese and Korean pro play, is Syndra Ori. Ori was banned. So it could be like, I like Syndra Ori. We practice a ton on them. Ori's banned. I'll go Syndra here. And they'll take the skill matchup.
All right, let's see if it plays out the way we think for this mid lane here as we hop into Game 3 of Match 1 of Week 4. Got it right that time.
Great job.
Yeah, so we got people in the background saying, don't forget Season 2. This is LSS Season 2, Match 1, Game 3 of Week 4, and it's coming down to this. To
this.
Wow, all the hype for nothing. We do see the disconnect here for Seraphine, unfortunately, but yeah, let's see here. We're seeing a pretty standard. I guess I'm looking at the mini map here. I don't really know what the look is here for Mingos. We've got most members in the bot side quadrant and nobody in top side, so maybe they're gonna end up looking for something here, but I'm not entirely sure.
Another thing, tries where are the knockups here for the Yasuo? He has to
Just on Braum.
Just on Braum. He has to mostly provide his own knockup. Of course, he'll be looking out for that Braum ultimate, which will be major key, but other than that, he's going to have to create for himself. He needs to gain advantages in this matchup. He took Ignite, Syndra took TP, right? So you got to kill that Syndra. And you have an Elise here. So immobile mage, no cleanse, and you have an Elise, so multiple visits mid. I think mid jungle 2v2 wins this game. It's got to be the name of the game here.
Yeah, and then you kind of just have, so you go for the mid jungle duo to like get you through early game, take control of the rivers, get these dragons, get these scuttles. Maybe look for some camp stealing, things like that. And then in the meantime, you just have Kaisa, Braum, and Akali just in their lanes scaling into late. You get a few items on Akali, you get a few items on Kaisa, and those two are extremely powerful.
I would agree. But one more thing to point out here before we get into some action. The rate that Graves can outfarm Elise is major.
Yes,
So if Elise, let's say, invests in 2 ganks mid and 1 top with play
She
cheap
could be
and
doubled in farm.
she could easily get gapped in farm, yeah. So Graves is looking for that Elise pathing mistake. Elise is looking for probably Syndra's head. All right, there's no way they're stacking for a late invade here, Try. Are they going to walk in at 120 and nope, they're
No, I
retreating.
think they're just
Oh, yeah, the
defending.
Graves
Yeah,
recalled.
waiting for Graves to get back. He pulled the nice ward top side TP grab scanner and then make my way back to my camp. I haven't really paid close enough attention to see if we're seeing most teams do that. We see Mingos here not opting to go for the back scanner.
There's an E start from Yasuo here.
I think that's pretty standard.
Aggressive.
Lets you get a couple of those nice little trades off, dash through some minions, you get the charge up on it, an auto or two, dash through, and then, back through your wave, and that's a pretty good chunk at level 1.
Nice movement from Zulfer here. Getting warmed up, ready to go. Tristana kind of pushes by default due to her passive when she executes a minion. When she kills a minion, they blow up, kill the minions around them. And because of that AoE damage, it's really hard to not push on Tristana. You're basically always shoving with that champion, which means Kaisa Braum, there's no pressure on them to... Oh, here's the all-in try you're talking about. A couple autos on the bombs, getting ready to bop. Some decent damage.
Yeah, so that's a level 2 engage and just half healthing Kaisa there.
But Kaisa and Braum had the lane where they wanted.
What is this roam? I didn't even see Yasuo down here. That is an aggressive play to look for something that early, giving up the pressure in your lane. Maybe he just doesn't want to walk up after shoving the mid wave into the Syndra.
Yeah, he had a move timer, but if you move like that, there's in top lane, if you make that same move, you can lose up to 3 minions for that. As we see the 2v2 erupt again, Braum going low, Tristana jumping in, but not quite under tower range. And we have Kaisa looking to return with auto attacks, but is kept in check by Seraphine. And the 2v2 trade going over to McMaster University as they still had push. I don't think you fight into that lane. You just let the wave come to you.
No,
Tristana
you
cannot
don't
bounce
fight
and
that.
freeze on you. So you just take the perma push. Here's the volley with all in under turret. Oh my goodness, that Akali is gone.
I'm going to say it right now. How do you let that volley bear get through pick ban after the last game? And what do you know? This man gets first blood on a level 4 tower dive and gets away scot-free. No flash. Didn't you? I mean, and now he's TPing. Okay, no. That's the Akali TP.
Yeah, I don't know. Try just surprising amount of bursts. He has the Doran's Blade. He has Pressy Tackle. Cocoon lands. That needed to happen. There's Venerated's Flash. I think they disengage this for now as Graves is shown up. He will probably look... This isn't over because Syndra needs actually her wave to reset. But wait,
but now it's over.
McMaster coming in. Tristana jumps in, drops the bomb down. And now it's a 4v2 in the mid lane.
4v3 now.
Braum doesn't do much here. Kaisa's still in lane. And Venerated actually healed up with that Corrupting Pot a bit. But that's Syndra Flash 9 minutes try. You know their time in that. That is the most important thing about this game is that Syndra does not have Flash. Akali opting to trade in a volley. Here's another jump from Jaeger on Tristana. Graves is here to support it. No Flash on Braum, and he will drop. And yeah, no Flash on Braum from earlier just means that you don't really need that Uber setup. You could just kind of walk in with Graves and...
Oh, man, he does have Flash.
Nice W, nice Shroud there to react to the Flash, meaning that Volley Flash is for free.
Yeah,
small win.
Really well played.
Small win for Nathaniel Lanier, and he takes those.
Oh, yeah.
He takes that free Flash.
That's a great play. getting the Shroud down, I mean, that was kind of like that first dive that he died to. Volibear not having a flash feels really bad because, you know, like, to die to a dive that early where the enemy laner doesn't have to use any summoners to get that from you feels terrible. So to steal that flash away from him there and survive feels real nice.
I think I made a mistake, chat. That was maybe flash for flash. But still, trading when you're behind.
No, it's flash for
yeah,
if he didn't
still good.
If he didn't get the Shroud there, he dies.
Yeah.
And then it's like you wasted flash and died anyway.
Right, okay. And now we see the wave coming back to the Tristana lane, who has pickaxe versus longsword. A bit of a damage advantage, as well as Seraphine has that nice moonstone component. So we're gonna see our first moonstone of the day, I think, unless she goes Imperial, but I think she'll go moonstone. And now the question is, will Tristana and Seraphine try and hold this wave and zone, or will the passive of Tristana really just blow the minions up and make that like not even a possibility?
I don't think it's going to be much of a possibility. It's really, really hard to.
All right,
it's hard for me.
You can't gank this Valley here. Do not. This is a bad play because it's into his 6. Okay, Akali gets her 6, but Graves is already on the way, and they win this. As soon as Volibear ults, he will have a ton of HP, and Graves should be able to turn that.
Hello, Director Tool. So we do know nothing happening in the top lane off that play.
Yeah. At least the members of Mingos don't drop there, because the gank looked really sus to begin with. And we see, I think the Tristana passive means that they can't hold the wave ever. They have to push back into Mingos here, which means Kai'Sa and Braum never even have to trade. They never have to trade try. All they have to do is soak minions. But Braum with the death already because of the early trading, getting surprise, and blowing flash early. Because this wave is, as we can see, is stacking towards Mingos. They just need to be patient here.
Yeah, Volibear just playing really aggressive. He wants to take any trade he can get, and that damage just blows my mind. What is that?
Yeah, really late Shroud. I think you need to Shroud his Q, right? If he's running at you like in bear stance, ready to slap you, you just drop the Shroud and accept your losses. I know the Q cooldown for Volley is lower than the Shroud cooldown, but if he lands that Q, it guarantees his combo, and you just can't deal with that over too many times.
Yeah, it does massive damage, so you got to be careful.
Braum, remember he was in this situation, was it game 1 or 2, and actually dropped because of a Graves right around the corner. I think it was last game.
Oh, this Tristana's going to do big damage here. Braum shield protects him a lot from that. I didn't realize who it was on there when she threw the bomb for a second.
Elise is here, and it is 8:30. Okay, there you go. Using the E to avoid, that's really good too. Another option Akali has. Syndra's flash is up, and it went unpunished try, so lack of punish on the investment that they made to get the Syndra flash earlier in the game. They could not find an angle, but I will give credit to Yasuo. His farm numbers look really nice. And Elise is actually not doing too bad herself. I would have expected possibly a larger advantage for Graves by now. But Elise is doing just fine. Slow start for Mingos here, but they have explosive champions. When we get in these skirmish situations, they have the possibility of making some great plays and getting themselves in the game.
Yeah, I'm worried. This matchup in the bot lane, I feel like, is so volatile.
Here's the all-in. Kai'Sa, or I'm sorry, Akali the cocoon will land. That's the burst. Here's the ulti, but he will go down. Nathaniel will land here. We'll take that kill. Seraphine ult will miss in the bot lane. A bit of a scuffle here, but we got to talk about how the volley has already died.
Yeah, that's a good sign for Mingos. They don't want to let that Volibear get out of control, so that's a good start for them here. What I was trying to say before was, I think this bot lane matchup is so volatile. Like, at any moment, if you get hit with Seraphine's setup, this Tristana is just going to do explosive damage. And we see another trade up here. Will Sekiro be able to pick up this kill on Akali?
Red buff.
If he has ulti right here, boom, and there he goes. Sekiro picking up Nathaniel for a nice kill.
And that wave is really nice for Volley when he gets back. I think Nathaniel was greeting to reset, right? Like, you get the kill, but you get the kill at what cost? Well,
Yeah.
you also want to reset your wave. Okay, are you doing too many things at once now? Are you greeting? Where is Graves? And a great punish here. Pick up from Sekiro, who has had himself a really nice series as well.
Yeah, he has. We've seen him have some really amazing games earlier in the season as well. I think Sekiro has done a great job of showing himself to be a very prominent player as the jungler for McMaster University, and
Yeah, I agree.
you know, he has a lot of impact in a lot of the games that we've seen them play so far.
This is a great jungle matchup series to watch, I think, too. As we see them scuffling in the river here. And is it a Drake in 2 minutes kind of situation? Mid-push here. What's the play? Elise keeping up in farm, doing just well. I don't know how to do that. Like, if I'm Elise against that Graves, I'm down like 40 farm because it takes me so long to clear anything.
The clear
do it
gets
wrong.
a lot better. Early, like your first clear could be really, really rough, but once you get some AP items going,
Oh, the Tristana with the jump in. The Braum shield tanking a ton.
Here's
He's going to look
Elise.
for an ulti. He completely whiffs the ulti here. And now it's a 3v3 with a TP coming in. Tristana tries to execute with the ulti. That won't hit. Another TP respawn will actually get canceled.
and surprise, here's Volleybear.
And now it's Mingos under turret here. A bit of pressure. Kakuma will land on Tristana. That's a nice chunk there. Repel to get yourself out. Braum and Elise very low. Kaisa with a bit of HP to work with. That forces shield out. Braum is going to need to scatter away along with the Elise. Yasuo will look at the plates and he will hit the ulti. He takes it. The Ignite comes down, but he flashes out. He knows that if he took one more tower shot, he would not have killed. He went for the quick assassination. Here's the dive coming from Sekiro. Drops the smoke screen. Wait a second. The Kaisa burst hits. She dodges the Seraphine ulti. Can Kaisa 1v2 here? She has a minion
nope,
wave.
she's going
There's
down.
The exhaust, the Tristana jump. That's a lot of damage. And KVB on the Seraphine cleaning up. Meanwhile, Venerated
Oh no,
going
careful, buddy.
toe-to-toe with Zulfer will get the kill in the 1v1 in the mid lane.
That was an action-packed minute and a half there. We just concentrating in the bot lane and the top lane, and then plays out to be a dive. Oh, I don't know about that, buddy.
Uh-oh. Akali has nothing. Oh, I'm sorry. She has R2. But Volley has R and W. He just eats her.
Man,
Too many mistakes made there for Akali in the 1v1.
Taking the E back into your Shroud, I think, was a big, big misplay. You need to take that quick little bit of a trade you got and then just back off.
Well, you know, she used her R to even get away from Volley. Like, Volley got Shroud for free, essentially. Was standing out, waiting outside of it. She used R1 to get away, and then E, and knew she had R2 to get out if she went back in with E, but it was just...
It wasn't enough to get out with his ulti
yeah.
gap close on her.
Nice cocoon from
Elise.
Elise. He can't respond because he was under turret, but...
Oh. What is this champion?
Try, you're getting a lesson on top lane 101. When they reworked this guy, this was all we saw.
Oh my god, if you guys could see me just flopping out of my chair right now. I just can't believe this Volleybear is doing it again. Looks like such a good opportunity for Elise. Hits him with a combo, but what do you know? He turns around, low HP, just completely destroys her health bar and picks up another kill. Now 3-1 with a 200 gold bounty. Are we going to see the Volley pop off again?
Well, I don't know. Can Volley even pop off?
Dude, I don't know either.
We see an aggressive look for a red here by McMaster. A beautiful setup here from Syndra with the scatter the weak, but there's no follow-up quite yet. No one wanting to jump in that far. We have Drake has just been taken. That's number 2 from McMaster. They are comfortable enough to even take red buff and get out of there. Now we see the farm gap from the Elise and the Graves. It took a couple mistakes from Adam Suki here in Sekiro with the tempo, with the team advantage. Can get himself around a 30 farm lead, and I think this lead grows over time as we see he can just walk from camp to camp, you know.
Yeah,
how
it really
Graves
is. The leads are climbing on both teams here. We're seeing a bit of a gap starting to appear between top jungle and ADC for McMaster here. And Volibear, again, he's under towers. He doesn't care. He's 2 levels up here. I think this is going to be a dive and a kill for Volibear. Maybe he can wait out for Sekiro to come around. They could dive 2v1. Akali, smart enough to recognize, okay, I'm in danger zone. I need to get out of here. Let him take what he can because I don't want to give up any more kills to Volley.
Yeah, smart not to give Volley kills, right? But she is down a ton of farm from this repeated trading with him. You just can't let the Volley land his E.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Okay, I thought that stun was going to set up some... Oh, yeah, she's in trouble.
He's going to ulti. Scatter the Weak is going to be up soon. If he lands that, it could be lethal, I think. Kai'Sa has heal, but no flash.
The team is closing in, though, so Venerated just getting out here. He's lacking just a little bit damage for that one shot. Once he finishes his... I'm assuming it's going to be a Ludens. Once he finishes the Ludens... and he starts to get into maybe his second item, that is definitely going to be a kill on Kai'Sa.
Adamsuki hits Cocoon, but it's KVB that answers with the Seraphine ult. Now Sekiro is super deep. He gets knocked off Yasuo, and he will be slain by the Akali. They do take mid turret, but Graves possibly deep. It seemed like it was going to be a shutdown. It wasn't.
Yeah.
But trading his life there on that mid lane turret play. Good heads up play by Zulfer.
So there is that gap starting to grow in the jungle, but maybe this gives him a little bit of a chance to catch up some of the CS while Graves is dead. Dragon is up in 2 minutes. It's going to be an Infernal Drake. I think Mingos want to start trying to look for these dragons here. With the way that McMaster is already kind of scaling into this game, we've got 3-1 on the Volley, 1-0 Syndra, 1-0 Tristana. Don't let them get all these dragons. You're going to be in big, big trouble if it comes down to that you have to fight over Soul Point again. It's going to be difficult.
Yeah, I could not agree more. We see Riftmaker, all mythics now on the board for Mingos. So when you're behind and the enemy is completing their mythics and you can't yet, that's a different kind of behind than when you finally get yours and they have components for number 2. Yes, you're behind, but the Riftmaker on Akali could, transform her champion. We see the Yasuo has completed his Immortal Shield Bow. That can make a big difference. Gale Force coming in for Kai'Sa. So maybe this is the Drake you got to fight for. The third one here that we always talk about, the Soul Point Drake. If McMasters gets this, they're just sitting too pretty. And yeah, I think it should be contested, but it's a tall order for Mingos.
Yes, it definitely is. They are behind only about 5k gold, though, so it's definitely one of those games still turnable on one fight. Like
you believe, Try?
I believe.
You believe in the
You know what we're seeing it again here. Look at these blue buffs. What's up with that?
Oh, yeah. It's because water's blue. Remember?
That's not why.
That's not why?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I've noticed it last week as well as this week. The buffs have like this weird... I don't know why. Yeah, spectator mode bugging a little bit.
It's always bugging. And I don't know if I should say this, Try, but I was looking forward to the Mingos interview.
Oh yeah. The rest of the team just remembered. They all went ooh.
And they were working hard for their game 1. They need to turn it around so we can hear that. See, the ulti will come down. The Yasuo is taking the heads-up fight against the Volley. He will miss. Oh, he flashes right onto a tornado. Yasuo is surviving. He finds a wave. He finds Syndra, but can he heal through this? The shield bow will get popped. That's a lot of healing. He is out skipping around. He's swerving. The healing is crazy, but he finally goes down. And that was Zulfer showing you the power of
But here's the rest of the team!
Flash Seraphine ulti gets 2! And that is all you need. 2 for 0. Beautiful shot by KVB. Scatter the Weak lands, and that's enough for Chandler Clark to head back home as well.
That's a 4 for 1. And let's take another look at this big Seraphine ult to turn this fight. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, the heroics of Zulfer here. This is a nice situation. He had a minion wave to play with, a couple low members to bounce around from, but just not enough follow-up from his team. Stats too big. Scatter the Weak goes wide, but watch KVB. The flash, 2-man charm. Just seals the deal here. It means McMaster's University will take that third Drake, put themselves on point, And I think it's a matter of closing out again for McMaster University.
I think so. They're now up 9 kills, almost 10k gold, and picking up the Infernal Drake, like you said, and they're in trouble. Oh, this Akali is greedy for some kills, but boom, surprise, Volleybear's there, and you're dead.
Yep. Couldn't have said it better myself. Try. Elise will open up on KVB, but just can't find the execute damage. Is forced to walk away, but Jaeger will pick that one up.
That's
this
definitely
game's
going to be
getting sloppy. Volley is just in every bush.
Yeah.
Okay, which Chef Shamanti, that his presence on Volleybear is just
crazy.
This
man is a monster. They are now close. This gap is too big. It's going to be really, really difficult to close this. I think they should be looking for Baron here. I don't know about you. I mean, maybe it's too early to be looking for that, but they could fight it, I think.
A couple of jumping jacks here from Volleybear right outside of base gates. And it's a Baron start for McMaster. No reason not to. I don't even think it's a check, let alone a contest. They use this. They Baron power play. They go take themselves an Infernal Soul. All is good. If you are Mingos here, what do you need? You need a 5-man Braum ultimate.
I don't even know if a 5-man Braum ultimate would do it, to be
Into a Yasuo, right?
Is it? Is that enough?
Is it into Yasuo? Oh, is that enough?
So Yasuo here, just finishing his shield bow, if I'm not mistaken, or whatever that is.
He's had that. He's kind of stuck in between 2 and 3 items.
That's what I'm saying.
He
like,
might have some gold on him.
He doesn't have the damage. You get a big Braum ulti, you get that ulti off. It's not going to be enough to kill anybody, I feel like, and then you're going to be in the middle of their team. Volleybear's going to eat you.
Okay, I know then. They need McMaster to dive Fountain.
Yes. That would definitely work. I think they need a long dragon, so they need the Braum Yasuo ulti to set up with the sacrifice of Yasuo's life, and then a long fight for Kaisa to, to kind of like have this sustained damage to take them down. But the Volleybear is already so huge. Look at this man, he doesn't care!
Going in 1v3, not a care in the world. Seraphine ulti will get blocked by Windwall. That's pretty big, but the Volleybear going in. That's a big Yasuo ulti! Is this it? Is this it? Chandler Clark is firing off in the back line, but the Volleybear doesn't die. It's round 2 with this guy, and he's just eating everybody, even when it looks decent.
So we got 20-second on Elise here and 30 seconds on the rest of the members. Is this going to be game already?
Yeah,
they do have Baron. It's going to be the closeout. There's no way Elise can stop the Volleybear and Tristana and Graves from taking out these 2 towers. There's just no way.
I think that's the series point here. The curtain call, the closeout, the last turret here. Is it defendable? The Kakuma land, that's a pretty good start. I think they can stick around though, but do they play cautious? They're hesitant, right?
Okay, it's not game, but we have open Nexus here. So, I think it would have to be a miracle run for Mingos to take this game somehow with an open base like that. They would really have to pull out some spectacular, wild stuff that I've never seen before to win this game.
Have to agree here for McMaster. They obviously have all the options, all the way from playing for Drake Soul to just killing Nexus. It's just up to what they decide to do. And we see items coming in. It's just 3 items on the major members. Almost 3 for the Tristana Syndra. They might, farm up the item number 3 and look to close here. Yasuo finally completing Infinity Edge. Probably a bit too late.
Yeah, man, like you said, that Yasuo ult was huge. It just wasn't enough. Maybe if he was 3 items, it would have been a different story. But Kaisa going down here, getting caught out. Not sure why she's that far out alone. That is just not where you want to be right now at this point in the game. And that is just going to be the first step to how McMaster is going to close this game out with this push here.
Volleybear, they open up on him. It's really, he's laughing. Seraphine ulti gets blocked by a Windwall. That's pretty good. But we'll see. They tried to pick up Jaeger. The Akali damage could almost get 1. And that's going to be it. Try a couple cleanup efforts here. The Volleybear, he might even BM this. as we see the finishing touches
Oh
are
no,
being
we got
put
a
on
little
this
bit of a
game
freeze here, but let's hope we see the closeout for this game. I'm trying to see this volley bear style on these guys right now. Oh, that might have been why it cut us off. We may have been a little bit behind the end of the game. Close it out. I'm not sure.
So they close the lobby, and that means...
Oh, maybe. Yeah, yeah. So we're coming back at you. It is definitely a match win for McMaster there with an unbelievable game 2 and game 3. That volley bear. Guys, the volley bear getting through the pick ban was, I mean, after 11-1.
Yeah,
Like,
so no. Try it.
this
Relax.
volley bear is insane.
Try it. It's okay. It's going to be okay. I think it's the
I'm never
volley
playing top
bear.
and solo queue. And if I do, I'm banning that shit.
Volley bear isn't a champion that you really ban.
I know, but it's like,
Yes, you can ban it game 3 because of its effectiveness game 2. I'll give you that.
yeah.
But you can deal with this champion.
How do you deal with that?
You kite him to absolute oblivion. Kaisa can DPS this champion. You know, Yasuo kind of can't. Like, Kaisa can kill Volley if he's not just like 10-0 with 3 items,
Yeah.
while she has 2.
Yeah.
And it has to be a team effort to kite him out. What is his gap close? It's running at you. That is not effective against
Yeah.
a really good team.
I think where the issue lied there with that pick was like, you took the Akali up against it. We assume, okay, yeah, you could survive that lane with Akali. He still picks up a kill at level 4, starts to
Yep.
pick up a few more kills. By that point, he's like, 3-1, and he's already terrifying. It's the unexpectedness. They didn't expect him to be taking these, like, I don't even expect, after game 1, I was still shocked to see the level 4 damage.
Yeah.
Like, practically one combo doing 2/3 of Akali's health. I think it was kind of like the surprise factor of his
Right.
DPS is what got him to the point where he's like snowballing into the mid and late game, and he was too hard to deal with. If there was like a way, if you had not given him the kills early, if that surprise factor didn't hit you, then maybe what you're saying would have happened. He's not 2 levels ahead. He's not
Right.
an item ahead, and then Kaisa is able to deal with him with front to back DPS.
Yeah. All you need is 1 damage to that can deal with him. Kaisa obviously is one. And
Yeah.
then the CC, whether it's soft or hard, if you slow this champion, he basically has to flash to
Yeah.
make like a play that's snap enough for this setting, right?
Mhm.
But notice he bought CDR boots that reduce the cooldown of flash. I wanted to
yeah.
mention that, but the game was too hectic.
And then just playing around the flag for those big setups.
Yeah, his flash was like so effectively used that I just think this Volibear player knows exactly what to do.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the champion. I think it's the player versus the execution, along with the mistakes made by his lane opponent and the team he was against.
Okay, I definitely see that. Great game there, McMaster University. Kudos to you guys. A great win.
Yeah.
You guys are now, if I'm not mistaken, they are 3-1, right? And then they're in second place.
Yeah,
So
all alone in the second place slot, as
Definitely,
far as I'm
definitely.
aware. But we know the other teams have their games yet to play and can catch them.
yeah, so we're going to go ahead and hop over to a quick break. We're going to be setting up an interview for you guys with our wonderful Holy Boxers. So we will catch you on the flip side.
Don't touch your browser. Good games coming up.
Oh, yeah.
Just saying.
So they definitely are. Volibear just hanging out here. He says, I don't give a crap. I'm just doing a little bit of taunting.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a free Baron for McMaster University.
Yep, he's just taking a nap here. He looked like a rug there. As we're taking another look here at the triple, it's the volley flash. Every 5 minutes, this guy is just creating advantages for his team. Olaf cannot respond in time. Cho'Gath left to just simply die. And that's Baron for McMaster. Now, Baron, 2 minutes before your Drake Soul. This is perfect sequence of events happening now for McMaster University. This looks like the closeout portion of the game. Now the test for them is how cleanly can they close this game? Whereas for Mingos, the question is, can Rise Giga Smurf this game and 1v9
It looks very
I don't think
hard.
so.
Yeah.
9-1 Volibear. The amount of damage he's doing with the amount of HP he has, he's so hard to kill. This game would have to go to level 18 full builds for this Rise to get through Volibear, I think, and I don't think it's going to make it there.
No, I don't think so either. The volatility of Elder Dragon after Soul goes down just means the games are gonna end. They're not gonna get level 18 full items, probably, right? I mean, just because of the strength of Soul, or I'm sorry, of Elder, I don't think Rise is gonna get there.
Yeah, we have TP on Volibear. Dragon's up in a minute, and he's posturing top lane while the rest of the team is looking like a mid-bot area of the map. They want to look for this dragon with Volibear on the opposite side of the map. TP is available, but, you know, how much are they trying to pressure with this Baron at the moment? It seems like everyone's kind of scrambled.
Yeah,
Are they looking for a fight here? Are they just looking to shove mid in, or?
that's a great question you brought up, Chai, is how do you use your Baron efficiently while you're prioritizing Drake? If you have Baron, the best place to be is in all 3 lanes, pressure or buffing your minions, right? That's how you get the most out of your Baron. When you dip into the river to take Soul, you're losing some efficiency on the Baron. So a lot of teams, like, ideally they want Graves to be able to solo Drake while they're pressuring lanes, making it unanswerable. But obviously Mingos is not going to let that happen. So how much of their Baron clock are they going to use on this Soul? In my opinion, you just use Baron to guarantee Soul. It's fine. You'll get the next Baron if you get Soul. So no need to really pressure 3 lanes. I think you just play Drake here.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the map here. I don't see where Volibear is.
Maybe he's gone.
Yeah, he just left. Okay, he was in base shopping for the last 2.5 minutes,
Oh,
I guess.
we can't see base.
Yeah, we can't see base.
I thought he just
But I mean,
left
he
the
must
game.
have, I was looking for a while. He was sitting in base for a while. But free Drake going over to McMaster. They now have a Mountain Soul. They still have Baron buff for a little bit at least. And man, is it looking good for them right now.
And if you look at the staggering of objectives here, so if it were up to Mingos, they would have the objective spawn at the exact same time. Oh, we have a hook land here, and that's going to be Ash going down immediately to Jaeger here as he picks up one. Is he going to ult over? Sakura will hop over, but could walk into Rise. And
Volibear's making his way into mid. Baron buff is gone, but man, this game is looking really grim for Mingos, and I'm going to say it right now. I predict we're going to a Game 3 for the first matchup of the day.
Wow, that's bold.
Oh, man.
Wait a second. Graves getting hooked, or I'm sorry, headbutt Paul under turret, and that's Rise going to be the shutdown. Rise needs to continue this sequence here if he wants to get his team back in the game, but it's up to his setup members, and I think McMaster University is wise enough to retreat here, but this means a lot of minion cleanup for Mingos here as they can maybe scrape together some gold to...
All right, folks. Well, there you have it. To answer my question earlier, no, Mingos could not do it. That is not to say they won't do it in the future, but McMaster University Esports came through with another win, so we are going to be pulling in their top laner for an interview, Wes Jamunksi. I'm going to call him Jabbar. Just let me call him Jabbar. Hello. Welcome.
Hi.
Thank you for coming
nice
in
to be
and
here.
interviewing with us. So, sorry if I totally... Will you just pronounce your in-game name for me? Just for my own
It's
personal?
pronounced Wrzechmocny.
Do it one more time.
Wrzechmocny.
Vjekmonchne? Something like
That's
that?
better than most people.
Okay. Well, congratulations. I'm loving watching you play. Now, last week, you guys were trying something. You won your first game of the match. You tried something new. It didn't work out. You came back to win. This week, you guys lost your first game and still managed to pull out the win. How are your comms after that first loss? Like, what are you guys telling each other and trying to do to pull yourselves back into winning that match?
The first game, we were trying some things out. We wanted to try some new things, try a different comp out. It was a little bit out of our comfort zone, so after the first win, after the first loss, sorry, we decided to go back to our typical bread and butter comp where everyone was on strong comfort picks, and we knew how to execute it.
So we have one of our casters here, Trifolge, just absolutely mind blown by the volley bear, by your volley bear specifically. I imagine that I would see his name at the top of your list on your op.gg, but I haven't checked. Is that something that you're playing all the time? Or you're just that good?
So it is something that I started picking up around preseason.
Okay.
I was always a Volibear hater. I personally, especially because he showed up around late in the LC or LPL and LCK, he started showing up a lot. I hated that champion, but then once I saw that he was starting to be played at Worlds, I'm like, hey, maybe I'll try him out. I ended up really liking him because his early lane pressure is just so high, and a lot of people don't respect it, especially because he isn't a very common pick right now.
Yeah.
And with Divine Sunder, he completely does too much damage compared to the typical tank build.
So that gives me a little bit of insight because maybe in game two they didn't respect the volley and they, the Cho was kind of, yes, you were strong, but the Cho looked like he was kind of giving you free kills almost. But they didn't ban you out in the third game. Now, maybe people don't ban Volibear very often, but why do you think they didn't ban you? Or do you think that they just kind of weren't expecting you to pick it again?
Maybe they picked up the Akali, which they might have thought is a better matchup for Volibear. Maybe their top laner was confident playing into Volibear after he saw it once. It is an interesting pick to play around. Once you know how to play around the pick, it isn't very strong. But maybe they just had the confidence that they thought they would know how to play around it, but they didn't.
Well, honestly, I think it had a lot to do with your talent on the champ. You seemed very comfortable. You really did. I'm not trying to butter you up or make your head bigger, but it was very fun to watch. So great job. That was amazing.
Thank you.
So do you guys feel like you had the advantage being an organized university team going against a team that kind of is more amateur?
We definitely do have a lot of resources that a team that is amateur might not, but considering that we aren't officially sponsored by the university or anything like that, we are just a band of university players who put together a random player as our coach. We have just players that want to play the game. And I guess that we might have the advantage that we have a quite big reach and a pool of people to pick from. So you do get higher ranked players. You might get players that have experience. It is the competitive experience. It's very easy to set up scrims and things like that with other universities who are
Great
skilled
point.
as well. So we might have a lot more practice in that sense, but I don't know if we're necessarily at a raw advantage because of pure resources.
This was such a fun interview. Thank you for all the information that you've given me, and great job, honestly. I can't wait to see
Thank
your
you.
team play more in the LSS.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Good luck going forward. All right, everybody. Wow, I cannot pronounce his name, but I can watch him play Volibear over and over on our YouTube because we have full VODs there. I don't know why I'm cheesing you guys right now. So there you have it. Mingos has secured that kind of 0-4. That's unfortunate for them. However, McMaster University moving up in the standings, doing a great job, regardless of losing that first game. So good on them. We will be back after a break for Cleveland State University versus Mad City, and that's another kind of matchup with opposite sides of the standings, and it's going to be really exciting to see. I hope we get some more spice and juice. So we will see you after the break.
Flip the game at Seoul.
I jinxed him.
Yeah, caster
Yeah.
curse.
Yep.
So try it. Anytime you're wrong about anything, just say, "Oh, I caster curse."
Oh, cast the curse.
So if I'm like, "Oh yeah, Rise is gonna get this kill," and then he doesn't, I'm just gonna say, "Oh, I caster curse." I'm like, literally, it was me that did it.
It feels like it was. The
Like, I
moment
can't
I
be
said
wrong.
they're going to win, Graves getting picked there, losing their pressure they had.
Him, of course. And so yeah, Mingos really needs to strike too, I think.
Yeah, so no TP for either top laners here and TP on Rise. So depending on the setup here, 30 seconds for Drake. It might be a good Drake look for Olaf with not much threat of a response from Volibear, which is pretty much the only member of McMaster right now who is really strong.
And this time the flash will come out from the Cho'Gath. He remembered last time how bad that one hurt. Getting chunked up, but we'll be able to heal a bit. And yeah, just having a terrible time in the top lane. I feel for you.
Yeah, it's a 4-1 on this Volibear. Oh man, and the flash setup, and he's going down again. This Volibear is insane.
Yeah, the burst from the volley, his flash is such a crucial cooldown for him. It's so effective. You can drop an E on top of them, flash to guarantee the E. You know your press is going to hit at that point,
Oh,
and
and Volibear does have TP up now, so they need to be careful here. It looks like there is going to be no attempt to contest this, but man, I saw a threatening play incoming there.
I think what Graves is doing is he'll give that one Drake. He got their team the first one, which is great. It gives them 5 minutes of time. He's looking to farm gap this Olaf and just secure the mid to late fall off here, because if Graves can complete 2 items around the same time as Olaf, I think at that point 2 items is where Graves just kind of starts to outscale the matchup depending on execution. Here's a nice Rise ulti setup. We'll get the cleanse from the Kaisa. Now it's a 3v1 on the Thresh. He looks dead. I think they want to give this to Rise, and it will go over to Zulfer getting himself on the board. He's deathless. He is farming well, almost 10 a minute.
Yeah,
He's on his way back to
good
blue
ulti
base.
there, well executed. Pushes the Kaisa out with a big chunk of burst, and then just focusing the Thresh. I think really good thought out play there. But something I'm noticing right now, and the biggest thing is that the level disadvantage that Mingos has right here. We've got a 2 level lead in the top lane, as well as a level lead in almost every other lane other than mid. So they need to be careful here. Farm is not too far off in these lanes, but the deaths here on Cho'Gath are so punishing for his experience.
Yeah, Cho'Gath really needs to just hang in there, and we see, as you mentioned it, he's getting zoned away from XP. Just going to have a hard time in this game, but it's okay. He did his job as Shen, and he can hopefully look to do his job on the Cho'Gath. It's just you got a big bear who is very angry right in front of you.
You see the Herald coming down mid lane, going to get some plates here, but here comes Olaf, so going to get that hit, but...
Rise can flash to win the 2v2 here. Okay. Because I think, like, if Rise...
the Ash Arrow.
Ash Arrow. Yeah, a bit late. Could have been a decent look. You know, if you Ash Arrow someone and they're on the same screen as Olaf, they probably will.
Yeah,
at least have to burn
I
some.
say this about Ash Arrow all the time. I hate to see it. It just gets under my skin. Why are we sending cross-map arrows so often? I see it in solo queue games. I see it with my friends who play Ash. Everybody wants to hit that. Fired it from base, hoping to set something up, but it's like... Now that's on cooldown. Why aren't you just using that in lane to get a kill? You could set up for Olaf. You just hit that the Ash ulti on Thresh, and Olaf's there, and boom, free kill. Now you get pressure. You take some plates, but instead you're firing it from base with the hopes that okay, maybe it's going to hit somebody in 10 seconds when from when I fired it.
I hear you, Try. We have a beautiful Hex Flash play coming from Alistar to set up Zulfer, get him another kill, and now Graves could possibly be out of position, but he's
I don't think they knew he was there at that very moment. Oh,
he goes for the one shot, and my dog's dead, barely lives. And yeah, just a great setup play from Alistar. He went in the Raptors pit, Hex flashed under the turret of Victor, bopped him right out into arm's reach of Rise, and now Zulfer here on the Rise. That's another kill. He is the late game engine of the comp. So the Olaf is the early game for Mingos. The Rise is the late game, and both of these champions fragging out.
Oh, and that Rise damage is already there, baby, because did you see that burst?
That is some burst, and he still has to bank and complete his mythic too. And we see another Rise chunk. Rise. Here's
see,
that
that's what
there
I'm
you're
talking
talking
about for
about.
Zalt.
Try. What's the setup? Olaf will get hooked. Not sure about ultimate. He's force flash away. Here's the raid boss. It's the volley bear. He's not taking much damage. Ash with no flash needs to keep her distance. It will diffuse here in the mid lane. And we got another even game on our
Damn,
hands.
unfortunately, it looked like the team wasn't ready for that Ash arrow. It probably came out without a call, and they kind of reacted. It was more reactive than preemptive, and I think a lot of that duration was spent going, oh, it hit, let's go. And they could have gotten that kill if they were ready.
Yep, when you're Ash arrowing, you need Rise to be within arm's reach, possibly, or an Alistar follow-up. Otherwise, you're not going to one-shot that target. But at least she did use it, you know, with a good possibility of hitting. You were talking about the chances of it hitting is what's most important here. And the argument I would make on a long-range Ash arrow is that the stun is longer. Am I right? The longer the arrow travels.
Yes.
But that's just
It's not usually
at the
where-
bait, right? A new bait.
Yeah, I think it is.
Okay. I probably have to
I've done
agree.
it. I do it. It's fun. Like when you're like, okay, guys, I'm sending it here, and it hits, and they're stunned for 30 seconds. You feel like a goddamn boss, American Sniper up in here. Oh, but
There's
look at this
another
volley.
flash. Forces the rise flash, and he just
See
he
you
drops
later.
the volley flash is too reliable. The TP came in. You saw Rise get his phase rush and book top. He thought maybe he could live, but volley with the move speed from his Q and TP along with flash means that Rise will go down. But he gets to pick up his mythic. We'll have to see how much damage he could do when he gets back.
Man, you were so right. Volibear is a raid boss right now. They need to be really careful around him, but he does have a 500 gold shutdown.
Olaf with a decent opening here. Should be able to take down Thresh and might look for more targets as we see Ashe opening up on Kaisa. That's a bit of a 1v1 here. It's all about the Drake pick. Can Olaf get in there and smite it?
Ashe ult him in the face. Let's go.
I think that's what happened. He will use his ulti. It goes over to blue team. That's McMaster University. The fight's going to come out. Here's Rise with the big burst. He takes out Victor, and I think he's going to just keep going. If anyone can kill Volibear, it's Rise, but they actually just can't. Volley tanks everything. Graves doing a ton of damage. Even Kaisa's here to join the fight. That's a double kill over for Sekiro. Volibear just tanked way too much. You saw,
This Volibear is a menace. Let's take another look at this play. Oh my
has
god, the
that-
Ashe arrow to the face means nothing when you have fucking 1,000 HP, or you have 5,000 HP.
he has that hoodie, that blue hoodie, the green hoodie, doing a ton of work here. 280 damage. Rise Qs are just not really even chunking.
Not
him.
even a little bit.
And that is just unfair by all accounts.
Wow. Wow. Someone's
now-
got to take that shutdown from him if they're going to look to get into this game. We need to get some of those items on Ashe. Maybe we're going to see a Bork next, probably, from Ashe. I would guess. I don't know, but
No.
why not?
Hurricane. You need wave clear. You need to be able to kill waves fast on Ashe. So you need Hurricane also. Spreading your attacks, I think, slows
For the
multiple
Q.
members.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And that's just very valuable.
Oh,
Here's the
surprise!
Flash alley combo. Pretty clean is going to set up. Wait a second.
Oh,
Great
my
is
God.
nasty. He just drops his load, walks away.
That feels so bad to be that Rise there. It looked like such a great setup, and it just bit him in the butt. And now Venerated picking up another kill, and they're going to get this mid tower and a setup. And here comes Volibear.
Volibear with the ulti onto the Ashe will just kill her.
Push him into
and
the
take
tower. He
turret.
doesn't care.
He is the fullback for the Graves who's doing all the damage here outside of Venerated and his lasers. And yeah,
Wow.
feels really bad for Zulfer on that setup play. You got to take that.
Yeah.
I like the coordination. I like how fast it was.
No,
was a
it looked
snap play.
so guaranteed for that.
But it was the Victor burst along with a couple tower shots, making Zulfer reconsider that kind of play. Uh-oh. Zulfer looking to ward. Will face check a Thresh, means he gets hooked and burst down. KVB will take it. He says, give me that. That was my hook. And now we have a bit of siege here. This is where Olaf is weak. Olaf is weak in situations like this. He's awful in the Abraham. When you can see him, he's in the lane. You can just kite him out. All he can really do is run at you. There's no setup CC here.
McMaster is doing a great job of taking this lead and trying to pressure them as much as they can. They need to suffocate them out of this game if they don't want to let them kind of like scale into the late. Rise and Ashe can definitely have the damage to take to chip away at this Volibear, but it's going to take a while. So McMaster, they need to make sure that that's not getting to that point. They're taking this lead that they have, and they're just shoving it down their throats until they take the win.
And that's how you play League of Legends, baby. You find your advantages, you use them as tools, you shut the game out, kill the Nexus as fast as possible so that we don't see any Elder Dragon shenanigans going on. And it's all about the time efficiency here. But you know who's really coasting in this game? It's the Graves Victor mid-jungle duo. Not to mention Kaisa. Those three actually don't mind if the game goes late. So that's their insurance here. But 7K gold lead. Everybody's feeling good for McMaster University. They want to take game 3.
We just see them clearing up some vision here. Dragon not up for another minute and 20. But they got Volibear down here in the bot lane. TP's up. He's applying pressure. I'm not entirely sure what the play is here. Are we just waiting for this next Drake, trying to control our waves, get vision down, and make a play here around Dragon?
Yeah, definitely. I think you know, you have Volley TP if you want. He could go top, and that could be your setup for Drake, right? No one can really deal with him, and if he wants to TP in, then bang, you'll take that 5v5. I think McMasters has every intention to put themselves on Soul Point here. And I do think it would be hard for Mingos to even contest. They could maybe consider giving, but a lot of teams hate giving that third Drake over.
It feels really bad.
Understandably so.
Yeah. It's just the threat of, oh, okay, if the next one's free for them, then they get soul.
Yep. It's amazing how in League, like, time can be pressure. So it's like if you get the third Drake, that's 5 minutes of we kind of need to act, and that puts pressure on the players from Mingos here. So we'll have to see what decision they'll make here if they want to contest. We see Cho'Gath leaving base, Rise and Ash dealing with minions here. I don't think it's contested. Olaf is in the top quadrant. He's running towards Baron, so it's a give.
Yeah, it looks like so. Volibear hanging out in the top lane. Remember, he does have TP, though, so they're going to need to be careful of that if they do look to contest this dragon at all. But yeah, Olaf and Cho just in the top. Maybe they're looking for this shutdown on Volibear. Can they get it, though, or can he 2v1 them?
He could probably 2v1 them. Maybe a Rise ulti could come help support it, but Rise is not even really hurting Volley much yet. He might need some pen here. Yeah, I actually think Rise needs to consider some magic pen, even a Void Staff, or if not...
Sooner rather than later.
Yeah. And now could be the lull state, Chai. We have McMaster University, no rush to play Baron because they do have the Soul coming up. But if they want to take their 6K gold lead and play for Baron, that could be a 60-40 play that they are happy to take, maybe even 70-30 depending on their setup. So we'll have to see, is McMaster going to set up Baron in between Drake 3 and 4, or are they going to put their eggs in that Soul basket because that could maybe just guarantee the win. But if there's anyone that can cut through Soul,
I'm thinking
Rise
it's
is one of the
Mountain Soul.
champs. Yeah, it's
so if they're looking, I think McMaster's saying we need this Soul here. Soul means game. Mountain Soul means easier Baron, means taking...
Peppa Paul will get the Graves flash, and Ash Arrow just misses again. That would have been a major connect and possibly a shutdown if that hits.
Oh, and that wasn't going to hit anyway, but does get the Ash flash.
That's a respect flash there here. Chandler Clark. You hate to see it and you love to see it because if that hook hits, do you die? Then you say you should have flashed that.
Yeah.
But the one thing you can look at is I believe Thresh's model will face where he's going to hook during the channel. That can give you some information on whether or not you need to flash there. But when it happens in the spur of the moment so quickly, you see that thing coming at you, you just hit the F key and get the heck out. Rise with some chip damage. Here's that volley flash again. He will ulti for the stomp on the Rise here. And he's still going. That's a double. Cho is next on the docket. He will easily pick that up. That's a triple here for Wexchamanchini. And
what are we going to see them do now? Are they running straight to Baron? If they look for Baron here, they could potentially look to close out the game on the next big fight.
Yep.
So they definitely are. Volibear just hanging out here. He says, I don't give a crap. I'm just doing a little bit of taunting.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a free Baron for McMaster University.
Yep, he's just taking a nap here. He looked like a rug there. As we're taking another look here at the triple, it's the volley flash. Every 5 minutes, this guy is just creating advantages for his team. Olaf cannot respond in time. Cho'Gath left to just simply die. And that's Baron for McMaster. Now, Baron, 2 minutes before your Drake. So this is perfect sequence of events happening now for McMaster University. This looks like the closeout portion of the game. Now the test for them is how cleanly can they close this game? Whereas for Mingos, the question is, can Rise Giga Smurf this game in 1v9? It looks very
I don't think
hard.
so.
Yeah.
9-1 Volibear. The amount of damage he's doing with the amount of HP he has, he's so hard to kill. This game would have to go to level 18 full builds for this Rise to get through Volibear, I think, and I don't think it's going to make it there.
No, I don't think so either. The volatility, excuse me, the volatility of Elder Dragon after Soul goes down just means the games are going to end. They're not going to get level 18 full items. Probably, right? I mean, just because of the strength of Soul, or I'm sorry, of Elder, I don't think Rise is going to get there.
Yeah, we have TP on Volibear. Dragon's up in a minute, and he's posturing top lane while the rest of the team is looking like a mid-bot area of the map. They want to look for this dragon with Volibear on the opposite side of the map. TP is available, but, you know, how much are they trying to pressure with this Baron at the moment? It seems like everyone's kind of scrambled.
Yeah,
Are they looking for a fight here? Are they just looking to shove mid in, or?
That's a great question you brought up, Tries. How do you use your Baron efficiently while you're prioritizing Drake? If you have Baron, the best place to be is in all 3 lanes, pressure or buffing your minions, right? That's how you get the most out of your Baron. When you dip into the river to take Soul, you're losing some efficiency on the Baron. So a lot of teams, like, ideally they want Graves to be able to solo Drake while they're pressuring lanes, making it unanswerable. But obviously Mingos is not going to let that happen. So how much of their Baron clock are they going to use on this Soul? In my opinion, you just use Baron to guarantee Soul. It's fine. You'll get the next Baron if you get Soul. So no need to really pressure 3 lanes. I think you just play Drake here.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the map here. I don't see where Volibear is.
Maybe he's gone.
Yeah, he just left. Okay, he was in base shopping for the last 2.5 minutes, I
We
guess.
can't see base.
Yeah, we can't see base.
I thought he just
But I mean,
left
he
the
must
game.
have, I was looking for a while. He was sitting in base for a while. But free Drake going over to McMaster. They now have a Mountain Soul. They still have Baron buff for a little bit at least. And man, is it looking good for them right now.
And if you look at the staggering of objectives here, so if it were up to Mingos, they would have the objective spawn at the exact same time. Oh, we have a hook land here, and that's going to be Ash going down immediately to Jaeger here as he picks up one. Is he going to ult over? Sakura will hop over, but could walk into Rise. And
Volibear's making his way into mid. Baron buff is gone, but man, this game is looking really grim for Mingos, and I'm going to say it right now. I predict we're going to a Game 3 for the first matchup of the day.
Wow, that's bold.
Oh, man.
Wait a second. Graves getting hooked, or I'm sorry, headbutt Paul under turret, and that's Rise going to be the shutdown. Rise needs to continue this sequence here if he wants to get his team back in the game, but it's up to his...
Welcome back, guys. We are excited to be hopping into the next match of today. It's going to be CSU versus... Oh, my God, there's so many M's. What? Mad City. Thank you, Holy Boxers. We have 4 teams this season that start with an M, and let me tell you, I guess I'm just going to mix them up for the rest of the season. I thought by today I had it. I even wrote them down, but for some reason still had to look around the room going, what team is up? Like, come on.
We should call them M1, M2, M3, and M4 just to make it even harder.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought you were going to try and say that was going to be easier, so...
All right, we have Cleveland State up against Mad City. This is the 1 versus the 8. You see it all the time in March Madness when the 16 plays the 1. You have the heavy favorites, but you cannot count anyone out on Summoner's Rift. Cleveland State looking for a massive upset here to keep themselves in the league and alive for the playoff dream.
Yeah, I am pretty biased. Went to Cleveland State University. So did you. So did Holy Boxers. This is our home team here. So I'm ready to see them bring out this win against Mad City. Take this first. Give Mad City their first loss. I'm trying to see it. I like what we saw in the pro draft for Cleveland State University.
Yep.
So I'm gonna have to go with I think my hometown team is going to win.
Okay.
It's kind of the hometown team here at One Life to Play as well. We are in Parma, Ohio, 6070 Broadview Road. Only about a 20-minute drive, even less from Cleveland State University. So if we got any Cleveland State fans out here, make sure you guys check out the lounge. You won't regret it. It is awesome here. As we're moving into this pick ban, we're seeing the Yone and the Zoe match up in the mid lane.
Yeah, very interesting one. Zoe is a very explosive unit from level 2 on. Once she gets bubble, you know she can flash ignite you, and if you flash away, she can get your flash. If you ignite her back, she can get your ignite back. Other than that, I think it's a bit dangerous in the mid lane for Zoe. If she's making mistakes into the Yone post 6, he can scoop her up. If Talia comes around the corner, Zoe quite
Yeah.
immobile.
You really don't want to get scooped.
No, you don't want that Yone scoop. And we do know that it's Mark Boots on the Yone. This guy does not mess around.
Mark Boots, this man has a big champion pool.
Oh, yeah.
I want to go back and look at the games. We need to find out, has this guy played a different champion every game so far in the LSS?
If anything, multiple Yones come
Has
to
he
mind.
even played Yone?
I'm not sure.
I remember
I'm
LeBlanc,
not sure.
Victor, Zoe. Man,
So,
I'm trying to think.
possibly
Maybe
the
we
first
have
time.
seen him on Yone once. But very wide variety. I feel like we saw him on another mage too. We saw him on Syndra, maybe, was it? Oh, man, someone needs to figure this out for me because, like I said, big champion pool on Mark Boots here.
Yep.
I like I'm 100% all for the Cleveland State bot lane right here. Kaisa Nautilus, I like that way better than the Jhin Alistar. Jhin was in a really, really good spot. He's kind of fallen off a little bit as far as like pick ban.
I think kind of fallen off a little bit is a good way to put it, Try. I think he's dropped in priority to...
Yeah, he was like must-have or must-ban.
Right, and now it's, Kaisa is supreme, and then there's kind of just the next tier after that. Jhin is probably in that next tier somewhere. Teams that prioritize him, they do it because of his setup. He can cross-map, set you up with a stun. He can open up with his ultimate, multiple slows. It's really a great team pick that can surprise you in team fights with his lethality options. He has multiple mythics that suit him pretty well. The Gale Force is one to note. And, yeah, it looks like an explosive matchup. But for Cleveland State, their comp has a lot of everything they need. They have reliable CC in the Nautilus, follow-up with the Cho'Gath. Zoe Bubbles could prove deadly, and the Graves to round out the DPS of the composition.
Yeah, so what I'm ready to see here. First off, cleanse, no flash on the Graves here.
I don't think that's what he's going to run.
Okay. I'm thinking it looks like that's what he's running so far. And it is. We are on spectator delay. So that is a cleanse smite on Graves here in the jungle. That is spicy.
Is very, very interesting. Are you sure he's running in? Are you sure he's taking that?
Yes, so far this is pulling API information for this draft here. So so far we have not had any mistakes for summoners yet. So I'm pretty sure that is what he's taking. That is some BDE.
That is BDE. I know Counter Jungle does like to opt into the Ignite when the matchup is good for it. When you're into like Hecarim and Olaf, you can go Ignite and Smite. That way, if you ever do need to duke it out for a crab, you can drop the Ignite on them. Graves will win that with the power of the Ignite. But the cleanse is raising questions for me. I don't see it. You can't really cleanse Alistar's combo.
I was going to say, I don't see enough CC to warrant a cleanse.
The Yone ulti is not cleanse worthy. The Talia knockback is not a spell you cleanse. It's really just the Pantheon stun and the Jhin W, but we'll have to see if he can get the value out of those spells. We'll also have to see if Mad City can punish the flashless Graves, and that is just a combination of summoner spells I don't think I've ever seen on jungle. So a very spicy way to open the game up. And honestly, I'm still hoping he just switches it to flash last second here. But
no, yeah, it's far too late for that. It is definitely not a flash. There's no going back now. It's a done deal. I don't know how that's going to play out. I don't like champions who don't take flash. I mean, I know that's not a champion that you would normally do that with, but like Hecarim, sometimes you see people taking like Ghost and Smite. I mean, I know that's meta for him, but man, Flash is just so big, man. Flash is so big.
Flash is very big, and yeah, we'll have to see what he does to pull this off. If he can justify it, or if he gets punished for it, we'll make sure to note that Flash could have been an option here, and if not Flash, maybe Ignite. Maybe even Exhaust would have made some sense here, but who are we to judge until they're out on the rip duking it out? And yeah, we have ourselves here.
We're the casters. We pretty much are the judges of the show. So we have all the right.
Well,
What about this top lane matchup?
so
Pantheon
Cho'Gath
into Cho'Gath.
Yeah, we know Cho'Gath has great lane sustain, right? So if you take any really bad trades into the Pantheon, should be able to heal it up. But again, we said that about the last Cho'Gath,
I
right?
know, right?
So it is a punishable champion. I will give the lane pressure over to the Pantheon. He's just too much in his kit early game.
Here's the thing, though. That Volibear, that was the issue. So let's see here. Shysep, I'm gonna give it to her. She knows how to handle a Pantheon in lane. It was the surprise factor. He said it in the interview. The Volibear, the biggest thing is like you catch people off guard, they don't respect it,
Right.
and you die. So I think it's going to be a different lane here for our Cho'Gath, and
Definitely.
I don't think she'll really get punished that hard by a Pantheon. And we've seen it before. Pantheon doesn't necessarily scale great, so the Cho'Gath will become just a huge problem. Tanky, hopefully big off the ultimates, and let the Kai'Sa do her thing.
Yeah, definitely. If the Pantheon is not gaining a significant advantage in lane, you'd most likely rather have a Cho'Gath as you enter the 2-item range. But Pantheon with 1 item, if the Cho'Gath has to passively let the Pantheon push, that opens up roam windows for Pantheon's ultimate. And if you can ulti along with the Talia, your stun can set up her W knockback, and that is a one-shot.
Yeah,
So
it really is.
if Pantheon is missing in lane, Zoe really needs to look out.
Yeah, pointing that combo out there kind of like makes me feel the impact or the idea behind the cleanse. If you're gonna be in a scenario where you're playing topside, you're playing for these heralds. I'm talking about counter jungle. And they're going into these 2v2s, and it's Talia and Pantheon. You really, really don't want to get that free setup for the one-shot combo. So you have the cleanse to cleanse the Pantheon stun, and that could be the difference between winning these 2v2s and just getting absolutely demolished.
That's a great point, Try. Because the Talia Pantheon combo is so lethal, it's so easy. All it is Pantheon stun into Talia full one-shot. If you cleanse that, you can live. Another thing is you can cleanse the Ignite here from Yone. Keep yourself to keep Grievous off of you so you can continue healing. So I'm expecting maybe an Immortal Shield Bow coming out for the Graves. I know counter jungle opts into that often. He would have to forego the Gale Force, which is a mobility option. He might need the mobility from Gale Force in route of the cleanse here. So really interesting summoner choice. It's starting to come together and make some sense here, but he's going to have to be an absolute unit in this game for that cleanse to actually, I think, get the value out of it. But
a little bit of a freeze here. That's okay. Just a little bit of lag on our spectator there. No big deal. And we are off to a pretty standard and normal start here.
Yeah, we have both junglers on the top side here. So Mirrored clears. Try to figure it out. Mirrored is when they start the same side and they path the same direction.
Okay, that
opposite
makes sense.
is going to be when they are opposite starts opposite direction.
Yes.
So mirrored and then opposite. I think we can nail that down, book it, stamp it,
100%.
and try and remember that. So mirrored paths this game just means that when the bot lane scuttle spawns at 3:15, it could be a 3v3, 4v4 situation for that. Or one of the junglers might have to give it up, look for a quick recall, go top crab, or just switch the route up. But a nice hook here. And the level 2 coming in for Cleveland State's bot lane. That's going to be a pretty nice trade. The Ignite goes down a bit early, but they'll take that damage.
Yeah, that's a good trade for Neural Network here.
Yep, Neural already hitting turret, so nice bot lane aggression here coming out of Cleveland State. We'll have to see if the Graves pathing downward can affect this lane. A bit of a stutter here.
Yeah, unfortunately, bear with us. Nothing on our end. It seems to be League of Legends client side. Our replays are just, seems like they're locking up for a second there. But we are back in the action, and Yone looking for those trades. Not getting any damage down there, but I like the attempt.
Yeah, I think typically Yone into range lanes plays it passive, but we see Mark Boots is just going with the all-in approach here. But Master Wolf picking up the barrier, able to use that, get a nice trade here. He's running low on mana. And we see an Alistar engaged. Nautilus is the target. The Ignite goes down. He tries to hook the wall, but instead will drop for first blood over to Jiggity here. Great sign here for Mad City as they have control of bot lane. Here's counter jungle on the Graves. He's around the corner. And Talia is going to go ahead and scoop that bot crab. Here's the trade in the top lane. We see Cho'Gath is doing pretty well. I think Cho'Gath takes that trade unless there's
a execute on the Q. Oh, and that is close.
I'll eat my words on that one. Cho'Gath does not take that trade. Yes, you can sustain with the minions, but the chances that Pantheon will just dive you are pretty high now. So early recall coming in for Shystepped on the Cho'Gath here, and we see the mid jungle 2v2
that's a bad
pressure.
Oh, that is a really bad path to set up the Talia for an easy W, correct? I can't remember. Yeah.
Is W.
Man, you don't want to be walking in those thin corridors like that between the wall and your tower. It's just a really easy setup. Luckily, Master Wolf not getting hit with that one, but it could have been detrimental.
And you know, Talia, we're going to see Graves is on top crab right now. Talia could have just walked through mid lane and started that crab.
And gotten double crab there.
And possibly would have double crab. But a lot of times, the jungler will think, oh, he must have already gotten that crab. As we've seen all in the mid lane. Mark Boots looking for lethal here and will take down Master Wolf in the mid lane. Great start here for Mad City in the mid lane and the bot lane. As Dione is going to look for a crash and a reset. And he will be going to be active. Talia looking for a 2v1 in the top lane. Shystepped has flash, is fighting in the minion wave, finds herself in an awkward situation. The Q will land, but it's on Shystepped to just walk away. So Castle knows that if he flashes, there is no more escape for Shystepped, and now that's Mad City coming out in every lane with an advantage here.
Yeah, really unfortunate here for Cleveland State University at the very start of this game. But what we do see here is some really good scaling champions on the side of Cleveland State University. So what they need to do is try and compose themselves and make sure they're not giving up too much in these early game scenarios. I think maybe top lane could have had some vision out there to avoid that gank. You know, we saw Graves was not close by being that far up. Yes, you were taking some aggressive trades with the Pantheon, and it looked like you were Cho'Gath was doing well with those trades, but what are you going to do when Talia shows up? You just burn the flash and trade flash for flash and go down anyway.
Yep. And we see Cleveland State will trade top gank for Drake, so Talia showing top is all they needed, and we see Mark Boots with an all-in on the Zoe. This is just relentless aggression from Mark Boots, who already has his quiver. And we see Cho'Gath getting the Pantheon very low, faring pretty well in the lane. Outside of that one gank and the poor trade we saw in the top lane, can Cho'Gath actually come out ahead in this matchup after that? Will be a good question, but we see a double, triple wave stacked here for Mad City. If they can dive this. Wait
a second. Sleep under tower,
the
though.
Yone going to the last tower shot. That's going to be Master Wolf taking down Mark Boots, putting Cleveland State on the board. Beautiful 1v1 play. A bit of a mistake by Mark Boots, getting slept under turret.
Yeah, unfortunately, the tower going to hit him with that nice fadeaway, picking up the kill for Master Wolf. And now they're tied up in the mid lane. Master Wolf catching up in farm here, so not looking too bad for Zoe.
No, Zoe is going to be a force in this game with that kill. Could be an early book for her.
Yep, we did see her just pick one up. We could check out some items here. Wow, look at that. It is lovely. We do see a farm gap in the top lane, but every other lane doing pretty well. Tied up in almost every lane other than top.
That's right. When it's Cho'Gath, you're okay to be down a little bit in farm. You just want to be tanky for your team and hit your combos here. We see some really aggressive trading. Shystepped looking for the chomp here on Inominant, but he will just take that kill 1v1. Not enough respect for the execute damage that can come out of Pantheon. We see counter jungle here to cover, but does he look for the kill?
Oh, he gets it,
This is a situation where he has cleanse, but oh, the Talia is going to wall him off. There's the stun, there's the cleanse, and we see the cleanse coming through Try. Yep. The value saving his life. I think Flash maybe would have done the trick as well, but we see that counter jungle quick to understand that the Pantheon stun needs to be cleansed or the Talia combo will come through. So great awareness and usage of the cleanse there by Counter Jungle.
We have this quick little break here. I'm weary to go because it looked like maybe they were posturing up for a little trade there. But we could take a look at this play up here and kind of analyze a little better how that cleanse really worked out up here.
Yeah, and it's just when the Pantheon stuns, the Talia drops her combo, but the Graves is able to cleanse it and R himself over the wall. So great heads up defense play from Counter Jungle, who is out to a farm lead himself. We all know Graves can carry games when he gets ahead in farm like this. He needs to continue this rate, find himself an advantage.
This is business for bot lane, looking for maybe a 4-man dive on this tower. CSU just going to back off completely, let them get some plates. Probably the right call. I think that would have been easy pickup for Mad City if they stay around to defend that tower. A nice 4-man dive, difficult to deal with.
And we see Shysep not backing down even after 2 deaths. When she gets her slow push going and crashes her wave, she's actually walking up to chip the turret for plates. So trying to find her way back into the game with plate gold could work out for her. We'll have to see if the punish comes from the Pantheon. And we see Zoe getting plates too. So Cleveland State closing the gold gap. Here's the Pantheon ulti onto the Cho'Gath. She's going to fight back a bit, hits that knockup. We have another 1v1 going on. Here's the Yone ultimate, lots of damage down. Zoe picks up the ignite, uses it right back, but finds herself behind enemy lines. It's going to be a tricky one to get out of. Counter Jungle, no flash, no cleanse here. He doesn't want to get stunned up. There's the combo we were talking about here, and he will drop. It's too automatic, it's too guaranteed. Try, it's too much damage. Great plays coming out from Mad City here. They find themselves with a 3K gold advantage despite the plates that Cleveland State have heroically opted to take. And that was just Pantheon Flash coming in huge there.
Yeah, unfortunately not having the cleanse. If he had cleanse there, maybe even potential for the turnaround, but knowing that he didn't have it, it was too free for Pantheon to pick that up. And now Pantheon 3-0. This is kind of worrisome, He doesn't scale that well, but he definitely can take control of the early game with a lead like this.
He rushed Bork. So this is...
That is pretty spicy.
You see Bork on the Pantheon. Bork on most champions mean they want a side lane. We see Bubble will land. Is this going to be a good Zoe trade?
Ooh.
That's a nice Q bop here from Master Wolf, asserting himself in this lane. He is totally in this game. He might need to be a carry factor here for Cleveland State. And we see Counter Jungle will drop the Rift Herald. This tells me, that Counter Jungle has gotten first Drake and first Rift. He's looking for second Drake now, so objective control.
That Rift just getting a big smack on the tower there.
Yeah, objective control going over to the side of Cleveland State here, especially if they can get Drake number 2. That is the one thing that they will have going for them. That's nice. Great objective control from Counter Jungle here. They need to look for Soul. And now we see the Bork damage coming out. Bork is a power spike that Cho'Gath is going to have a really hard time dealing with. But the caveat to building Bork first is Pantheon's going to be really squishy in these team fights. Like one Zoe bubble with his shield down probably means...
Yeah, he has to primarily look for the picks and, these 1v1 trades like through pushing lanes. Because I agree with you, even if he gets on somebody in a team fight, he's going to go down really quickly, especially to... Let's say, like a sleep. If he gets hit with a Zoe bubble and then a Q, he's going to be in big trouble. Oh, no.
Hit the plant without her jungler. Man, he's forced to E over the wall, but he goes into a 1v2, and this looks like a miscommunication, a bit of an error, and Castle with a beautiful predict on the Talia W. Left Graves with nowhere on the map to go.
That bubble pop there, or the plant pop right there, was just so unfortunate. Going in blind into that brush, surprise Pantheon's waiting for you, and it's just not much you could do there.
And I think the idea was that they go over together, try the quick 2v1 on the Pantheon before Talia shows, but Shysep bopped herself over the wall and Graves away, meaning Graves had to use his only mobility spell to get right into the 2v2 where he didn't want to go.
I don't think they had vision. I think that the pink was there, and they didn't know that Pantheon was there. I think they were... I think that... Shysep was going over that brush, or using the plant specifically to clear that ward.
Wait, is that a Shysep here? the feast will come in and execute here. She's getting pummeled by rocks in the top lane, but she's happy to sustain up after taking that kill back. That shutdown hold
that
in the
was
pocket
nice.
of Cho'Gath.
That
Now,
was some surprise damage, and it looks like they
2v1.
might get Yone here. Oh, but the double ulti.
Master Wolf and Counter Jungle trying to 2v1. Yone has to snap back to his original location, but he's going for lethal before he does it. He gets lethal on Counter Jungle and snaps back, but that's Neural Network picking it up. I think Cleveland State calls worth on that. They got a kill on their Kaisa, and that is huge for the implications on the game. Mad City, Pantheon is back. These top laners are scrapping it out constantly. He is angry. I think Shysept understands her death. Is looking for a clever way out, but that's just
not going to happen. He's just too fast. He's too strong right now. Definitely getting that farm gap here, and it's only going to get bigger after that death. We're at 20 seconds on these cooldown timers. He's going to get, a wave and a half for free, deny some waves from the Cho'Gath as well right here. And it's looking really tough for this top lane matchup.
Not to mention, we're looking at bot lane almost turret down already. Jiggity and hit him up, Rob. Really nice farm numbers, really good pressure here, and great damage on the turret so far. As soon as that goes down, they can actually swap their Pantheon into bot lane and take their bot somewhere else. But here's the Alistar combo into Talia. That's very reliable. And that's Akranar going down. Neural Network is probably next. He knows he's likely going to go down. It's nice usage of ulti here, but he gets snagged up by the Jhin.
Oh, and he up.
Flashes to Talia. He uses Gale Force to dodge the second shot. A third one rings true.
A good attempt there. Pulling out all the stops to get away there. Unfortunately, does not make it.
And I got to say, the way Mad City's playing around Castle, they are extremely aggressive wherever Castle is, other than Mark Boots. And Pantheon is always aggressive. But it seems like the explosive setup for the Talia W is there. This looks practiced by Mad City. This looks very scary to deal with. We'll have to see if Cleveland State can play the Dragon game. If they can get third Drake, then all they are is one away from Soul.
Yeah, they're only down 7k gold, and this is one of those scenarios where it's like, if they get this Soul, it could come down to one Baron fight, and the game could go over to either team. So they need to be careful. I think it's really...
hit him up. Rob is going to engage here with the Alistar combo, followed up by the Jhin stun. Master Wolf forced to flash over the wall, but here comes Yone with the E over the R onto Master Wolf. He's getting rooted up by Akranar. Good save on the Zoe. No kill to come out yet, but tons of pressure from Mad City. Cleveland State needs to get control of the map here in the next 20 seconds. Here comes the Pantheon ultimate. He's looking to clean up. He's looking for kills. But most importantly, they have complete control of Cleveland State's red jungle quadrant, making it almost impossible for them to walk in and look for that third Drake without just dropping to another reliable combo.
You know what I think they should do right here? I think Cleveland State University has Cho'Gath and Graves top. They give this Dragon and they take the Herald. We see Graves taking Scuttle right now, so it looks like maybe he's starting the Herald.
Yeah,
I think
so.
Oh, he was doing the Herald that whole time, actually.
So, yeah, counter jungle, good heads up play. We see Bubble lands on Yone, but I think Zoe goes down here. Hit him up. Rob claims the kill. Mark Boots getting ignited, but he's free to walk away. And yeah, but we did see that Graves was able to trade Herald and will get top turret with that. So at least trading across the map.
Yeah, Pantheon looking to try and stop this Herald, but maybe they could get a second tower out of this.
Here's the 2v1. Pantheon
my God, that
up with a
damage.
ton of damage. The Cho'Gath is here to support counter jungle with a great evasion. Will get away, and is that lethal here? Shysept will take out Inamanat for another kill here. Hit him up, Robin, engage in mid-game. This game's getting a little sloppy here.
Yeah, careful of that Talia. She could definitely set up this kill on Nautilus here, but she looks like she misses W if she used it there. Oh, and here comes the ulti.
Talia
she's
tried
going
to
all
roll
in.
off the Nautilus. Here's the... Kaisa can open up on Talia, but the Hex Splash by the Alistar is huge. Kaisa looking for lethal on Talia. She's burning, but she'll get away. And this is a fight right outside Cleveland State's base gates. Master Wolf is burning low, but he has pots running. Trying to answer damage back, but Jiggity snipes him out right in the process. Making that a 1 for 0. They're looking for the tier 2 mid turret, but counter jungle's here to wave clear. The Yone will dive in. That's a 2-man knockup. Akranar first away, but a big knockup from the Cho'Gath. There's no damage to follow up that Cho'Gath knockup. Cleveland State.
That's only going to be a 1 for 1. They took down Pantheon in the top lane, lost Zoe in the mid, and got 2 towers out of that play, though. So Maybe I think a worthwhile answer for Cleveland State University here against Mad City, letting them take that dragon, grabbing the Herald, getting 2 towers out of it as well as a kill, and then putting up a pretty good defense in the mid and bot lane. I think they lost a tower bot, but the mid tower survived. So all in all, good play. They are now down 9 kills though. So I think they need to be cautious about taking fights here, but they definitely don't want to give up too much in terms of objectives.
Definitely. And speaking of objectives, Cleveland State has now gotten 2 Heralds, 2 Drakes to Mad City's 1 Drake. But what Mad City's lacking in neutrals, they make up in lane pressure and gold right here. They're just up an insane amount. 7K at 18 minutes. That's extremely hard to come back from. What does it start with here? We saw Kaisa almost taking out Talia in that last fight. That would have been really big for the game. We need Kaisa to find angles to DPS here. Maybe a bubble pick could be a good setup here. Pantheon jumps over the wall for the stun. That's a nice knockup by Cho'Gath. Pantheon with the Blade of the Rune King. Once that shield goes down, he will be squishy. Neural Network able to open up. Shotset will flash for the knockup. That's the bubble connecting. He is sleeping. And that should be Pantheon going down here to Neural. And Cleveland State with a double kill on Neural Network. The Kaisa, that is one way back into this game.
Yeah, Mad City does not want to be giving up kills to Kaisa like this. Now she's going to be in a point where, like, okay, let's get oh, I almost forgot about this, guys. Are you ready? Boom. Let's get a look at these items here. So still working on boots, unfortunately, for Kaisa, but as she's getting into these items, I think, let's pull this away.
Mark Boots is in a 1v3. He's looking to take the Zoe down with him, but I think he just dies. He does, and that's Cleveland State with another proactive play. A 1-for-0 here. Goes over to counter jungle. He's on the board now on this Graves. And he is hanging in there in farm too. He could become a force in this game. He could become a carry threat that Cleveland State needs to emerge out of this mid game here if they're looking for Drake number 3 or 4.
So we see Pantheon making his way into bot quadrant here, trying to grab some camps, it looks like. But we have Dragon up in a minute and 20. I think Cleveland State needs to find their way over towards this Dragon and start getting some vision down. What I've noticed with a lot of these teams lately is a lot of times we're not... Oh, no.
Pantheon ulti. This looks like a 2v1 for Shystep. She's on an island, has TP, but there's no way to TP out of this. She's going to probably try and take him on a walk here while Cleveland State can look for a play on the other side of the map, knowing that 2 members are down here. The next best thing she could maybe do is take some minions down with her.
Mark Boots on his way here as well.
Yeah, but that's 3 members that just showed. So does Cleveland State look for an answer play? Possible hook here. Akranar looking to be passive here. Maybe not sure of the heads on the map. But could have maybe locked the Talia up. If you see 3 members on the bot lane and you're Nautilus there, I think you hook that and you ulti. You look to one-tap the Talia knowing 3 of her teammates were relatively far away. It could have been a possible angle. Yes. But I don't blame Akranar for just being cautious here in his positioning.
You know, if I'm looking back on what just happened, I'm wondering if the delay there of running away from them was a bad choice, because Dragon is now up in 10 seconds. And if you had died sooner, you could have respawned sooner for the Dragon timer.
Mark Booth engaging with the ulti, looking to kill counter jungle. He'll go down to Inominence hook, but Cleveland State fighting back with Cho'Gath in the front line. Neural Network is in the back line all by himself. He'll get taken down, but a couple trade kills. Master Wolf running low as well. Cho'Gath relatively healthy, but he is the target focus. Inominence is just sniping with these spears. He's everywhere. Good knockup by Cho'Gath, but Cho'Gath will also drop, and that is a clean ace here. Well, it's an ace for 1 for Mad City. They could look to break base and then retreat to Drake, which afterwards they will probably set up Baron now. It's about that time try. They can look to choke Cleveland State out with proper vision control right after this reset.
Man, that was such an unfortunate turn of events there. I think that Neural Network taking the ulti in on the Yone looked really, really good, but then there was just a lot of lifesteal for Yone there. Not enough damage from the Kaisa to take him down, and then she was just out of position, getting focused by, I think it was the Talia and the Yone there, taking him down. I think maybe if he stayed in the back line, fought front to back instead of going for the Yone, it could have been a much different story, but fortunately, this Dragon going over to Mad City, and now it's 2 Drakes to 2 Drakes with a pretty large kill gap between the two teams.
Yeah, we see Castle crossing the mid lane to the top side of the map. That tells you exactly what Mad City's thinking. And now we get to see Mad City's Baron setup. We'll have to see the quality of setup, the quality of looks that they can create. They have reliable combos on their side, but a good bubble here. A bubble here would be massive. The bubble lands. That Talia could just drop. She's going to flash away and return some damage. Master Wolf smiting Baron for HP, but Baron doesn't like that.
Oh!
Leah on the pursuit. Master Wolf is on a journey here. They're going to stun up counter jungle. He's in a 1v3. He's going to want to take one down with him, but he can't. Meanwhile, in the base game, his Pantheon, he is just murdering Cleveland State member after Cleveland State member. Here comes the Nautilus ulti. I think they can actually 2v1 this with the feast that Cho'Gath can bring in, but Inominant, pretty good footwork, dodging the first Q knockup, but there's the feast. They're going to go ahead and take that as a consolation prize for Baron over to Mad City.
Yeah, unfortunately, things have gotten pretty sloppy as we're making our way into this mid-game here. Around the 15 to 17-minute mark, we started seeing a lot of mistakes coming out from these teams. Things just got hectic. But unfortunately, with Mad City having a lead, CSU falling behind in those hectic scenarios, and now it's looking really, really good for Mad City. They have Baron. They're up 10K over 10K gold, and they're prepared to just run it down these lanes, I think.
Yeah, I think you play lanes here. I mean, the obvious reason you're playing lanes is Drake's not up for 3 minutes. But, the Yone ulti to open up into Neural Network. He'll ult away, get a shield. Is that too far from Mark Boots? No, it's not, because the execute damage just snaps on Akaisa, kills her. And now we have hit him up. Rob is going to die behind turret. And Mad City are very aggressive with this Baron buff here. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what you want to see out of this team. They're getting a lead, and then they're using it. They're pressing it here. Baron buff minions. Good siege opportunity here. Can Jiggity get autos on the turret? What's the wave clear like for Cleveland State? Hit him up, Rob, with a huge knockup to set up the Pantheon ulti. And this is going to be probably a complete wipe. Cleveland State's turret's helping them trade back. The Jin will go down in the process, but that is a 2-for-1 here. As the onslaught will continue, Mad City have approached the base turret here. Mark Boots healing up. He's looking for another angle. This guy goes in on cooldown, and there's the flash, the knockup. He's going for lethal on Neuro. Can't quite hit it. Flash for free. That's good for Cleveland State. But the statement he makes with the aggression.
And they're still aggressing here. They have the Baron buff. They're still death timers for CSU, and they're just getting every little bit they can. Gonna get a Nexus Tower here and maybe call it. I don't know. It looks like they're staying around.
Cleveland State can defend this. It's not over here. If anything, Mad City needs to look for a reset and maybe play for bot lane, right? They got top and mid inhib. If they were to stick around any longer, I think there would be some members dropping, some shutdowns going over to Cleveland State. So wisely, they will back out, and their next focus is going to be bot lane. At this point, Dragon's just a luxury. They'll have maybe Talia solo it, but I think their focus is just keeping the Cleveland State members in the bot lane so that they can choke out with the top and mid inhibitors. And here's the dive. It was a beautiful combo by Hit 'em Up Rob with the Pantheon all over top. Yes, they lose Jin. Someone had to take top turret aggro, but they will take a 1-for-2 plus 2 turrets in this situation any day.
I thought that was the Kaisa dive. I had one locked and loaded, but then got distracted by the play, and I forgot to put one in. But
Master Wolf with the bubble on Talia. That lands into the Cho'Gath knockup. Kaisa tags with the W. Is this Cleveland State's angle to fight? They are grouped as 5, but it appears they need to deal with base minions, which opens up a window on this next wave for Mad City to look to hit turret. This is the moment Cleveland State needs to go in, or otherwise their base will slowly die. Hit him up, Rob, in the front line, tanking it up. So is Shysep. Pantheon going on counter jungle. That's a really nice shield there, keeping him alive, but they can front to back. They can kill Cho'Gath. They can even advance on the Nexus pretty soon here. A nice Yone ulti. Just cleanup work here. Mark Boots, relentless aggression. Mad City advancing onto Nexus, and at 28 minutes, Mad City looking to go up 1-0 in this series.
Wow, and that was a great game here. I think things kind of started to fall apart and get a little hectic in the mid game there. CSU doing a great job of kind of like taking what they could get, getting those objectives. They had a lot of objective control in the mid game, but then kind of let it slip. Things started to get a little hectic. People were fighting everywhere, and then due to that, Mad City just kind of started picking up the kills in these fights because they were already ahead, and it just snowballed out of control.
Watch hit him up, Rob, here. Watch this Hex Flash into a knock-up on Nautilus and a bop on Graves. I'm actually mistaken. He had a 3-man, I think.
This is the play right before where they executed the neural network with the dive on Yone. Just the execute damage as he went back to his shadow was surprising. I didn't think he was getting the kill off that play, but he ended up doing it. So a good game 1 going over to Mad City, and now I'm excited for us to be getting into game 2 here shortly.
I need to see out of Cleveland State some draft adjustments, and another thing, I don't want to tip my hat. I don't want to tip anyone's hat here or give away too much information, but I think if you're the underdog and you're outmatched in lanes, you need to draft something unexpected, something surprising, right?
Yeah.
To just come out with an uppercut here on the Mad City and daze them a little bit with your champ picks, if you will, to find yourselves back in this series. Cleveland State, a team that can upset these Titan teams, even like Mad City. The roster Cleveland State has put out is a very skilled one. We do have a bit of off-rolling, going on, but we don't need to get into that too much. I just need to see some draft adjustments and a different execution here out of Cleveland State.
Yeah, I think, like we said, they need to really focus on that mid-game there. I think mistakes are being made when there's like, let me try and like gather my thoughts here. I feel like there's scenarios where they could let things go and have better chance scaling into the game, but when they're what I'm seeing with Cleveland State is like when they're behind, they become desperate to try and get everything they can. And then there's times where that's not the right call, and it puts them even further behind.
Here's a hint, I think. If your team gets First Herald plus 2 Drakes, then you maybe want to consider only playing 5 men for Drake. Everything else
is just farm your lanes, make sure they defend your towers, play defensive.
Should be cautionary. It should be wave clear focus. It should be trading away from the enemy's play. So if they send 3 bot, you look for maybe a pick on the Talia. But other than that, if you can group all 5 members at Drake number 3, that's where you have your best chances to actually come ahead in the game. So if Counter Jungle can come out with that objective control that we saw in game 1, I think it's up to Cleveland State as a team, as a unit, and as a 5-man to prepare Drake 3 and 4 before they fall behind too much in gold in this mid game that you're talking about.
Yeah. I think what we could do, let's head over to a short break here. We're getting the following teams ready for pro draft, as well as getting the tournament code and everything set up, getting these teams back into the lobby. So we will catch you very shortly. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss these remaining games of the day. That's what I'm trying to get out here. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you guys shortly.
Setup members, and I think McMaster University is wise enough to retreat here, but this means a lot of minion cleanup for Mingos here, as they can maybe scrape together some gold to flip the game at Seoul.
I jinxed them.
Yeah, caster curse.
Yep.
So try it. Anytime you're wrong about anything, just say, "Oh, a caster curse."
Oh, caster curse.
So if I'm like, "Oh yeah, Rise is gonna get this kill," and then he doesn't, I'm just gonna say, "Oh, I caster curse." I'm like, literally, it was me that did it.
It feels like it was. The moment I said they're gonna win, Graves getting picked there, losing their pressure they had with just the play in general, the wave control and everything. It's kind of stalled out the game a little bit longer.
But the timers could not be worse for Mingos, as we see the Kite. Kite's a heads up, 1v2 against the Ash. The Olaf here to respond, but he is right in front of the Raid Boss. Raid Boss smacking away here. TP's coming in. They're going all in. This is Mingos. They need to kite the volley, but they simply can't. The choke flashes in for the bite. He can't get anything. He just goes down. Volibear under turret.
He does not care.
He looks comfortable under there. He is still going. That's the shield. He will flash.
10 tower shots later.
The hook will land, and I think that is the closeout here, Try.
100%. That is game. No way Rise is stopping this at all. That is a 4-0, and McMaster going to close out the game with that huge play right there. Dude,
Dude.
Volibear took like 10 tower shots.
Yeah.
And they say we're not done yet. Rise, we'll see you later.
Yeah, and Graves diving fountain. And it just looks good for McMaster University. I think some draft adjustments, some gameplay adjustments,
Oh, yeah.
better matchup knowledge here.
Oh, yeah.
And
Oh, it's a juicy one. They said
or he's banned, I'll go Syndra here. And they'll take the skill matchup.
All right, let's see if it plays out the way we think for this mid lane here as we hop into game 3 of match 1 of week 4. Got it right that time.
Great job.
Yeah, so we got people in the background saying, don't forget season 2. This is LSS season 2, match 1, game 3 of week 4, and it's coming down to this.
That is.
Wow, all the hype for nothing. We do see the disconnect here for Seraphine, unfortunately, but yeah, let's see here. We're seeing a pretty standard. I guess I'm looking at the mini map here. I don't really know what the look is here for Mingos. We've got most members in the bot side quadrant and nobody in top side, so maybe they're gonna end up looking for something here, but I'm not entirely sure.
Another thing, tries, where are the knockups here for the Yasuo? He has to
Just on Braum.
Just on Braum. He has to mostly provide his own knockup. Of course, he'll be looking out for that Braum ultimate, which will be major key, but other than that, he's going to have to create for himself. He needs to gain advantages in this matchup. He took Ignite, Syndra took TP, right? So you got to kill that Syndra. And you have an Elise here. So immobile mage, no cleanse, and you have an Elise, so multiple visits mid. I think mid jungle 2v2 wins this game. It's got to be the name of the game here.
Yeah, and then you kind of just have, so you go for the mid jungle duo to like get you through early game, take control of the rivers, get these dragons, get these scuttles. Maybe look for some, you know, camp stealing, things like that. And then in the meantime, you just have Kaisa, Braum, and Akali just in their lanes scaling into late. You know, you get a few items on Akali, you get a few items on Kaisa, and those two are extremely powerful.
I would agree. But one more thing to point out here before we get into some action. The rate that Graves can outfarm Elise is major.
Yes,
so if Elise, let's say, invests in 2 ganks mid and 1 top with play
She could be
sequence,
doubled in farm.
she could easily get gapped in farm, yeah. So Graves is looking for that Elise pathing mistake. Elise is looking for probably Syndra's head. All right, there's no way they're stacking for a late invade here, Try. Are they going to walk in at 120 and nope, they're
No, I think
retreating?
they're just
Oh, yeah, the
defending.
Graves
Yeah,
recalled.
waiting for Graves to get back. He pulled the nice ward top side TP grab scanner and then make my way back to my camp. I haven't really paid close enough attention to see if we're seeing most teams do that. We see Mingos here not opting to go for the back scanner.
There's an E start from Yasuo here.
I think that's pretty standard.
Aggressive.
Lets you get a couple of those nice little trades off, dash through some minions, you get the charge up on it, an auto or 2, dash through, and then, you know, back through your wave, and that's a pretty good chunk at level 1.
Nice movement from Zulfer here. Getting warmed up, ready to go. Tristana kind of pushes by default due to her passive. When she executes a minion, when she kills a minion, they blow up, kill the minions around them. And because of that AoE damage, it's really hard to not push on Tristana. You're basically always shoving with that champion, which means Kaisa, Braum, there's no pressure on them to... Oh, here's the all-in try you're talking about. A couple autos on the bombs, getting ready to bop. Some decent damage.
Yeah, so that's a level 2 engage and just half healthing Kaisa there.
But Kaisa and Braum had the lane where they wanted.
What is this roam? I didn't even see Yasuo down here. That is an aggressive play to look for something that early, giving up the pressure into your lane. Maybe he just doesn't want to walk up after shoving the mid wave into the Syndra.
Yeah, he had a move timer, but if you move like that, there's in top lane, if you make that same move, you can lose up to 3 minions for that. As we see the 2v2 erupt again. Braum going low. Tristana jumping in, but not quite under tower range.
And we have Kaisa looking to return with auto attacks, but is kept in check by Seraphine. And the 2v2 trade going over to McMaster University as they still have push. I don't think you fight into that lane. You just let the wave come to you.
No, yeah,
Krishana
you
cannot
don't
bounce and
fight that.
freeze on you, so you just take the perma push. Here's the volley with all in under turret. Oh my goodness, that Akali is gone.
I'm going to say it right now. How do you let that volley bear get through pick ban after the last game? And what do you know? This man gets first blood on a level 4 tower dive and gets away scot-free. No flash. Didn't you? I mean, and now he's TPing. Okay, no. That's the Akali TP.
Yeah, I don't know. Try just surprising amount of bursts. He has the Doran's Blade. He has press the attack. Cocoon lands. That needed to happen. There's Venerated's flash. I think they disengage this for now as Graves is shown up. He will probably look. This isn't over because.
Hello. We are back, and we are ready to get into the next game. Cleveland State University versus Mad City. What are you thinking as we're going into game 2?
Well, I think you're going to be surprised with the draft here coming out from Cleveland State. We were able to watch a little bit of the pro draft link, and I think I want to just let them appear for you to react to it. I don't want to spoil it because we got some sauce coming out from Cleveland State. It's going to be a new look for Med City.
I am ready for the sauce.
They're going to have to adjust their play a bit and look to punish the weaknesses in Cleveland State draft, because when you draft champions, there's no way to not have weaknesses. So if you're going to index on a little bit of spice and some sauce, you're also drafting some weaknesses. It's up to Mad City to punish as we see bans coming out here. I should mention the Rengar ban is respect to Shysept, a Rengar top player, very feared champion. I would never like to do the same ban. The Veigar targeted at probably neural network, as they maybe didn't realize he slotted AD.
I was thinking the same thing.
But he's a Veigar player. And then the Olaf targeted at counter jungle, one of his high priority junglers that he has found a lot of success on.
Yeah, and Cleveland State could take a win here. That they want to take this seriously and not try.
Matchup for the Soraka. Typically, she wants to get away with just chipping away, poking you.
Yeah, he can set up a big combo and really burst her with no good mobility to get out of a scenario like that. Gonna have to play very careful on that Soraka. But
another pick to talk about here, try the Udyr coming out from Mad City on Castle here. If I'm not mistaken, it's Canyon, the jungler we all know and love from Worlds last year, that has gotten Udyr bans against him in, I believe it's the LPL or the LCK, one of those two. I get them mixed up.
Okay, that is real spicy. Hey, I'm a jack of all trades, master of none, and I got some Udyr games on my roster, on my history as well. So I'm excited to see some of that come out here and see if it could do some work. I played him. I'm a meta man, there's a point where he was like really meta, and I played him for a good 40 games or something. But that's in the past. That's when I actually broke the barrier and made it into Plat 3 solo queue.
But
that's
good.
I couldn't stick with the jungle.
No,
I have too much ADHD for that. I'm just on to the next thing. What's the new spicy hot topic of the month, and I'll hop on it.
Too much blame from your teammates too, right? Like blame jungler.
Yeah.
Just blame the jungler.
Solo queue, man, it's a nightmare.
Yeah, Oh, you in your lane? Jungler.
Yeah.
You lose, miss a cannon? Ping your jungler.
Yep.
Right?
Why didn't you come and gank my lane when I was getting 3-man dove up in top?
Yeah.
Why were you down bot lane? What are you doing?
Literally, just teleport from bot lane to my turret. So
why are you taking dragon while they're ganking me top, dude?
Yeah.
Come on.
Take dragon and rift at the same time so that you have more time to gank me.
Yeah,
right?
Duh.
Leash Drake, you can leash, you should just leash Drake all the way up to Herald.
You should just stop farming jungle camps and just be in my lane all the time.
Yeah, but don't take my XP.
Yeah, just stay off to the side, just the perfect amount, and be there when I need you. I'm gonna snap my fingers and you better be there.
Yeah, now you're sounding like TF Blade.
Damn, shots fired. Diddy over here.
I'm just mad because he beat my ass in solo queue. Once.
Yeah, I'd be mad too.
Yeah.
Fuck him.
I killed him though.
You guys hear that? We have a resident OG top laner right here, taking down TF Blade. One kill in his game.
Shaking down. His team slapped me, but that kill is something I will always remember. Anyway, back to draft.
Back to the draft. This Nidalee in the jungle.
Yeah, counter jungle on Nidalee. Nidalee is a flashy, high skill cap. You must have low ping, high mechanics, and great game sense to pull this pick off.
She's
So,
one of those champions where it's like you either see them do nothing or you see them do a lot.
yes, exactly.
Facts. Everyone's laughing, but she's one of those champions. Like, I mean, potentially same could even be said for this Udyr.
Yeah.
Udyr is like you either are just splitting forever and farming, or you're like running people down and smacking.
Yeah, and my guess is that I know both of these junglers are great, very advanced players. So my guess is they're both going to be very productive. But you never know if one of them will fall flat. I know Nidalee can farm very fast. Her mobility means she can go from one quadrant to another very quickly. She can farm gap. Even Udyr, I believe, depending on if counter jungle can counter jungle is the question.
Yes, definitely.
But it's in his name. So
I think you can. I mean, against an Udyr, it's a good opportunity to be looking for fights. I guess that's hard to say. Like Udyr, you kind of do the same thing.
kind of, except Nidalee has just more playmaking options, more mobility. Udyr kind of is like, he'll probably look to farm a lot, take neutrals, and if you want to stop him from taking neutral, then it's on.
Okay, yeah.
Because, again, it all comes back to forcing you to come into me to check what I'm doing means that I don't really need as much mobility to get onto you, right? And all right, our players are loading on here. We have the Soraka top took barrier into the Gragas now.
That's going to be a matchup. Telling you right now, chat, you guys need to keep an eye on this top lane. I think we're going to see either a flop or a bop up there because
one of two.
I think it's going to be
Nothing in
one
the
of
middle?
two. I think no.
Not
I
a,
don't
like,
think. I think it's going to go
not a
really
wop.
well for the Soraka, or it's going to go really bad.
All right, well, if you're Cleveland State, you're hoping it goes really well here. And maybe you can get tower dove and barrier bait some kids, right? You're going to look to dive the Soraka, no mobility. You go in, she pops barrier. You're like, oh, wait,
What are
their
you
top
gonna do?
laner has barrier.
Yeah.
And then tower kills you. I'm expecting that to maybe happen. And here we go.
Ooh, and we are on the rift. What is it going to be for this level 1? You know I like some spice, but it doesn't always happen. Let's see here. What is up with those red-blue buffs on them? What is that? Is it not even blue? Like, you see how they all have that blue?
That was like a little like checkered circle
Yeah.
under Yone.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
what is that?
I don't know.
Also, I can hear the music pretty loud.
I've never heard the music before. Did you?
No, this music pretty
Okay,
nice.
hype,
Get me
let's go.
going,
Yeah,
you know?
this feels intense.
Dun, 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 dun. It's a 5-man invade against Cleveland State.
All members of Mad City with blue buff here. Like what?
Right.
Clients acting up today. We had some connection issues. It seemed like we were DCing with the client. And then also we saw that random like freeze during champion select, and then
Yeah.
boom, everybody's already selected.
Yeah, thanks, Biden.
Yeah, thanks, Riot.
All right, we're getting our lanes now, and let's look where jungles are starting. So, Try, what jungle start is this?
This is a opposite.
Opposite start.
Woo.
Nice.
I'm
So
a
the-
jungle master now.
You should just jungle now.
Good point.
Go back to the Udyr.
Yeah.
Shyvana was a good pick of yours, right?
Yeah, Shyvana, Udyr, and Jax were.
Nice.
And you know what I played for a while that had really good win, like I had really good win rates
What?
on, was Aatrox jungle.
Really? The
Yeah.
old Aatrox?
No, the new one.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I remember
was
he
playing
was a
that.
jungler
in
for a half
I was
second.
playing that like Plat 4, Plat 3, playing him in the
That's
jungle.
pretty spicy.
Yeah, it was. I feel like it was kind of meta at that point though,
I think, yeah, Aatrox jungle was for
Yeah.
a short while.
because you can get in with the E, like, and then you got the knockups.
Yeah.
And it worked out pretty well.
All right, we have a resume here. So yes, opposite starts from jungle. I think Nidalee and Udyr are both happy, full clearing away from each other. If I had to pick one that wanted to fight the other, I'd say Nidalee wants to fight with the Udyr because Udyr can never really pick the fight against Nidalee, right? She can just hop over a wall, and then Udyr has to travel a long ways, but Nidalee can pick the fight on Udyr. It's just the spear has to land, so a few conditions having to be met here.
Let us know in the chat, guys, who you think is going to win this game. Are we going to go to a Game 3, or is this going to be a 2-0 for Mad City?
This would be our 4th Game 3 in a row. The dream is alive and well.
We are fans of Game 3
We are
here.
fans of Game 3,
Yes.
right? So we can kind of, we can hope for Cleveland State to win in that sense without being extremely biased. Both bot lanes are scuffling here for level 2. It goes over to Cleveland State, but then hit him up. Robin Jiggity will get it shortly after. We have a Seraphine Kaisa lane. Interesting matchups everywhere here in this game 2.
Keeping my eye on this top lane here. I'm really excited to see what this Shysep can bring out on the Soraka. I want to see some spicy stuff. That was a little bit of a boop bop, but not a flop yet.
Boom, bam.
Wow.
Not the bow yet. He needs level 3.
Yeah, it was only the boom bam, not the bow.
Yeah. All right, and counter jungle off to an early gank here. Needs to set up from Nautilus, but the peel back is good here from the Kaisa and the Seraphine here. Now, Neural Network and Akranar looking to crash that wave, but will they meet any resistance from the bot lane here?
I think they will. I think Akranar needs to be careful here. He's pretty low, and if he gets hit by CC from Seraphine, it could be potentially his death. Okay, nice little trade there, making him take some tower shots. Master Wolf getting chunked out, though, by this Yone.
Yeah, again, has to deal with this relentlessly aggressive Yone here. We see a 2v2 in the bot lane. Hook is good, but the Ignite goes down without kill threat, but it's counter jungle here showing up. Can he clean up?
Oh, that was close.
Good dodge by Jiggity on the spear, but good look on the spear here. Here's the barrier bait. They're not gonna, I don't think they'll expect the barrier. Here it comes. Is she gonna hold it? The flash comes first. There is no barrier try.
Wow.
We missed when she popped it, and that is a dive on the Udyr. First blood going over to Mad City on Castle.
Yeah, must have got the barrier earlier when he was taking that boop bam, and it must have been a bow, and we just missed it,
Yeah,
because
we missed
it
the bow.
might have gotten the barrier, resulting in her death up from that dive. Oh,
There's
I think the
Ignite.
execute.
Here comes the flash. He needed a shield to live there, and that is the power of Mark Boots on Yone. Try.
Yeah.
Really tough to play a mage into Yone here. If he can close the gap like that without getting punished, it's just really tough to deal with. Also, no TP on Orianna, I think just means she misses full wave here. Here's counter jungle, the repeat on the bot lane. This is doable. Akranar might need a flash for a hook here to close the distance. Hit him up, Rob, with a beautiful sidestep. Here comes the Nod hook, and it gets the flash. Nidalee spear goes wide, and that's another failed attempt here from Cleveland State on Jiggity, and hit him up, Rob.
Yeah, I think getting that flash, though, is good. I would
yeah,
like to see
yeah.
Nidalee come back shortly here.
Yeah, I
'cause
wouldn't-
they're still pushing up.
I wouldn't just call it a fail. Actually try. I'll take that back. Getting the flash on Seraphine could prove significant if there's a repeat gank or even a 2v2 look from Cleveland State. Udyr still on the top side here. Nidalee returning from base. It could be a gank mid here, but Master Wolf with both sums. Udyr would
Yeah,
have
hard to
flash
execute
that.
a gank on Orianna there as Udyr, especially with sums.
Cleveland State gets a nice crash in the bot lane. They'll be looking to recall. Good farm numbers on Neural. Tied up with Jiggity here. Master Wolf doing his best to catch the minions. And Shysep level 6. So it's kind of like an inverse of Karthus in the top lane, right? So you have that global impact. Shysep can affect the bot lane 2v2, the 3v3. With that ulti, can kind of turn the tides of a fight, all while she's just farming in the top lane. So that's a bit of the power of the Soraka pick has been unlocked here, but her wave's in an awful state. It's easy setup for Udyr to come in. Silence does not mean he can't stun you. Here comes Gragas, throws the cask. The R comes down. There's no barrier quite yet. It's probably about 10
It
seconds.
just
to be
came up literally the moment you said that.
Yeah, no barrier there. Could have saved her life. That really unfortunate timing. We saw Gragas with the frozen wave out for Soraka. Had to walk up there.
The adjustment she can make right then after that play is do not waste my silence on the Udyr, because the silence on Udyr is not going to stop him. After he's already activated bear form, you're getting stunned off the auto. It doesn't matter if you silence him. I would have went for the silence on the Gragas. It would have maybe prevented the ulti or the belly slams. Oh no, this does not look good for Shicep.
Yep, it's a return gank. The silence goes down. A bit of healing. We might see a barrier now, but she'll actually opt to hold it.
Man, see, right there is what I'm talking about. If you use the silence on Gragas, he gets slowed from it. He can't belly slam to get closer to you and throw the Q for the setup, and maybe you could walk away.
And now Udyr with Chem Tank. That's very, very scary for Cleveland State. Abusing the Soraka top pick that they opted into. The immobile champion that can't really fight back. Wants to help her teammates across the map. You see Akanar looking for a hook. The TP comes in instantly. The spear will land, and that's counter jungle. Going in for the kill, but the Gragas traded. Big damage coming from the Gragas. That's a nominant. Making sure this play actually turns for the side of Mad City just with one teleport.
Oh man, and that's a double kill for Gragas here. And oh my god, Udyr says, sorry, I don't care about this tower. See you later.
But will Udyr give a shutdown? He flashes away and gets away very low. Castle with great understanding of his limits on this champion, seeing that dive ahead of time. And here's the setup. You see the Nautilus hook in the root, in the counter jungle, spear comes in, executes, but it's the TP. Cleveland State didn't factor in the possibility of an answer with the TP, and now watch Castle.
Wait, we see a dive happening here. Oh, we missed the, we barely missed it, but we saw the Gragas on his way back up top, coming through the red side blue quadrant to tower dive Orianna here and picking up a kill on Master Wolf.
Definitely, and it's worth pointing out, try now, we see both Nidalee and Orianna and Soraka with that first component that builds into Moonstone Renewer. This is the new cheese hype item. You can have multiple of them. The heals will stack on each other. So look out for Cleveland State when they group together. Once these items are completed, they're going to have tons of healing on multiple members going on. Could make it difficult for a team fight situation.
Yeah, we can see all three of them there. And you know, I'm not going to lie, it looks a little intimidating, even just when you're looking at it here on the list of items.
Here's the all-in from Mark Boots on Master Wolf, not giving him a breath in this game. Big chunk, but used his R to do it. And that's just pressure that Mad City, you know they're going to look to work off of. We see Akranar in the mid lane, counter jungle, running in Nominant. Good dodge away from the Gragas belly slam, but the cask even does a lot of damage alone. Man,
and there's just action going on all over the map right now. Maybe they're looking to take this Gragas here. They can pin him down in the jungle, but they need to watch out because here's Udyr. Yeah, Mark Boots on his way as well.
Mark Boots with the flash. Nidalee Spear lands on Gragas, but probably can't follow it up. The Udyr is going deep. Another spear will land. He needs to fake out the belly slam. He goes in, the belly slam cancels it, but Counter can actually still get this. He flashes the spear. The flash answer by Counter Jungle. The shutdown comes in, but that's two more members. Kestel and Mark Boots are there to clean it up.
So getting some shutdown gold there. On the Nidalee, is that worth?
Yeah, it's worth a shutdown, I would say. But it just goes to show that Cleveland State can't make a positive play without an immediate answer from Mad City because of the control they have in the middle of the map. Rooted up, hit him up, Rob, but he gets stunned under turret into the Jin root, and that's multiple turret shots coming down. But it's Seraphine, she can heal, she can shield. It's a 2v2, the Jin shots are coming in, and Shicep is in a tricky situation.
Oh no. First, I need to know where this music is coming from because the music is it's so nice. Loud. I'm not gonna. It's loud.
Well, to me, it's loud.
Oh man,
maybe my headset's just loud.
It's nice.
You like? Yeah.
Oh yeah. Get a little ambient.
The only music that'd be better than this is RuneScape login music.
Oh,
come on.
Say no more.
That would just slap right now.
A man after my heart, boys.
If you want one way to try fold his heart, you know where
It's
it is
reminisce
at.
about RuneScape, the good old days when gaming was so casual and innocent.
Yeah, well, enough of the casual mumbo jumbo try. This is the League Saturday Series. This is for money. This is for standings. This is for ranking. And it's all on the line. Mark Boots does not care about turret. He will dive in on Master Wolf.
Man.
And that is just too easy.
Mark Boots with the master class of Yone and how to dive your enemy. Just pulling it off well there.
And this is Shystep now shutting down Castle. Finally caught him with his hand in the cookie jar.
Yes, she's been setting up for this all game. She says, hey, oh yeah, get a couple kills on me. I'm easy to dive. Surprise, you're dead.
So we see Shystep getting on the board here, but still struggling to even pick up some CS as Gragas might look for a one-tap out. Is this the barrier bait? The barrier soaks a little bit, but it's Mark Boots is everywhere on this map.
Mark Boots just being an absolute menace right now.
Orianna ulti will come in. The damage is not there. Mark Boots, what do you know? He's still around the corner. The Ignite comes in, almost taking out Innominate.
Oh, so close to getting the Gragas there. No shutdown on him though anyway, but man, 5-0 Yone with a 700 gold shutdown. They really need to get their hands on that.
Yeah, they need to layer the CC. They need to complete these Moonstone Renewers. We see it came in for Soraka, so she's going to be healing on top of that item. Nidalee working on completing hers, probably next recall. Orianna, not too sure about when she's going to complete hers. It's a cheap item, but Orianna, there it is.
Right
It comes
there.
through. Orianna has not been able to exist in this lane without just dying to Mark Boots. The relentless Yone aggression. If you're a team in the LSS and you're scouting Mad City for future games,
Yone is
this
looking
looks
like a
Yone
high.
man.
Yeah.
Castle, another one that doesn't care about turrets. Will use the flash to get onto Jin. The W goes wide, but here's Akranar with the ulti to help. You still need to block the Gragas. Gragas comes in, the Soraka ulti helping a little bit. And that's Cleveland State coming out alive. The Jin ulti opening up, but the angle was not there.
Mark Boots is just off to the side here, looking for a good angle.
Here's the Moonstone Renewers, though. Look at the healing on all the members from Cleveland State as they chip away with damage. Oh, but that's Mark Boots looking for the one shot on the Nidalee. Just got barely too close.
Dang, Mark Boots, dang.
Yeah, Mark Boots, chill, bro.
So again, though, 2 Drakes over to CSU, but they are down 10k gold at 14 minutes. That is a huge gold gap for Mad City, and it's going to be hard to come back from a lead like that.
And they are just going where they please right now. In between tier 2 and 1 turret tier. Ulti on a Master Wolf, but a big Orianna ulti. And the healing from the Moonstone Renewers is going to come in now. Oh, but a massive Seraphine ulti. But it's Master Wolf that kills Jiggity. And it's Neural gets the Seraphine as well. Look at the healing coming in for Cleveland State's roster. Their items are coming together now.
Oh, counter jungle hitting them with a little, haha, you underestimated these Moonstones. Let's take a look at this play again here. Oh, no.
Oh, it's Mark Boots with the flash. He'll pick up the Orianna. But here's the Soraka to heal up the members.
Mark Boots says you can't meme me.
Memed by the memers. Counter jungle looking. They're getting Cleveland State's getting aggressive, but that's a massive barrel doing tons of chunk damage. But the healing is actually there.
I've got this play locked and loaded, ready to bring up, but I never know when there's going to be a second of downtime. There's just constant action. I think right now, well, Dragon is up in 1:40. Okay, so let's take a look at this play. Oh my.
Here's the Yone ulti in, goes wide, gets locked up. He's in a 1v3, and he has no flash. This could be Yone going down. The spear will land. Here comes the...
And that's
okay,
the 700 gold shutdown. Jin cashing in some big bucks right there.
And I think Mad City getting a little antsy. Like, they want to close the game out, but they're not playing the objective gauntlet. They're not exactly...
I think they're so far ahead that they think that they can just play aggressive like this and take the win. But this is what we were saying before. Don't sleep on these teams, guys. Like, everybody here, you know, regardless of what results we've seen so far are good contenders in this league, and you need to play to your best ability to guarantee these wins.
Tricep toying with Castle, preventing the back, but he's just going to go ahead and take this wave. He has the 16.
I think she's doing great here. The longer she could stall his back, the longer it's going to take for anyone to set up Baron. And what is this TP? This is Gragas looking for a setup on Jin here.
But he's under turret with no minions. Is this just a clean one-shot, or can Neuro play his way out of this? The Soraka ult. Oh, man. Look at that damage.
That is some damage, if you ask me.
That looked like almost a great save by Soraka, giving him that little bit of extra HP, but then the explosive cast, the ulti, whichever one that is called.
I wonder why, so they know that the Jin flashes down and he has TP, and he just says, okay, I have this small window to just make this a really aggressive play, and it works out nicely. If Jin had flash there, he probably doesn't get the kill.
Probably.
You know, so.
They must have known he didn't have flash.
Yeah, I agree.
It's kind of a BDE play, try as you like to say. And now can they siege base? Can Mad City close this out, or will they have to look to get Drake's soul? I mean, Drake is up, Udyr's soloing it, so they're going to get that in their spare time. But where is the siege? And now the next item try for this strategy that Cleveland State's going with is going to be a Staff of Flowing Water.
On all the members again?
Yep, so it's called Moonstaff. You go Moonstone into Staff, and lots of healing. Mark Boots having trouble one-shotting Soraka. If you look at his items, he should be able to kill that Rocket, but lots of healing coming out from Cleveland State. When they're grouped like this, the heals stack, they can all stay healthy. They actually win the chip battles. Look at that.
Yeah.
Pin him up, Rob. He needs protection. Yone ult will go wide. He's going to have to snap back, and here's just
this is their chance. Look for a fight with these down.
Cleveland State with a root, but the big Seraphine ulti. But they're team fighting it out, and it's going to get Gragas, Cask, and that's Mad City advancing onto the members of Cleveland State. It's double kill for Kaisa, but she gets returned. And now Soraka, where's the barrier? He doesn't have it.
Oh my God.
And the Gragas ulti was
with the huge play right there. That was so crazy.
And that's the cleanup. So wait, Seraphine gets executed here. And this might be mid-inhibitor. Not the end of the world for Cleveland State.
Well,
they might not even take the inhib here because it could be too early. I wouldn't be surprised if they just walk away.
Yes, it looks like that's what they're going to do. Let's take another look at this Gragas ultimate. It is just so big.
I mean, the Soraka ulti answering it was really nice, but he just does so much damage. I believe it's a 4-man here. Just separating the members, and you can see the healing from the comp of Cleveland State can't come in because of too much upfront damage and burst, and that's a good way to work around the Moonstones here. It's just one-tap the entire team.
Yeah, that is some big damage with Gragas there. 7, 1, and 10. Have we seen this Gragas do work like this before? I think we've seen him play Gragas a few times so far.
In the top for Mad City, it's very possible. Try. I know Gragas is a prominent top laner. He has 2 really nice build paths, and we're looking at one of them, and this is just the burst damage Gragas path that deals with these Moonstones here just by kill threat alone. Even stay down over 13,000, just about 13,000 here. Here's the Udyr going in, a bit disrespectful. If he can get CC'd up, I mean, starts with Nautilus. He's going to flash that. The Naut hook will land. Here comes the damage from Cleveland State, and this looks like... Wait, Castle is just going to run away.
What?
Now the counterplay, the answer is the Yone ult onto the Raka. No defense tools here, and Castle just flying away. Now Mad City splitting the map up, making Cleveland State regret their decisions.
That is a classic out of the book of Udyr right there.
Yep. No doubt about it. Now it's mid-inhibitor going down. Gragas looks for the R here. Only hits counter jungle, but the Yone follow-up. Beautiful flash knock-up combo kills Nidalee. The Seraphine ulti. They're looking to put the cherry on top. Akanar with a nice lock-up under turret. Means that shutdown goes to Orianna. Cleveland State needs a couple more of those. A couple more! And is this over-aggression from Mad City? It's possible. They're not playing by the book try.
No, they are not. Yone looking for another aggressive play here. Is he going to get Shysub? He is, and then he's going to go back to safety.
God, his crits are doing 400 a pop. And that is too much damage.
Look at him. He's going to check this. There's no vision. He's going to kind of hang out even longer.
This Yone is a monster. His farm is about 9 CS per minute. He's got 2 items completed.
Oh my gosh, he just has no fear. He could do whatever he wants at this point.
Cleveland State members need to be locking arms and getting these moonstones on each other so that
Grog is TP. He's got Ghost from the teleport, and he's going to look to make a big play here.
Here comes the CC from Akranar, setting it up into the spear, into the hook, into the ulti. And here's the Yone response, but the healing coming in from the Moonstones on Cleveland State. Shysub will live. Akranar will even live. Getting rooted up. They're looking to answer. Here comes Udyr. Look at the HP bars on Cleveland State. They're going to start healing it up again. When they stick together, they're actually pretty hard to take down.
Most definitely.
Power Shot's doing so much work. Jiggity in the front line here on the Kaisa.
I have to be honest here. At this point, it seems like Mad City just playing with their food. Dragon and Baron are up. Why are we not focusing these objectives to close out this game? You know, they're being so aggressive and they're so strong, but the longer they do this, the scarier it can get for them. This game could still be turned. We've seen it happen before. If they let this game continue to go, Cleveland State's getting those items. They've got this crazy healing. They're going to be harder and harder to kill.
That's definitely right. But try the argument against taking Baron when you're up so much is that even if it's like an 80-20 play, you're giving that 20% to the other team to steal the Baron in which they could turn the game. So
yeah, there
is some strategy in avoiding Baron at this stage in the game for Mad City. But I also think if you're going to 80-20 Baron, just do it and then look to close out. But that's not the strategy they're going for. They're looking to just ARAM and base, and that is what Cleveland State wants.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, we see the lineup here in bot lane. They're missing Kaisa. Udyr is actually far away. The Yone goes in. He's looking for blood. Master Wolf trying to peel away. He flashes. He's running away from his team, and Mark Boots will just take that. Cleveland State need to focus on wave clear here. They need to deal with these minions if they don't want to lose their bot lane inhibitor turret. Could be an engage time for Akranar. We'll have to see if he looks for a hook, but another big Gragas cast. Takes out Orianna, but they trade. But a massive Seraphine charm comes in, and it's still Cleveland State trading members. Kaisa goes in, but that's counter jungle looking to execute. He peels away. The healing is coming in. Cleveland State. Oh no, it's Mark Boots with the 500 crits. That's not fair. He gets rooted up, and Udyr is finally here. We're looking at a 2v2, but with spawn timers. Castle power dive,
Udyr.
Nexus turrets on Shysep. The healing not quite there, but big crits coming out from Neural. The W will go wide. That's another shutdown.
Opening up the base so hard here. They can get a third inhib if Mark Boots goes up to grab this inhibitor, but instead he opts in to take the tower and go for some more plays.
I think Cleveland State can actually win this 1v2 because Mark Boots with no E now. There's Orianna Chonk. Or he needs ulti. It's probably not up for about 15 seconds. It's up to Akranar to lock him up so they can kill him. There's the E. They just need to wait that out. Mark Boots should be going down here. And he does. That's the counter jungle. Say what you want, but Cleveland State has gotten so many shutdowns this game. They're only down 14K now.
Yeah, they're only down 14K now. But, man, the base is now broken open so wide, and it's going to be really difficult to defend only that one tower that they have left.
Base is clear of minions so far. It's just about the base defense. Good luck to Shysep and Akranar if they want to go in that jungle quadrant. We see them getting tagged up with some abilities. I think they just need to group. So it's a catch-22. They need to group together and lock arms, but they need to avoid that Gragas barrel, because if he sees them grouping together to get those heals procced on each other, he will just cast them, split them up, burst them down, and that's just a really nice answer to what Cleveland State has put together in draft.
Yeah, finally deciding to go for this Baron here. Um, I guess now the base is just so open that they can get this so much more guaranteed for them
Yeah.
because CSU has to defend that remaining tower they have. So
Yep.
it's going to be a free Baron.
So they just played lane pressure until the Baron became like a 99-1 play, and then now they'll go ahead and pick that up, making it incredibly difficult for Cleveland State. They're lacking in wave clear. We talked about weaknesses when you're drafting this Moonstone comp. Your wave clear is not going to be able to hold up here, so Cleveland State probably needs to engage the fight and win it, otherwise their base will slowly die. Here comes Castle just running straight in on the Shysept here. The ulti from Nautilus will come down. They're going to focus Udyr first. It's a 5-man. Seraphine ulti will get 2. That's the stopwatch coming out from counter jungle. Yone ulti, it's big. Watch out for Gragas Cask. It bops the members into the base, but they're fighting back. That's the shutdown. The heals are coming in. Shysept is 1 HP. Counter jungle peeling back. Akranar going to clean up and do the dirty work. In Cleveland State, they need to deal with base minions as well as enemy champions. Castle at about half health, still tricky to take down, but they're using the turret. The Nexus Slays are even helping Cleveland State. That's the Black Gragas play. And multiple members alive. That's Mad City with the 2-0 victory, improving to 4-0 on the season.
What a crazy way to end off that game. It was just so hectic the last like 10 minutes in CSU's base, just constant fighting. It looked like it could go either way. It was so wild.
It did, and I love the fact that Cleveland State tried the Moonstone Renewer composition. I just think they exploited the weaknesses that you draft in doing so.
Man, what a game. So Mad City now pushing out to be our top team, guaranteed. They are 4-0. I don't know if we have the updated results for including our off-stream matches. I think we do, so we can bring up the standings here and get a look at where everyone is actually at now that we've gotten week 4 out of the way, all of our matches.
Yep.
And man, those were some really fun matches to watch today.
Very fun to watch. The first series was, of course, a Game 3, a great game. We saw McMaster University being tested, being pushed to a 0-1 and coming back with the reverse sweep, if you will. And then we saw Cleveland State. It was the 8 against the 1, and I think they put up a valiant effort. It looks like they were getting some shutdowns, punishing some over-aggression from Mad City. But at the end of the day, I really just got to give it to, I think, Mark Boots, his understanding of Yone, his proficiency on the champion. And
the Gragas as well, man. The Gragas did so much that game. Huge ulties. Crazy. Definitely going to be one of our top 5 plays of the week will be that ultimate that he had under mid tower where he got 4 members, almost one shot off that ulti. But yeah, you did point out both of our matches today that we got on stream were actually the top 2 teams versus the bottom two teams.
Yeah.
And you know, that game 2 there was a little bit. We saw the difference was they got too much of a lead. The Yone, the Gragas really strong.
Yeah.
But man, the Moonstone, the Moonstaff build, like actually working how it's supposed to in that mid.
You could see it in that game.
They were struggling to close it out because of the healing, but unfortunately they were just already too far ahead for it to matter. But in Game 1, much closer. So even though we were taking the top 2 teams and the bottom 2 teams matched up, both of these matches were actually fairly close. You know, you could have changed a few things in the mid-early game in either of those matchups, and they could have gone another way. So, again, it's still really close here between all of our teams, making small mistakes that lead into, you know, certain death. But what are you going to do?
What are you going to do? I mean, this league is extremely tough. I mean, we have so many good players, great organizations, teams that know how to push the pedal when that is the right thing to do. And I kind of wanted to take another look at the standings. We had it up briefly. I think we saw some conclusions of off-stream games that we can talk about.
Yeah, definitely.
One I noticed right off the bat was Kent State improving to 3-1, and they are emerging as a force to be reckoned with in this league alongside McMaster University.
I think we've predicted that. Kent State being one of our top 4 teams in Season 1, coming back for Season 2, and, definitely a well-rounded and versatile team.
Oh,
So
most definitely.
we've seen them perform well. I'm not too surprised to see them creeping up and keeping that 3-1 now, tied for second place with McMaster University. Sorry to cut you off, but you could continue what you were saying.
Yeah, just another team to shout out. Don't sleep on Glacial Esports, who improved this week to 2-2 after a 1-2 start. One of their games being a technical disqualification. So improving to 2-2, tied for fourth with MEC Hysteria. But if I'm not mistaken, I think Glacial Esports is in the Risen tournament, Tier 2, partnered with Riot.
Yes.
They're facing off against 100 Thieves Academy team, Cloud9 Academy team, and we have them here in our league. So shout out to them. Although they are sitting at 2-2, I think they could emerge as a contender in this league as well.
Yes, they most definitely could. And I'm excited to see, I'm excited to see more games. Unfortunately, for us, next week will be a break. I'm sure you guys will get a little better rundown of the upcoming schedule through Holy Boxers as she closes out the stream today. But definitely looking forward to more matches. I cannot wait to see how these teams shake out. It's still so close. It's neck and neck for a lot of these teams. We have so many teams tied up. Season 1 was not like that.
Pivotal weeks.
Yeah, there will be some very pivotal weeks here. So we're going to go ahead, pass it over to a quick break while we set up our next interview. And do not go anywhere. You don't want to miss this, and we will catch you on the flip side. University. So what they need to do is try and compose themselves and make sure they're not giving up too much in these early game scenarios. I think maybe top lane could have had some vision out there to avoid that gank. We saw Graves was not close by being that far up. Yes, you were taking some aggressive trades with the Pantheon, and it looked like you were Cho'Gath was doing well with those trades. But what are you going to do when Talia shows up? You just burn the flash and trade flash for flash and go down anyway.
Yep. And we see Cleveland State will trade top gank for Drake, so Talia showing top is all they needed. And we see Mark Boots with an all-in on the Zoe. This is just relentless aggression from Mark Boots, who already has his quiver. And we see Cho'Gath getting the Pantheon very low, faring pretty well in the lane outside of that one gank and the poor trade we saw in the top lane. Can Cho'Gath actually come out ahead in this matchup after that? Will be a good question, but we see a double, triple wave stacked here for Mad City. If they can dive this. Wait a second.
Sleep under tower,
the
though.
Yone going to the sour shot. That's going to be Master Wolf taking down Mark Boots, putting Cleveland State on the board. Beautiful 1v1 play. A bit of a mistake by Mark Boots, getting slept under turret.
Yeah, unfortunately, the tower going to hit him with that nice fadeaway, picking up the kill for Master Wolf. And now they're tied up in the mid lane. Master Wolf catching up in farm here, so not looking too bad for Zoe.
No, Zoe is going to be a force in this game with that kill. Could be an early book for her.
Yep, we did see her just pick one up. We could check out some items here. Wow, look at that. It is lovely. We do see a farm gap in the top lane, but every other lane doing pretty well. Tied up in almost every lane other than top.
That's right. When it's Cho'Gath, you're okay to be down a little bit in farm. You just want to be tanky for your team and hit your combos here. We see some really aggressive trading. Shysap looking for the chomp here on Inominant, but he will just take that kill 1v1. Not enough respect for the execute damage that can come out of Pantheon. We see counter jungle here to cover, but does he look for the kill?
Oh, he gets it,
This
maybe.
is a situation where he has cleanse, but the Talia is going to wall him off. There's the stun, there's the cleanse, and we see the cleanse coming through Try.
Yep.
The value saving his life. I think Flash maybe would have done the trick as well, but we see that counter jungle quick to understand that the Pantheon stun needs to be cleansed or the Talia combo will come through. So great awareness and usage of the cleanse there by counter jungle.
We have this quick little break here. I'm weary to go because it looked like maybe they were posturing up for a little trade there. But we could take a look at this play up here and kind of analyze a little better how that cleanse really worked out up here.
Yeah, and it's just when the Pantheon stuns, the Talia drops her combo, but the Graves is able to cleanse it and R himself over the wall. So great heads up defense play from Counter Jungle, who is out to a farm lead himself. We all know Graves can carry games when he gets ahead in farm like this. He needs to continue this rate, find himself an advantage.
This is business for bot lane, looking for maybe a 4-man dive on this tower. CSU just going to back off completely, let them get some plates. Probably the right call. I think that would have been easy pickup for Mad City if they stay around to defend that tower. A nice 4-man dive, difficult to deal with.
And we see Shystep not backing down even after 2 deaths. When she gets her slow push going and crashes her wave, she's actually walking up to chip the turret for plates. So trying to find her way back into the game with plate gold could work out for her. We'll have to see if the punish comes from the Pantheon. And we see Zoe getting plates too. So Cleveland State closing the gold gap. Here's the Pantheon ulti onto the Cho'Gath. She's going to fight back a bit, hits that knockup. We have another 1v1 going on. Here's the Yone ultimate, lots of damage down. Zoe picks up the ignite, uses it right back, but finds herself behind enemy lines. It's going to be a tricky one to get out of. Counter Jungle, no flash, no cleanse here. He doesn't want to get stunned up. There's the combo we were talking about here, and he will drop. It's too automatic. It's too guaranteed. Try, it's too much damage. Great plays coming out from Mad City here. They find themselves with a 3K gold advantage despite the plates that Cleveland State have heroically opted to take. And that was just Pantheon Flash coming in huge there.
Yeah, unfortunately not having the cleanse. If he had cleanse there, maybe even potential for the turnaround, but knowing that he didn't have it, it was too free for Pantheon to pick that up. And now Pantheon 3-0. This is kind of worrisome, you know. He doesn't scale that well, but he definitely can take control of the early game with a lead like this.
He rushed Bork. So this is...
Dude, that is pretty spicy.
You see Bork on the Pantheon, Bork on most champions mean they want a side lane. We see Bubble will land. Is this going to be a good Zoe trade?
Ooh.
That's a nice Q bop here from Master Wolf, asserting himself in this lane. He is totally in this game. He might need to be a carry factor here for Cleveland State. And we see Counter Jungle will drop the Rift Herald. This tells me, Try, that Counter Jungle has gotten first Drake and first Rift. He's looking for second Drake now, so objective...
All right, people, there you have it. That is Mad City, officially our top place team, undefeated 4-0. For this interview, we are bringing in their support. I am hit him up, Rob. So let's bring him in. Welcome. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Awesome. Thank you for coming on and talking with me. Congratulations on your win. You guys are undefeated. That must feel great.
Yeah, it was a great win. You know, we get to start off the season 4-0, so that's always good. And we're having fun doing it.
Awesome. Now, I wanted to talk about briefly in Game 1, your Alistar combos with Talia. That seemed really well thought out. It seemed like all the big plays were happening around Talia and you making those combos. Is that something you guys do often? You seemed pretty well versed in it.
Yeah, me and Castle, we like to roam around the map and make the plays. We have a lot of conversation going on. I'm like the lead shot caller on the team, so you know, I just tell my boy Castle, get over here, let's make a play, and then we get it done.
That's awesome. Isn't that what a good jungler does? They just listen and do?
Yeah, he just listens to me, you know, and I'm the shot caller.
I love it. So in Game 2, I wanted to pick your brain about what you thought about CSU's Moon Staff comp. I thought I was going to get my tongue all jumbled up with that. So the Moonstone and the Staff, yeah. So what did you guys think about that?
Well, they had Jhin as the AD carry, so I think if they got Kaisa, but I think we first picked it. The comp would have went a little bit better, but they didn't really have any threats, I guess, early on in the game. So we kind of just were able to do anything on the map that we wanted, especially since Gragas was like way stronger at the beginning over Soraka. So really opened up the game, and then we kind of just took over from there.
That game did feel a little bit more chaotic than the first game because it seemed like you guys are really good about if a team is focusing on objectives, you guys focus on the kills and the lane pressure and vice versa. Game 2, you guys didn't feel as organized. Was that just a product of how the game started and it kind of just felt out of control?
Yeah, I guess the Nidalee was camping bot side the whole game, so we weren't able to contest Dragon at all, so we kind of played for the top side and we're shutting down the Soraka.
Mm-hmm.
But it was, I guess, a rough early game. I think Mark was probably inting. That's usually what he does in the mid lane. But we were able to get it done at the end.
That's awesome. And yeah, shout out to Mark. Obviously, I've already interviewed him twice. I cannot interview him again. Well, I guess I could, but shout out
Yeah,
to
he was
his
upset.
Yone. That was crazy. He can be the official spokesperson if he just wants to answer questions for you guys. I don't know. My producer told me to tell you sick hoodie, but I have bad eyes, so I can't tell what it is.
Yeah, it's a
What
Mad
is your
City
hoodie?
hoodie.
Oh,
Yeah, we got our own hoodies. I don't know where you can get them, but we definitely have them.
you're like, this is just for us. All right, well, it's amazing. It looks great. It kind of reminds me of 100 Thieves, that vibe, so good for you guys. That's awesome. Congratulations on your 4-0. I know you guys, Mad City in general, just is an org that's playing tons of League of Legends. Are you one of the guys that's playing on multiple teams, or are you kind of just playing on LSS? What's that looking like?
We're in a couple different tourneys. Well, I'm only playing in, I guess, 2 at the moment. Some
Okay.
of the rest of them are playing a couple different ones.
Mm-hmm.
But honestly, been playing a lot of WoW recently. Been on that grind, so
Yeah.
I guess we're kind of like G2, where we all play WoW and then we just get on League and we win.
Maybe that's the secret. I feel like I need to start telling
I
other
think it
teams to
is.
start playing WoW in their free time.
It sharpens your mechanics.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Rob, for coming. Is your name actually Rob?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you, Rob, for coming in. Congratulations. I can't wait to see you guys play some more.
Yeah, thanks. We look forward to coming back next week.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, everyone, there you have it. Hit him up, Rob. The support for Mad City, rocking his Mad City merch. I love it. I love seeing a team kind of have the official feel. I like that. So, as Trifold was saying earlier, we do have a break next week, so we will not be having any LSS next Saturday. We will return on February 6th, I think, with a special guest caster. Trifold and I will not be here, but you will be well taken care of. Trust me on that. So, remember, top 4 teams go to playoffs. Right now, here are the standings. I know that we've already looked at this and we've already talked about it, but seeing those 3 teams tied at 2-2, I love, because that means that we genuinely do not have any idea who's going to be in the top 4. We can make some guesses based on the top of the roster, or at the top of the standings and the bottom of the standings. That middle ground is really where we're going to see things getting shaken up, and I love to see it, and I know y'all do too. So top 4 teams go into playoffs. We have 3 more weeks of gameplay in the regular season for the teams to kind of push their way into that top 4, climb their way up the ladder, and secure their spot for playoffs. So guys, stay tuned. I know you don't want to miss any of that. If you've missed any games thus far, go to our YouTube channel at One Life to Play. We have full VODs, and I think we're going to be putting interviews up now as well, so that you guys can listen to my voice even more than you already do. So again, onelifetoplay.com/shop for all of our merch. We don't have Mad City merch, but we've got LSS merch, we've got One Life to Play merch, hardware, and everything. I know there's a special little sale going on for Valentine's Day. Buy 2 shirts for $10, player 1, player 2 shirts. I'm hoping that Diddy and Trifolds will rock those shirts on stream one week. I'm going to try to get them to do that. So anyway, thank you guys for tuning in. We will not see you next week, but we will be here on February 6th, same time as usual, 11 a.m. Eastern at One Life to Play. See you then.
That
Control.
Rift just getting a big smack on the tower there.
Yeah, objective control going over to the side of Cleveland State here, especially if they can get Drake number 2. That is the one thing that they will have going for them. That's
Nice.
great objective control from Counter Jungle here. They need to look for Soul. And now we see the Bork damage coming out. Bork is a power spike that Cho'Gath is going to have a really hard time dealing with. But the caveat to building Bork first is Pantheon's going to be really squishy in these team fights. Like, one Zoe bubble with his shield down probably means...
Yeah,
can
he has
get
to
one shot.
primarily look for the picks and, these 1v1 trades, like, through pushing lanes. Because I agree with you. Even if he gets on somebody in a team fight, he's going to go down really quickly, especially to, let's say, like a Sleep. If he gets hit with a Zoe bubble and then a Q, he's going to be in big trouble. Oh,
Tyson
no.
hit the plant without her jungler. Man, he's forced to E over the wall, but he goes into a 1v2, and this looks like a miscommunication, a bit of an error, and Castle with a beautiful predict on the Talia W. Left Graves with nowhere on the map to go.
That bubble pop there was, or the plant pop right there was just so unfortunate. Going in blind into that brush, surprise Pantheon's waiting for you, and it's just not much you could do there.
And I think the idea was that they go over together, try the quick 2v1 on the Pantheon before Talia shows, but Shysep bopped herself over the wall and Graves away, meaning Graves had to use his only mobility spell to get right into the 2v2 where he didn't want to go.
I don't think they had vision. I think that the pink was there, and they didn't know that Pantheon was there. I think they were. I think that Shysep was going over that brush, or using the plant specifically to clear that ward.
Wait,
and
is that a for Shysep here? The Feast will come in and execute here. She's getting pummeled by rocks in the top lane, but she's happy to sustain up after taking that kill back, that shutdown hold
that
in the
was
pocket
nice.
of Cho'Gath.
That
Now,
was some surprise damage, and it looks like they might
2v1.
get Yone here. Oh, but the double ulti.
Master Wolf and Counter Jungle trying to 2v1. Yone has to snap back to his original location, but he's going for lethal before he does it. He gets lethal on Counter Jungle and snaps back, but that's Neural Network picking it up. I think Cleveland State calls worth on that. They got a kill on their Kaisa, and that is huge for the implications on the game. Mad City, Pantheon is back. These top laners are scrapping it out constantly. He is angry. I think Shysep understands her death. Is looking for a clever way out, but that's just
not going to happen. He's just too fast. He's too strong right now. Definitely getting that farm gap here, and it's only going to get bigger after that death. We're at 20 seconds on these cooldown timers. He's going to get, a wave and a half for free, deny some waves from the Cho'Gath as well right here. And it's looking really tough for this top lane matchup.
Not to mention, we're looking at bot lane almost turret down already. Jiggity and hit him up Rob. Really nice farm numbers, really good pressure here, and great damage on the turret so far. As soon as that goes down, they can actually swap their Pantheon into bot lane and take their bot somewhere else. But here's the Alistar combo into Talia. That's very reliable. And that's Akranar going down. Neural Network is probably next. He knows he's likely going to go down. It's nice usage of ulti here, but he gets stacked up by the Jhin. In hindsight, which it's easy to speculate about drafts in hindsight. And another thing I hate when I don't hate. It's tough to blame draft after a game when you get the hindsight bias going. It's so it can kill most champions at this stage of the game. It's so easy to do. And Outlaw is off to the races, but the entire team comp built around his success. And we saw Adam Suki last game try, put the game on his back. He stole Baron. He did so much work on the Hecarim. Ultimately, it was Zulfer with the pentakill, but do not forget about Adam
Oh my god, and this
Suki
damage. Here. Oh, and the slam dunk from Volibear there.
Beautiful play sequence here from Volibear, knowing that it's all about the Drake pick. Can Olaf get in there and smite it?
Ash ult him in the face. Let's go.
I think that's what happened. He will use his ulti. It goes over to blue team. That's McMaster University. The fight's going to come out. Here's Rise with the big burst. He takes out Victor, and I think he's going to just keep going. If anyone can kill Volibear, it's Rise, but they actually just can't. Volley tanks everything. Graves doing a ton of damage. Even Kaisa's here to join the fight. That's a double kill for Sekiro. Volibear just tanked way too much. You see
this Volibear is a menace. Let's take another look at this play.
It happens in the spur of the moment so quickly. You see that thing coming at you. You just hit the F key and get the heck out. Rise with some chip damage. Here's that volley flash again. He will see for the stomp on the Rise here. And he's still going. That's a double. Cho is next on the docket. He will easily pick that up. That's a triple here for Wexchamanchini. And
what are we going to see them do now? Are they running straight to Baron? If they look for Baron here, they could potentially look to close as Season 2, Match 1, Game 3 of Week 4, and it's coming down to this. To
this.
Wow. All the
Volibear is just crazy.
This man is a monster. They are now close. This gap is too big. It's going to be really, really difficult to close this. I think they should be looking for Baron here. I don't know about you. I mean, maybe it's too early to be looking for that, but they could fight it, I think.
A couple of jumping jacks here from Volibear right outside of base gates. And it's a Baron start for McMaster. No reason not to. I don't even think it's a check, let alone a
Up the Infernal Drake, like you said, and they're in trouble. Oh, this Akali is greedy for some kills, but boom, surprise, Volleybear's there, and you're dead.
Yep. Couldn't have said it better myself. Try. Elise will open up on KVB, but just can't find the execute damage. Is forced to walk away, but Jaeger will pick that one up.
That's
this
definitely
game's
going to be
getting sloppy. Volley is just in every bush.
Yeah.
Okay, with Chef Shamanti, that his presence on Volleybear is just...
Yeah, he's so huge. Look at this man, he doesn't care!
Going in 1v3, not a care in the world. Seraphine ulti will get blocked by Windwall, that's pretty big, but the Volleybear going in. That's a big Yasuo ulti, is this it? Is this it? Chandler Clark is firing off in the back line, but the Volleybear doesn't die. It's round 2 with this guy, and he's just eating everybody, even when it looks decent.
So we got 20-second on Elise here and 30 seconds on the rest of the members. Is this going to be game already?
Yeah, for an interview, Wes Jamunksi. I'm going to call him Jabbar. Just let me call him Jabbar. Hello. Welcome.
Hi.
Thank you for coming
nice
in and interviewing with us. So, sorry if I totally... Will you just pronounce your in-game name for me? Just for my own
it's
personal...
It's pronounced Wrzechmocny.
Do it one more time.
Wrzechmocny.
Wrzechmocny? Something like that?
That's better than most people.
Okay. Well, congratulations.
In the Camille ult was the Hecarim. That's how you take that guy down. Camille with the pursue on Netherio Lancer. He opts to taunt over the wall. Camille can follow that. She's still on pursuit, but probably just use. Games get ended in 1 here. And
yeah, they do. It's only a 2K gold lead for McMaster.
Hecarim found Lulu. That's big burst damage. He'll go in. He still has ulti. The Galio ulti comes. Here's a huge onslaught of shadows from Hecarim. The Echo's getting ready to go in. There's the MF ultimate, but Echo can one-tap her, but wait, she stopwatches. The fight actually looks good for Blue here as Echo with a huge ult. He's looking for the Penta. Can he get over the wall? The flash. He's going to Penta this. He's going to Penta this.
Oh my god, that heal though. Let's see that.
It's a kill for Zolfer. Mingos looking for the win off of that.
That is the first pentakill we've seen of the regular season for Season 2 of the LSS here. And man, was it a game changer. They turned the game right there. Like you said, it always takes place in the river. What do you know? Echo turning out and getting a pentakill for Mingos to take away Game 1 for Week 4 of the LSS against McMaster University here.
Can kill most champions at this stage of the game. It's so easy to do. And Outlaw is off to the races, but the entire team comp built around his success. And we saw Adam Suki last game try, put the game on his back. He stole Baron. He did so much work on the Hecarim. Ultimately, it was Zolfer with the pentakill, but do not forget about Adam
Oh my god, and this
Suki
damage. Oh, and the slam dunk from Volleybear there.
Beautiful play sequence here from Volleybear, knowing that onslaught of shadows from Hecarim. The Echo's getting ready to go in. There's the MF ultimate, but Echo can one-tap her, but wait, she stopwatches. The fight actually looks good for Blue here as Echo with a huge ult. He's looking for the Penta. Can he get over the wall? The flash. He's going to Penta this. He's going to Penta this.
Oh my god, that heal though. Let's see that.
It's a kill for Zolfer. Ming.